From the brass.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Are you a lizard?
Can you imagine if I answered that?
To the boots on the ground.
Where'd you hit her head?
No, I always aim center mass. It leaves more room to be able to hit the target.
Opie and Anthony salute the brave men and women protecting this great nation. Red, white, and blue! And now, to take you through some of our favorite military-themed moments, here's your host, comedian and guy who went to Iraq once, Bob Kelly.
Hey, it's Robert Kelly, host of the You Know What Dude podcast. Heard weekends here on the Opie and Anthony channel, as well as riotcast.com. Anywho, welcome to the Opie and Anthony Red, White, and Boo! Our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served their country proudly. On today's show, we'll feature the Vietnam tapes of U.S. Air Force DJ Dave Rabbit, Governor and former Navy SEAL Jesse "The Body" Ventura, former Secretary of State Donald Rumsfeld, U.S. Marine Corps Gunnery Sergeant and Full Metal Jacket star R. Lee Ermey. Right? Ermey. Ugh. Who the fuck has a name like that? Just fucking... Can't we just say R. Lee? The dude from Full Metal Jacket. Nobody needs to know his name. Former Kennedy and Former Kennedy administration secretary, Secret Service agent Clint Hill. Do you have Clint Hill in? No shit. Fuck. Could you make this fucking more difficult to say? Former Kennedy administration Secret Service agent Clint Hill. For you dummies, the guy grabbing the brains. Ooh. But first, we'll start off with U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle. He's known as the deadliest sniper in U.S. military history. In the fucking U.S. military history. That's the history of the U.S. military. That's around 57 years. Look it up. He's promoting his book and bonding with Anthony over artillery. It's not artillery, it's guns. Artillery is like a cannon. It's not fucking artillery. Dude, what the fuck is artillery? Who uses that fucking word? He's bonding with Anthony over guns. I was there too, and I asked him brilliant questions like, are you good at Call of Duty? Apparently he's not a fan.
Worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
We got Chris Kyle.
How you doing?
How you doing? Promoting American Sniper in bookstores and Amazon right now.
Pleasure.
So, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me.
Just what a great story, man. Sniper, most lethal in U.S. military history. That's a hell of a title to have.
I got to thank the publicist for that.
Yeah, huh?
That's definitely, I was trying to get a different story out there, but that's the title.
Oh, were you?
I'm trying to show all the sacrifices that military members go through, and then the families, after we leave, what they have to go through and the sacrifices they make.
This is a better selling title, though. Nobody's going to buy, like, I mean, it's easier to sell this, and then you get to it in the book, because, like, you know,
right.
A sniper with a heart probably wouldn't do as well as this deadly sniper.
Yeah, people just want to hear about... well, the fact of the matter is, snipers, there's a great mystique around the sniper. Especially lately, we've heard a few of the stories that have come out with the Somali pirates and stuff. Just these the image of those snipers taking those shots at the pirates in the ship really gets people's fascination up about snipers.
Definitely.
And now, how did you get into it?
Well, when I went into the military as a new guy, my chief finally said, okay, if you want to go to sniper school, I will nominate you. At the time, you had to be nominated, and chief was willing to say, you're a good enough shot, I will send you to sniper school.
And you were a good enough shot because you had shot previously your whole life, pretty much, right?
Grown up with weapons, hunting my whole life.
Mm-hmm. How long had you been a SEAL by that point?
It was a new guy, so I didn't go to be a sniper till I came back from my first deployment, which came back in '03. So, in fact, when you come back from deployment, you get about a month off to where you can try to readjust back into civilian life and learn your way around. And I end up taking, instead of that month, I took about 2 weeks off so I could go straight into sniper school.
And what was it about sniper school and becoming a sniper that kind of fascinated you?
Well, I thought they had all the cool toys. They have the scoped rifles, and they got the really expensive guns. They're taking precision shots. I thought, wow, those guys are really good. You know, whatever they want to shoot, they're hitting.
Yeah.
What is the first time you shoot somebody? And this is such a civilian question, but I'm a civilian. What is it hard for you the first time you do it, or?
It definitely was. Especially my first shot was on a woman, and.
Yeah, fucking bitch.
Wow.
What was her problem?
No, she
supper cold.
Yeah, what game did she talk to her?
she was out in the town greeting the Marines during the invasion as the Marines were coming into the city there. The people were coming out to, you know, show their support for the Marines so the Marines wouldn't shoot them down. Let them know that, hey, we're not fighting you. You just go ahead and come right on in. Well, she came out into the crowd. She had a grenade on her. She pulled the pin and was walking to the Marines.
Whoa.
Now, how did you know to keep focus on her, or were you watching from a distance, or were you close?
I was close. I was in the city already.
Okay.
I was up in the top of a building watching, trying to keep track of the crowd, and my job was anything that we could try to soften the target for the Marines, that so less of them would have injuries. Then that was our job.
So now, what did you have to do before you took that shot?
I turned to my chief and I said, "This is what she's got. This is what she's doing." And he kept saying, "You got to take her out. You got to take her out."
What if she was just eating an apple? Yeah, that's what we do. How did you know? Like,
give her a bigger hole in her head to put the apple in.
What made you look at her out of the whole crowd and go, "There's something weird about that"?
Well, first of all, the grenade was the Chinese grenade. It's the yellow in color. And just, you know, when you're out there trying to watch, all of a sudden you see a color flash. It definitely draws your attention to it.
But why did they use yellow?
Yeah.
It's silly.
That's a little too obvious.
Place on ground, light fuse, get away.
Yeah.
It's kind of racist, too.
Oh, please. That is something. So I guess you have to be up on other weapons and what the threat could be that's coming up to some of the guys.
But
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell too. It's not just the color, but once you actually, the color is what drew my eye to it. But then once I started actually getting it in the scope, zooming in on it, and trying to really identify what she had, it was easy to tell that it has a fuse on it, and you can see the way she was holding it, what was in her hand, and so I'm describing everything to my chief of what I see, and
right.
He says that's a Chinese grenade.
So now the chief gives the order, or gives you the permission to take the shot, and this is your first kill at all, or your first kill as a sniper?
No, I wasn't even a sniper. This was my first deployment. I was just on a sniper rifle.
Oh, okay.
And he told me I had to take the shot. So
where'd you hit her head?
No, I always aim center mass. It was, unless, if you go for the head, it just leaves more area of error.
Right.
So try to shoot center mass. It leaves more room to be able to hit the target.
Double tap?
Well, it was just single shot. I mean, big enough caliber. It takes one round.
What were you using?
It was a 300 Win Mag.
Oh, my God.
And you were proven right. She had a grenade, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. As soon as I shot her, she went down. The grenade went off.
Her iPod fell out of her hand. She had a grenade case on it.
Grenade case.
Just trying to be hip. She was a hipster.
It's just going off of Amazon. It's a cool new grenade
Bobby.
case. Yes.
It's terrible.
Have you ever played, I mean, this is a stupid question, but have you ever played Call of Duty and those video games and been a sniper and just sucked?
Oh, yeah. What pisses us off, we go overseas on the deployments or whatever, and we could link up to play online.
Right.
And then you got the headset on and everything.
Yep.
And you're playing a 12-year-old kid stateside.
See, this is the same thing.
And he is talking mad crap. Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, you have no idea.
I knew it. That's hilarious. I knew it. Oh, those little bastards all the time.
You suck. You couldn't fucking shoot me. I nailed you.
Really? Did you?
Did you? I just killed 150 guys for real, you shit dick. But if you say I'm a real sniper, they'd be like, no, you're not. Fuck you, faggot. They would never believe you anyway.
No, not at all.
No.
That's hilarious.
They'd be like, I wish you were a real sniper in this game because you suck. What's the longest you ever went in battle without sleeping? I mean, it's just you and you have another guy with you when you're sniping to give you the range and all that stuff, right?
Well,
or is it just you?
No, I didn't go out and just me. And usually when I went out, especially in the city,
you
go out pretty heavily, so there's about 16 of us. I mean,
so it's not like Billy Zane where you and some dude and just you're sitting out for 3 days and you kill the one El Capitan.
No.
And then run for your life to get the helicopter. So you're just with the troop and it's just in the city. You're not sniping from 2,000 yards out, right?
No, I did that one time, but
Okay.
2100 was my farthest shot. But other than that, most of your shots are anywhere from 200 to 400 yards.
Really?
Wow. And what did you train on mostly? What kind of rifles?
Well, it all depends on with the mission. Before I'd go in, I'd look at overhead imagery, try to figure out what's the possible longest shot I could take.
Like the video game with the loadout. Like, yeah, all right, let me trade this. I'm going to grab this.
Hey, on Call of Duty, what sniper should I use? What rifle should I use?
Ask the 12-year-old.
Exactly.
Hey, I want to ask Chris about the numbers because the government won't confirm that you killed 255 people.
In the book, it says over 150.
Over 150, but
Yes.
you know it's more. You know your number.
I'm happy with 150.
Oh, okay.
So you don't need to have the. Is it harder for you as a person if the number's higher? Like, it sounds cool to us because we're fucking nerds. But is it like the guy who actually did it? Do you go, no, 150's fine. I don't need 250.
No, I mean, I don't even care about the number. And as far as the record goes, I don't care because it's going to be beat, and I hope it gets beat soon. That way, someone else will be in the limelight. But
Yeah.
But a lot of people say you killed up to 255 people,
I've seen that all over.
and he's smiling. So
What is a confirmed kill? Someone else has to see you do it, or how do they confirm a kill?
Well, every time I went out, because I wasn't alone, there were always guys there to see it and to actually witness it. Every time I would take a shot, I have to make notes of the time I took the shot, the distance the guy was, what he was doing, what he was wearing, what he was carrying.
Wow.
What I shot him with, the grain of the bullet, what the temperature
It's like an
was.
expense report.
Yeah. Wow, the business end.
You have to do that like right then, or do you have can you wait till you're safe?
Well, usually I
To
had,
break out hang on 1 second. Hold that fire.
well, usually when I was taking my shots, there was an officer who was on the radio. That was his job during that time, was to be the radio watch to keep the base notified of what we were doing. He would take down the notes. When we'd get back is when we'd actually fill out the formal report.
Like cops.
Right.
What the fuck? Those cocksuckers just to run out in the street with a grenade, and we got to fill out reports
Yeah.
with the grain of the.
This wee shit.
there's no way anyone.
I do it on Call of Duty. I protect the country.
Okay.
There's no way anyone would write you up for a speeding ticket at this point, right?
Oh, you'd be surprised. Out on base, you actually will get a
You
speeding
can't
ticket.
pull out a card like, look who I am.
No.
Yeah, right. Look who I am.
Yeah, you don't have like a gold bullet.
Well, you'd be
you can
surprised. I
pull.
mean, a lot of people view, especially other people in the military, SEALs with we have this huge ego and this bad attitude, and it's come from in the past. Guys have thought, you know what, I'm better than you are. So it's taken us a long
But
time.
you are better than me.
Yeah.
In every way.
Yeah.
Your facial hair connects. Everything about you, your accent, everything.
No, it took us a long time showing these guys, look, we're not better than you are. We're just trained differently, and we were more specialized in an area than you were. It doesn't make me any better. And we were working with the Army conventionals, showing them, hey, I'm here to help you.
God,
we're all on the same team.
You have to obey traffic laws. That sucks.
Did you ever have a problem with the ethical side of it, where it's when you boil it down, it's killing people, and I wonder how difficult that is for you, or was at some point, when you really think that semantics is one thing. That's okay, if I wasn't given permission to do what I did, I'd be what would be considered a mass murderer, really. And since I have been given permission from the government, I'm not, yet it's the same end result. How do you deal with that internally?
Well, I never looked at it as I'm there killing people. I looked at it as I'm there saving people. My job was to make sure everybody I deployed with came home.
Right.
And all the allies, everyone surrounding me, my job's to protect them. I want everybody as much as possible to be able to come home.
Yeah, believe me, that's how I feel. I just brought that question up because these assholes want to know.
I was thinking that Chris must think you're such a radical lefty panty.
I know.
Because I was thinking, like, what? That's
believe me.
You have no idea who just asked that question,
He has a
Chris.
50 cal.
I actually,
Like a real one. He brushes his teeth with it.
I brought this for you to sign for me. It's
It's a 50 cal magazine.
50 cal mag out of the
Ant might have a few guns.
M107. I got it home. I got one of those. It's a pisser to shoot, isn't it?
Ant doesn't give out numbers, but he owns a bunch of guns.
Yeah, somewhere between 4 and 2,000.
I love them.
You guys should definitely hang out.
I actually wanted to ask you something about the Barrett. I know when I've fired this, the concussion off of it, I describe it as feeling like you have the flu for 3 seconds. It's a concussion, or feeling like you were just popped in the nose for like a second. How do you shoot this for as long as you do, and not just lose your mind? Because it's, I mean, in training, obviously, when you're out in the field, you're probably not shooting it that much.
Right. Out in the field, I never took the 50 cal out.
Oh, you didn't?
Now, it's big, it's heavy, the rounds weigh a lot. If I took a 338 Lapua, it weighs less, the rounds weigh less, and I can actually shoot farther and more accurate.
Oh, okay.
How big are those bullets? I don't know anything about guns compared to a 50 cal.
They're definitely smaller. Everything's smaller than a 50 cal.
Yeah. The 50 is crazy. So what would the 50 be optimum for?
Vehicle,
okay. Yeah. Shooting through engines.
Actually, we started making, because they were saying the 50 cal sniper rifle should be used for vehicles, but anytime you shoot a vehicle, you're going to shoot it through the engine block. It's not going to automatically seize up and stop.
Right.
The best way to stop a vehicle is to shoot the driver.
The driver.
Yeah, I guess so. And then it just veers off to the left or the right. Hey, what about do you have numerical rankings in what you because I know very little. What was I was thinking about Lee Harvey Oswald and how people said he couldn't have made that shot, but he was actually a sharpshooter. He was actually a great shot. I don't think he was probably what you can do. How hard is that shot to make from what you know about it? The shot that
Oswald shot?
Yeah, on Kennedy.
Hey, it was, 100 yards, 200 yards? That's any military guy can take that shot.
It's not as impossible as they've made it seem over the years.
Well, I haven't examined the angles and everything else,
right.
But now for just the distance, which I think it's actually only 100 yards or less, that's an easy shot.
When you was there ever a time when you had to shoot somebody and you looked at them through the scope and it was like, I don't want to do this one for whatever reason?
Definitely. I've passed on shots before. And there's times to where you don't think it's the right thing to do, so you don't take the shot. I passed up a kid coming out to pick up an RPG. I know my rules of engagement said that I was supposed to kill this kid because it's a crew-served weapon, RPG, belt-fed machine gun, grenade, mortars. I'm supposed to kill the person carrying that. But at that point, I could not convince myself that this kid, knowing that he's going to take it back to someone else to use against me, he's not the one that's going to use it, so I couldn't take that shot.
You said something fascinating in there. There's people walking around right now that have no idea that you've passed up the shot.
I've passed up a bunch of shots.
They don't know how lucky they are to be alive.
They're just walking around right now having no idea that their head was or their body mass was in a scope.
There was also times seeing a person, knowing they're bad,
right,
and because of my rules of engagement, witnessed them actually commit something that triggered me hot. But I couldn't take the shot because when I saw them again, they didn't have the weapon.
What triggered me hot?
Do you use that in your
cleared hot? I was allowed to take the shot.
Do you use that in your regular life, joking around sexually when you get
trigger me hot, baby, live action?
You're just joking around.
Yeah,
you use any of that?
You're joking around.
No, my wife is kind of sick of the military. I'm trying to leave the lingo out.
Only non-military zeros do that. Military guys don't do that. They just fuck. We're the ones who want to sound like we're real men.
There's someone on the line.
I'm using trigger me hot.
There's someone on the line saying that you were in a bar fight with Jesse Ventura. Is that true?
Yes.
You were?
Oh, shit.
Oh, let's get into this.
Yeah, I would like
to talk about it. How do you explain
There
that?
was
He and I
a
had a very
verbal
unpleasant-
altercation in here.
But he
between-
used to come on our show, and it was all right. We didn't agree with a lot of the stuff he said, but we had an okay
Thank
time.
you for your service.
But then we had a moment where
Right.
he walked off our show because we just killed him with knowledge.
Yeah, we had
really
a-
did.
a big argument.
Especially Jimmy.
I wanted to ask how you felt about him as a SEAL, but if you had a bar fight, were you stressing the difference between when UDT or what happened?
Being UDT, I fully respect that. SEALs were born out of UDT, so I consider him, yes, he's a SEAL. He's part of the family. I don't draw a distinction between them.
Okay.
What happened in the bar?
Yeah, what happened? You were in a bar and
Oh, Jesus.
We had just come back from our 06 deployment when we lost our guys. We were having a wake for the guy who got the Medal of Honor, Mikey Monsoor, and he happened to be there. He was coming in for a graduating buds class that he was going to speak to, and he was upset with the war. He doesn't agree with it, which is fine. You don't have to agree with the war. I just get sent there. I don't have to agree with politics. I signed up to serve the country. The country tells me what to do. Mm-hmm. He was making it known that he did not agree with it, and I approached him and said, hey,
It's not the place.
I appreciate it, but we are having a wake. It was the SEAL bar there in town. I said, we're having the wake here. The family's here. I would appreciate it if you just kind of keep it down. He told us that we were killing innocent people over there, men, women, children, that we were murderers. And I said, you know what? We can all have our differences. That's fine. But please just don't upset the family.
Yeah.
And then he said that, we deserve to lose a few guys.
Holy shit.
Jesse said that?
Yes.
The fuck is wrong with him?
So, by the way, all you guys out there that attacked me because I fucking attacked him, good. I'm glad to hear that. He really is a douche. And what happened when he said that to you? Did you grab his ponytail?
Nah,
You slugged him? Good.
I punched him.
Good for you.
Where'd you punch him?
Bravo.
in the face.
What happened?
That's when you take a headshot.
Well, I mean, Jesse Ventura, he's
A big man.
He's an older guy, too.
Yeah, he's
And
an older
Of
guy.
course, all the guys then started making fun of me. So, what geriatric you going to beat up today?
Yeah, of course.
Well, wait, when you hit him, did he hit you back or?
No, he went down.
Like
you
out?
go.
Like was he
I
like?
don't think he was out. It definitely took him off balance. He went down, and
But the ref wasn't looking. They never are.
Did his walker fall with him?
I think he fell out of his wheelchair.
He's a big dude.
Wow,
man.
he
Yeah,
went
he's a big
down.
guy. He's a big dude. He's still Jesse the Body. I mean, he's an older guy, but he's still a big, strong
but he
guy.
is
man.
an
Did he
older guy.
awkwardly get up and have to walk out of the place?
I don't know. I took off running because the cops were already outside, and as soon as I hit him, I knew SEAL party, SEAL bar. Cops are watching. They saw the whole thing happen, so I took off running.
Yeah.
So Jesse Ventura said to a SEAL in a bar where there was a wake for a SEAL, "You deserve to lose a few guys."
Yes, he did.
So
Repugnant.
you make me even happy because he and I got into a very, very nasty exchange. Because I was defending kind of action.
Al-Qaeda.
Yes, and I said, you know what? They're nice people, Jesse. No, I said that I kind of agreed with the Afghanistan action, and he was saying that I'm just a guy who didn't serve, who was for the war. And I'm like, but that's not where I'm coming from. I'm not saying, fuck, just go out and fight. It wasn't at all. So we just got into an ugly thing, and it got personal. And
What an ass he
he's
is.
a douche, but he really hates my guts. So I'm so happy you did that because I'm not a man. Like, I couldn't stand up and punch him. What happened was, as we kept arguing, he patted me on the back hard, and I knew he was like, as he was leaving, he's like, thanks for your service. But it was like one of those, and for me to match him, I would have had to pat it, and I'm like, I'm not going to do what you did. I wish I was him, though. How great would that have been? Just slug him. So I insulted him.
Yeah, I'm sure I just caught him off balance and he tripped.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that must have been
maybe,
it.
yeah.
Sure.
Good for
that
you,
must
man.
have been it.
Is this when you? What is this book? This book focuses on your entire life, or is it mostly about the military, or is it about your experiences over in Iraq?
It's mainly about my experiences in Iraq. It has some of my upbringing about being a cowboy for a living and then going into the military, but it's trying to concentrate on my relationship with my wife and the sacrifices that we went through as a couple, not just as SEAL, but any military member would go through.
Now, you said you were a cowboy for a living. Before you went into the military,
Yes.
you were like a cattle rustler?
Rustler.
Not a rustler. That's a hanging fence.
Yeah, John Wayne. He used to go across to Mexico and steal cattle.
Is that proper terminology?
No, cattle rustlers steal
Cattle rustler's the guy that stole the cattle.
I meant a Wrangler, not rustler.
Wrangler. Why did you just use your hand to make a lasso?
Oh my God, Jimmy just made a lasso move.
Because I was trying to.
You suck.
He's just trying to relate to the.
I was trying to show him that he's not the only one that is experienced with cattle. Yeah, I did do that, by the way. And if you would have knocked my teeth out, nobody would have faulted you.
Oh God!
Just lasso
The only weird part is when you were doing the lasso, you're moving your hips.
Yeah, because he wrestles cattle with a hula hoop on.
I tied my shirt in a little knot like a prison girl.
Where were you brought up that you were doing that?
Brought up in Texas, born and raised there.
All right.
Definitely, we always had cattle and horses, and
Yeah.
was working on ranches all through high school. Went to college, kept working on ranches. After I quit college, I decided I want to be a cowboy for a living.
Wow. So you were on a horse from the time you were a kid, though.
Yes, I
Yeah.
started riding early age.
Oh, look at this. See, we got a lot in common.
Yeah, you kind of
Except,
do.
I didn't make any commitment whatsoever to anything except
He went off and acted
dumbass
like
show.
a man, and you pretended you were Popeye.
He's living with somebody his age. He doesn't have to do a big Christmas every year.
Chris, you're obviously out of the military, right?
Yes,
So what do you do for a living now? Because you're a young guy. How old are you?
37.
37. And have all this experience behind you. What do you do now?
Craft International is the name of the company that we're still providing training to the military.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
I can't be in the military anymore to save my marriage, so this is my way of still giving back, trying to prepare guys before they go overseas. And I mean, we're not claiming to have, hey, you come to ours and you're going to be 100% successful, but here's a tool for your toolbox. Maybe it'll come in handy when you're down there. And we also provide security. We do a lot of the anti-piracy stuff and personal protection here stateside.
How did you deal with being away from your wife and family for so long? Like, what was the longest you've been away from them?
8 or 9 months.
Jesus.
Yeah, you get used to it. It's the job. That's your way of life.
But you're out there a lot. I mean, me and Jimmy went over there. I went over there a couple times, and there's guys that are on the base a lot and get to use they have a lot of. I mean, the bases in Iraq were, I thought it was going to suck, but they had Skype and great food, and it wasn't as bad as you think it would be. But you're not, in there all the time. You're out in some fucking house waiting for some douche to walk out with a grenade. So how do you deal with not? I get homesick after a couple weeks being on the road. I couldn't imagine 9 months.
Jimmy's face.
I'm serious.
I know, I do know, but it was just funny watching you go through that process, and like
It's almost like watching you go through.
I wasn't sure if you were going to ask a question. You're somehow relating his being a sniper in Iraq to the stand-up tour at the Wilbur Theater. Dude, I understand what you're saying, because sometimes I'll have to stop at an Arby's, and I don't know what it's
I'm gonna be away from home for 2 days. It's killing me.
That's exactly what I'm saying. 2 weeks for me away from home, I'm fucking freaking. I couldn't imagine 9 months. And then over there.
Oh, you definitely miss them. My wife would send me DVDs so I could see my kids growing up.
Jesus.
And I'd be able to call, and you try to call to when everyone's going to be awake, and you can actually talk to the kids, or depending on how young they are, so you can just put it there so you can hear them grunt or whatever.
Oh, geez.
That is odd that they got that now. Like you think back at World War II and Korean War, Vietnam. Like, imagine having that type of connection with your family, even though it sucks you're away from them, but having that kind of connection through Skype or something.
Oh, it's amazing
back then,
dude. Over there, I thought it was going to be just tents and mud. I mean, we went to the mess halls.
Yeah,
were fucking like a Vegas buffet. Like, I mean, it was crazy. I thought me and Colin, the fatties that we were, because he was fat back then too. We thought we were going to starve, so we brought little bars and stuff there's going to be no food. There was more. I gained 30 pounds in Iraq. There was. You go to the buffet. There's Chinese food, mac and cheese, barbecue, pizza, ice cream. You could walk up to this ice cream and get as many ice cream bars and sundaes as you wanted.
Yeah, were you privy to that?
No.
No.
You went to the big, nice bases.
Yeah.
That's not
Were you
where
Air
we
Force,
were.
Bobby? We went over. The Air Force had the best food, I think.
Air Force
they
was
do.
They do.
Air Force was the best base ever.
Yeah.
They had a fucking room with like just computers, pool tables, and like video games.
Wow.
In the middle of the desert, in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, you
and then we
guys
went to the
think might
Marine
have that.
base that had, you know, they had like they did have like just a tub full of shit.
That's
And it was
usually
like,
what you eat.
yeah, it was a little weird. It was definitely, it was in the middle of nowhere, 20 miles off the Syrian border. I got off the plane with my 2 light sticks because I was scared because it was so dark out. And the guy starts yelling at me, "You want to get shot in the head? Put those light sticks away."
Yeah, what are you doing?
And then he explained why other people had handed you those light sticks. And said, look, when you get off the plane, just wave them wildly.
Colin said, "You look like a plane landing a plane."
But he didn't live like that. He was out in the field. I have to ask it. I'm embarrassed to ask this, but where did you poop? That would drive me nuts. No, if you're out in the field, though. Like, you walk around the city, you can't find a place to take
Anywhere.
a dump.
That's a good, yeah, actually.
Most of the restaurants won't allow you to go in.
Just poop in a hole.
Usually you have your MREs with you, and you crap in the bag.
Oh, they give a bag to shit in?
Well, the MREs come in a bag.
Oh.
Usually after you eat your meal, you just hang on to that bag.
That's for meals ready to eat.
Yes. And then what do you do?
Civilian.
You leave the bag behind, I hope, right? You're not carrying
You're
out
not
your own
supposed
poop.
to. You're supposed to take everything
Get
out.
out.
Oh,
Are
God,
you
really?
serious?
You didn't, though, right?
So like camping?
Not always.
It's not
No.
camping?
No, you're pooping wherever
People
you
are
can.
shooting at me. Excuse me, I'm going to leave my shit here.
Someday on a rooftop.
Imagine the cranky ass you would have on a rooftop after pooing in a bag.
Wow.
But the
yeah.
beauty is somebody's going to find a bag of his shit 6 months from now on a roof. That is kind of a fucking great feeling.
Probably use it as fuel.
I'd love to do that here in the city. Bags of shit on the apartments. All right. We're just getting stupid at this point.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Fascinating talking to you. And
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
book looks unbelievable. I wish I'd had more time to read it.
Good sense of humor, too, Chris.
Well, I was trying to portray my actual personality in the book to show people that I am just an average guy. I like to cut up and don't take myself too serious. And there's so many guys out there that are a lot better than me, so I'm not trying to portray myself as the world's greatest sniper. I just happen to be in certain situations, and I made some lucky shots and came out okay.
Do you find what's worse than regular civilians who never did military service trying to relate to you on that level? Like, we'll ask questions shamelessly, like
Shamelessly,
like girls. But when a guy tries to
like girls.
But I mean, how insulting is that when a guy tries to relate to you, like he knows and he has no idea what he's talking about?
You get it every day. You just get used to it.
You do, right?
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's curious. There's certain areas of life that I don't have any experience with that I'm sure I annoy the hell out of people. Keep asking questions about that. So
But you could snap their neck.
Yeah.
He's a sniper. He's not a kung fu expert.
Well, look, yeah, you know what?
Did you see it? Probably has some military trial.
Kind of looks like he could be,
martial arts training.
Yeah, why don't you challenge him, Bobby?
So what?
Exactly.
I'll do
You could
Xbox.
snap your neck.
I'll beat him in Xbox.
That barracks ice cream eating that you were talking about.
Yeah.
So I was over there. I had 2 milkshakes. One of the Marines goes, "You gonna have both of those, fatty?" So I gave him one, and then my other one fell. I had to go back and get 2 more.
You asshole. That's fantastic.
But do you know when you walked out with 2 milkshakes, the other guys probably look at you and go, "That's what we're fighting for."
And then they all desert. That's why they call it deserting. Bobby was deserting.
You just put it together. You just put it together.
All right, let's get
That's
Chris out of
fine.
here. He's a very busy
Yes, Chris,
man.
Thanks so much,
Thank
man.
you very much.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
We'll have more of Opie and Anthony's Red, White, and Boo. Get it? It's supposed to be blue. Ugh. Memorial Day special when we get back.
You're listening to Red, White, and Boo! The worst of Opie and Anthony Memorial Day special. More coming up. Yeah, Red, White, and Boo! The worst of Opie and Anthony Memorial Day special continues. Here's your host, comedian and guy who went to Iraq once, Bob Kelly.
Hey, it's Robert Kelly, and I'm using a fucking bandana right now in an air-conditioned studio to wipe my fat forehead off because I'm sweating. And I'm hosting the Opie and Anthony Red, White, and Boo Memorial Day weekend special. Our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served their country proudly. We continue with Chris Kyle. This time, conspiracy radio host Alex Jones claims that Kyle is lying about punching Jesse Ventura. We get them both on the phone because that's the way we roll. Controversy, we're not afraid. Hit the button, put them through. Go at it. We'll mediate. We put them both on the phone so Alex can confront Chris. And you know what happened? Ha! You're going to have to listen. Some crazy shit.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
What's up, Chris?
Not much. How y'all doing?
Well,
Good, buddy.
you told the story on our show that you punched Jesse Ventura in a bar. And, wow, the story took off, man.
Was this the first place you've ever told that story publicly?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, for a big audience like that, I mean, the event is in the book, but I purposely left his name out because I didn't want that whole thing to take off like that. And then ever since then, I've been trying to kind of deflect questions from it because not trying to make money off of putting him down or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we got a tip that it was Jesse Ventura. We asked you, and you decided to say yes to that and admit it was Jesse Ventura. Because, like you said in the book, it's very vague. You said you punched a guy, fuzzy-faced guy, was it? Was that the exact?
Yeah, scruffy face.
Scruffy face, right. Well, a lot of people are now calling you a liar, including...
I believe you, by the way.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, so far we believe you, absolutely.
They can call me whatever they want because I know this thing has gotten so blown up that the only way to actually put it to rest is the witnesses. I have asked them to stay out of it to where finally now I've said, you know what, just go ahead, come out with it.
Oh,
and
okay.
Put this behind us.
Oh, you have actually
idea.
asked them to speak up because there was audio we heard of Ventura, of course, you probably heard it too, where he's denying ever meeting you, and he's harping on the fact that a crime has been committed and maybe he should file charges.
Yeah.
Well, he definitely should if he thinks that's right.
Do you regret it at all?
You know what? I wish I would have handled it differently. I mean, the story, I think, definitely needed to be in the book like it is. But as far as, I probably should have played it down to where his name didn't get out there. But you know what? It is now, so I'm...
What exactly happened, Chris? If you could just refresh, because a lot of people might not have heard you on that moment. Just if you could give us a brief, just kind of sum the story up so people know what we're talking about.
It was a wake for Mikey Monsoor, and of course all the families were there. And he was there. He started getting loud and voicing his opinion, coming out against the war and the troops and everything. So we asked him to keep it down, and he got belligerent about it and finally said we deserve to lose a few.
Yeah, that's we're way over the line.
Now, was he was there, this was in a bar, just so people know?
Yes. It was the outside patio portion of a bar, and we were standing on the sidewalk of it.
Now, was he with anybody, or was he alone, to your knowledge?
No, I mean, he was definitely there at the bar with people.
Oh, he was with people. So there's a few people that saw this?
Oh, there's a bunch of people that saw this.
Yeah, and they've spoken about it like in smaller circles over the years. It's not like this has been a complete secret.
Oh, no. I mean, the entire community has known about this.
And there's a there's a radio guy who's friends with Jesse Ventura who thinks that we all scripted this together. I guess because Opie just happened to look over.
Yeah.
And at the instant feedback, which is the one time instant feedback actually, gave us something helpful.
Actually, it was a phone call.
Oh, a phone call? Okay.
It seemed like it might have been someone that really knows Chris Kyle and was kind of just, hoping that you were finally going to mention the name. But Alex Jones says that it's a conspiracy. We were in on the conspiracy, even though we just met you that morning. And by the way, we thought you were awesome.
Yeah.
We think you're the greatest.
People loved you on the show, man.
And they also, Alex Jones also says we scripted the whole thing. So we helped you along, and we got together and we came up with this whole thing.
Right, I've heard all those rumors.
Yeah. Jesse was the wrestler. He did the scripted stuff, not other people.
And also, I love how Chris Kyle's admitting that he told us first, because Bill O'Reilly took this fucking story and stole it from us, that cocksucker. That cocksucker.
Yeah, he kind of ran with it like he just, whatever.
Well, we got Alex Jones on the line, too. He wants in on this. You cool with that, Chris?
Definitely.
All right. Hey, Alex.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Alex.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, I like the show. Also, like Norton when he's on the boneyard.
Right.
Thank you very much, man.
Don't kiss ass right now.
Well, we
Why,
got
so nice.
No kiss people.
No. Let's not kiss anyone's ass right now.
Actually
All
listen
right?
to that. Hey, I actually listen to that channel. I mean, so I'm just saying I listen to it.
You're kissing a little ass because you know you're in a tough spot right now, sir. Why did you call us liars, and why did you say that we were in on a conspiracy with Chris Kyle and that we scripted this thing?
Okay, well, number one, I'm not in a tough place. I was just trying to be friendly. I just woke up about 15 minutes.
No, you're in a tough place. Jesse Ventura.
I'm not in a tough place.
Jesse Ventura lied on your show.
Infowars.com.
Jesse Ventura lied on your show, sir.
Alex, so what happened? You thought that we scripted this with Chris Kyle, which is ludicrous. What are you thinking there?
No, let me tell you what I meant by that. I'm saying the way he was talking, then somebody calls in with it, and the way he was talking, I think it was scripted. I did not think and did not say that I thought you guys were in on the lie. I was watching your face on the video, and it looks like you're, there believing it and hearing it for the first time. So you guys aren't even on the radar screen as far as I'm concerned with this whole deal. But I know Jesse pretty damn well and see him get tears in his eyes and stuff when he talks to troops in airports and stuff. I mean, quite frankly, if he sees troops, he runs over or they run over to him, and it goes on. And it's the same thing about it's the politicians that have sent you, and it's wrong, and it's terrible what's happening to you, and all this stuff. So when I heard him talk about punching him and knocking him down, I thought, well, that sounds wild, but could be true. But as soon as he said the thing on O'Reilly and stuff about, yeah, he said, you deserve to die. You guys deserve to die when the family's right there. That is made up, period. I knew it was bull then, and guaranteed. Ventura, I've never even heard him. After I did that interview the other day on Skype, he was like, heard him like almost crying in the background, and his wife totally angry. So believe me, Ventura's not getting ready to depose people and go absolutely ape over nothing. He doesn't have people over there at that McPee's place getting affidavits signed and stuff for nothing.
All right, listen.
Totally made up.
All right, listen. So you have no doubt that Chris Kyle did not punch Jesse Ventura.
No, what I just said is I was going back to when I watched the video last week when he first says...
Did Chris Kyle punch Jesse Ventura or not?
Well, let me just stop you right there. Ventura denies that it ever happened.
And do you believe that?
Absolutely. But what I'm telling you is watching the video, knowing Ventura, okay, knowing him well, I'm watching the video, and the guy's saying, he was talking about the war and punched him. I'm thinking, well, that might have happened. When he gets to the part about, he said the SEALs deserve to die, and when he said it on O'Reilly, it looked really scripted by him. He was following a script. I knew it was pure bull, and as soon as I talked to Ventura, as soon as I could get a hold of him, sure enough, he was completely dumbfounded.
Alex, we got to jump in a little bit because don't forget, Chris is not a public figure, so he's not used to speaking publicly. So when he's talking about things that he's not used to talking about on Bill O'Reilly, a show he's probably watched for 10 years,
right,
it might be a little bit more nerve-wracking. And we do have Chris here to respond to that. We have to let him respond.
Yeah.
Chris, how do you feel about it?
He'll get to respond in court.
Well, no, I mean right now, Chris.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I've got the people that are definitely going to come out, and some of them are the family members that were there, so I'm not too concerned.
And Chris, what did he say about the Navy SEALs dying? I think that's being misquoted. What
you
did
are
he say?
misquoting it, Alex.
What did he say, Chris?
He said you deserve to lose a few.
Deserve to lose a few.
Yeah, that means deserve to die.
What it means and what was said.
Don't try Perry Mason crap.
You've been misquoting the man the whole time you've ever...
Hey, Kyle, you think you're going to make a big name for your new American mercenary force to help knock heads of American people? Think again. I know all about Richard Pearl, all about your trips to Israel, all of it, buddy boy.
Who is Richard Pearl?
What is
who is Richard Pearl?
Alex, I'll give you that.
Who is Richard Pearl?
Yeah, it'll all come out.
And by the way, Alex, we're not giving you...
Who is Richard Pearl?
We're also not giving you Perry Mason stuff and playing semantics games. The difference, to me, it's more believable for Jesse Ventura to say, you guys deserve to lose a few, than to say something as harsh as, I'm glad Navy SEALs are dying.
Exactly.
There is a difference in believability in what one guy would say, and I don't think Jesse Ventura would come out and go, I'm glad a soldier's dead.
Look, that's the same thing, and that's how...
No, it's not!
...selling it, that he was... that that he's saying the Navy SEAls deserve to lose a few. That is saying lose a few means die.
It absolutely does, but there is a difference in the way you say it. One is more believable to me.
Listen, I hope for your sake that you you are telling the truth. And you know, I mean, Ventura's so freaked out by this, he's saying, you know, do they have a body double of me or something? Let me tell you, I talked to him
That's
off
paranoia.
air. He is completely flummoxed and dumbfounded.
I'm flummoxed and dumbfounded.
Chris, Chris, were you tempted to put Jesse's name in the? Because Alex, one thing that makes this more believable to me is that Chris did not
put the name
in the book.
The publisher probably said he couldn't prove it.
The publisher.
Now, Chris Kyle is saying today, Alex, that he can prove this, and a lot of the guys that know about this, he finally told them, yeah, you could tell everyone what you saw that day.
Okay, well, that's not what the owner of the bar is going to say.
Now, Chris, why didn't you put it in the book, honestly?
Because I didn't want this whole reaction to come out here.
Yeah, see?
I'm not trying to sell my book off of making someone else look bad.
Mm-hmm. And, Alex, is it possible, because we heard you calling Chris, he called it the turkey shoot, and is it possible that your agenda, look, you don't like the war, it's common knowledge, and you love Jesse. Isn't it possible that your agenda is skewing the way you're looking at this?
Well, yeah, I mean, we all see through rose-colored glasses, and, you know, I'm a Texan, you know, I mean, I'm sure Kyle at some point is a, you know, friendly guy. My whole issue here is when I say turkey shoot, not that I follow too much this military stuff, but I have a lot of families in the military, and of course there's the big joke about, you know, the Hajis don't know how to aim a gun. My God, you know, there were people there who couldn't believe the kill numbers everybody was getting. I mean, when you're shooting women running around with hand grenades, and you're shooting, plus there's all the contractor footage of them playing Elvis music and shooting whole families out of their cars and then dropping AK-47s on them. I mean, that's the big joke. Every armored vehicle, and Kyle knows this, is full of drop guns. And they splatter a whole bunch of people at a checkpoint or whatever, drop an AK-47 on them. Y'all get, Bronze Stars for kills in combat. I'm not saying that's exactly what Kyle did, but it's all well known about Iraq.
Kyle, how do you
Iranian war started?
Yeah, you were over there. You must have seen it, Alex, right?
Kyle, how do you respond to that? You got to let Kyle respond. You can't make an accusation like that and not let Kyle respond. He's got to respond. Kyle? Chris, I'm sorry.
No problem. We've never had drop weapons on us, but I can tell you as far as the book, it's not sitting there trying to glorify all the people I've killed. It's trying to get across the sacrifices that a military member has to go through while he's overseas, and at the same time, my wife is telling the sacrifices she went through while here at home, and I'm trying to highlight the heroes that surrounded me that made me look good. And all through the book, I downplay myself.
And one thing you said, Chris, too, when you were on, is that people were trying to inflate the number to 2-something. And, Alex, you didn't hear the interview, but Chris kept going, no, I'm happy with it. This is fine. Like, I don't need any more numbers attributed to me.
He was downplaying everything that day.
And on your show...
Let me be clear. I think in war, a sniper is an honorable position. People always try to, make it look bad. I've interviewed a lot of snipers like Colonel Craig Roberts and others when he did in Vietnam. And I'm not downplaying that, that Chris can't shoot a gnat off a fence post at 1,000 yards. I'm simply saying that it's well known, just like with the Army helicopter shooting up the Reuters van, that as far as turkey shoot goes, there were times when you just have all sorts of mayhem and people being blasted in all directions, and it's a lot easier to be a sniper in the desert or in those built-up mount areas than it was in, say, Southeast Asia. I mean, that's my point about turkey shoot. Clearly, Kyle, would it have been harder to make 1,000-yard, 2,000-yard shots in Vietnam in the jungle or from a rooftop into a desert?
Oh, I am not claiming my war is any harder than Vietnam, and I give the Vietnam vets all the props because they definitely fought a harder war, and I give Carlos Hathcock all the credit as being the greatest sniper to have ever lived.
And Alex,
that's all I was saying, guys.
Okay, something you said too, which I thought was a little unfair. But you said that Chris is bragging about shooting women, and the way you painted that, and we played the audio, was that here is this guy going over to Iraq and he's come back acting like he's hot shit for killing women. But when Chris described that shoot, he was really specific.
He was bothered by it.
About being bothered.
I read quotes, and in fairness, the media does take things out of context where it's talking about...
No, you take things out of context because you made it sound like he was bragging about shooting women.
But he didn't brag.
When if you listen to the actual interview and not transcripts, you would have heard Chris Kyle being very bothered by the fact that he shot a woman.
I didn't have time to watch the entire interview. All I saw was like a 3-minute clip on the internet.
No, we understand that, but we're saying was when you're quoting something and you're painting this guy, there's a big difference there. You were painting him as this cavalier ass who was bragging about shooting a woman, and what he was telling us Chris, I think, is that you made absolutely sure she had a grenade. You could see it through your scope. You were being told, yes, you have to take her out because she's walking towards Marines. Like, he saved U.S. soldiers' lives, but the way you painted him...
Look, all I'm saying is this. Even the Dallas Morning News said there's something creepy, and I'm not even saying this about Kyle, about on TV constantly, especially the host and people smacking their lips, and maybe that's where I'm picking this up. You guys didn't really do that, but some of the other shows getting all excited, tell us more about killing the people, tell us more. And it's just at a certain point, it's disgusting, and I don't want to hear about it. And I'm not saying Kyle's even bad for that. It's true. Now that I've seen more of the interviews with him, he's not the one getting off on it. Some of the hosts are. And I just know all the people I know from Vietnam, World War II, and places will never even talk about it. So I'm just saying, hearing all of this stuff. I mean, I remember one time I was at the deer camp, and I was about 10 years old. There were all these old World War II vets there in Buffalo, Texas, just south of Dallas, where we've got a ranch. And, Kyle's from that, general area. And I'm sitting there pulling on their leg at 5 a.m. while they're, cooking biscuits and gravy before we go hunting. Tell me a war story. Tell me a war story. Tell me a war story. And one old guy who was a tank commander going into Germany, he said, okay, there was this woman, looked like Marilyn Monroe, walked up and opened up her trench coat and pulled out a rifle, so we cut her in half. Now, there's your story. Don't ask me anymore. I understand that war is ugly. I've got all that stuff. All I know is I don't believe that Jesse Ventura said you deserve to lose a few, and unless he was drunk, and the problem is Jesse hasn't had alcohol in like 15 years because of blood clots. He has to take medicine for blood clots. And I know Kyle's saying that, now that I've seen him on O'Reilly, that he wasn't drinking. All I know is that the Jesse Ventura I know does not talk about and the troops, and always says, I mean, it's a line, he says the same stuff over and over again, that the troops are heroes, it's not their fault, it's the military, it's the politicians' fault for failing and sending them there and lying about WMDs. And so when Chris says that, I mean, and again, right now he sounds like a nice guy, so I'm completely blown away by this because Ventura sounds credible. Kyle, right now sounds calm and nice. And I mean, I don't know what kind of psyop this is or what this is, but let me just tell you, it's a big deal.
Well, okay. We do have a problem because Chris Kyle's saying it happened and Jesse Ventura saying it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And we heard some audio of you, and you said that you don't even believe Jesse Ventura was in the bar that day because he doesn't drink.
Well, yeah, that was probably then like last Thursday or Friday before I talked to Jesse. And then Jesse says, yes, I was there for graduation, but I wasn't there speaking. It was something about numbers that are the same as another class.
Yeah, we heard that part.
So you think Chris Kyle's lying?
I don't believe that Jesse Ventura said you deserve to lose a few.
No. All right, fair enough. But do you think Chris Kyle punched Jesse Ventura and knocked him down?
I told you that when I first was sitting there, they come in during a break when I was on the radio like last Thursday, and they said, have you seen this, from the Opie Anthony show? And I said, no, seen one. They said, here it is. They pulled it up on screen, and I started watching it. And he says, he was in there talking about the war, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, oh, well, maybe there was a fight. And then when he gets to the part about, you deserve to lose a few, I was like, that's a bunch of bull. And so that was my initial response, is that I can imagine Jesse Ventura, sometime making somebody angry, talking bad about the war, and some type of altercation ensuing. But the part about him saying that, I cannot see that happening. And now that Jesse denied it, I have to believe Jesse. And let me tell you, Jesse's so shocked that another Navy SEAL would say something like this because he thinks they're all honorable that, off air, well, he even said some of it on air. He's like, my God, Alex, do you think like they had a double in there? This is some type of psyop?
No, hold on. Chris, enough of the psyop. Now, Chris, is it possible that you and Jesse were arguing or you were debating and he said something to the effect of, it's only natural you're going to lose a few, or are you 100% sure that he said it and with the intention that you heard it?
No. I feel the opinion that he said exactly what I thought he heard. Some other guys that were standing right there.
Oh, they heard it as well?
And I feel horrible about it coming out the way it had, and I'm sorry I handled it the way I did on your show. I guess I should have just denied it and said, I don't know what you're talking about. And I had no idea. And after all this has come out, I've listened to different interviews of people trying to, say I'm lying and everything. I had no idea Mr. Ventura was thinking about public office, doing all this other stuff. I honestly have no idea who this Pearl guy is. So, no, I'm not part of some bigger thing trying to discredit him. And, yeah, I feel bad that now all of a sudden all this attention is on this. And I'm trying to get a story out there about, hey, y'all look at what the troops have to go through, take notice, and let's take care of these vets.
Well, Kyle, can I ask you a question?
Definitely.
You're setting up craft, and you say you're going to have basically diplomatic protection, training of law enforcement, all these groups. You've gotten awards from different international groups. I didn't know you'd be here, or I'd pull it up. I mean, have you gone to Israel and gotten police training?
No, sir.
So you haven't gotten awards from that American/Israel group that trains domestic U.S. police?
Well, I got a JINSA award, Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs. That's while I was still active. That was in 2005.
Yeah, well, just so you know, that's Richard Pearl, and he's known as the Prince of Darkness in the Pentagon. That's his nickname, but let's just expand on that for a moment. Do you know about the National Defense Authorization Act and how Congress just abolished the Posse Comitatus Act? I mean, you're a master sergeant, isn't it?
No, sir, I was a chief.
Chief, okay, a chief sergeant. I forget all these different titles and names. I mean, certainly you know what Posse Comitatus is.
What?
Sir, honestly, as far as when it comes to that, I have my business partners because my main concern is running the training side of the business.
I understand. But
what is Posse Comitatus? I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure I've caught it twice.
It means no worries for the rest of your days.
Why don't you shut up, Norton, and play some player?
I don't know. I don't know what Posse Comitatus means.
Oh, okay. That's the 1878 law barring the military from domestic law enforcement.
Oh, okay.
And Kyle, I mean, I'm just curious here. I mean, this sniper training and stuff. I mean, that's basically paramilitary training for the police, but I know they've had snipers before that. I'm just saying I see a lot of data points here, and I was thinking maybe you had been in an altercation with some big guy looked like Ventura. Maybe somebody told you that was Ventura. Maybe somebody put you up to talking about this, but, listening to you now, you sound dumbfounded. So I'm dumbfounded. I think that...
Leave the founded part off.
Yeah. Is it, Alex, is Jesse really that important in the end? That we have to take out Jesse Ventura and discredit him?
Okay, well, here's why Jesse's
It's a question. I don't know.
Okay, here's something I know isn't true. 100%. Because I probably talk to Jesse every few weeks or something, or he gives me a call, asks me about news.
Sorry about that.
Just get Ambien.
But my point is, I talked like 2 weeks ago. I called Jesse and I said, "When are you leaving the U.S.? Are you going to be driving through Texas? If you are in your RV, stop by my house." And he's like, "Well, I think I'm leaving, in about a week or so." And he said, "But let me call you in the next few days, and I'll come on the radio before I leave town." I said, "Great. Say hi to your wife. Bye." Next day, phone rings while I'm on air. Jesse Ventura's got some breaking news. He wants to come on. Now, I've just called him in Minnesota, talked to him.
What happened?
His wife got him off the elliptical machine. I know he's in Minnesota, and it's all over TMZ, Fox News, that Jesse Ventura is rubbernecking, recklessly driving in California trying to get to the airport. Well, Jesse hasn't flown in 16 months. Anyway, so Jesse's saying, "This is crazy. I think this is some dirty trick saying I'm, tailgating, being pulled over by police. I'm here in Minnesota." So he had to threaten TMZ to retract it. So first you have that false story come out. Fox runs with it. And then this other story comes out. And I'm telling you, if Jesse is lying, he is a better liar than even Herman Cain. If he's lying, he's one of the best liars I've ever seen.
So that means you're saying Chris Kyle's lying. Chris, there's no doubt in your mind that you punched Jesse Ventura that day, right?
Yes, sir, definitely. And Mr. West, you're a friend of Mr. Ventura's. I'd be more than happy if you would like to set up a time for me and him, not on the air, me and him to be able to talk, whether on the phone or in person. I'll be in California this week, and Vegas the week after. I'll be more than happy to sit down, me and him talk, and settle this thing.
Wow, that would be a newsworthy event.
Well, why even make it on the news? I mean, I'm trying to
Alex,
all the
what's wrong with
questions
you?
on this. He wants this thing to go away. I fully 100% believe I'm telling the truth. You believe him. I think him and I could definitely clear the air on this.
Sure. Well, Well, then I'll tell you what I'll do. If you can get me your number or your email, I'll give it to Jesse, and I know he's got.
Whoa! How about we do it on our show?
Well, no, I'm not even.
Whoa! What happened here?
He doesn't want to do it on any
How about
show.
we do a joint venture, Mr. Alex Jones?
If you want to get them both on together, that's fine.
We bring you Chris Kyle. You bring us Jesse. Let's do this.
That's fair.
Okay, I just don't think Jesse
in a cage. What?
I'm just trying to keep it from the public eye.
Right. Chris doesn't want it. Chris doesn't want a three-ring circus.
Hold on, Alex.
Chris, do you have audio Skype? Because the only thing that works from where he's at in the Baja is audio Skype to Skype. There's no phone lines, nothing. So I can. Look, I'll just send Jesse an email, and then I'll see if I can give you his Skype ID. I just need some way to give that to Mr. Kyle.
I do not have Skype.
We'll get it done off air. You don't want to give it on the air. We'll do it off air. That's easy. We'll just
one more.
Chris, just stay on hold when we finish and talk to our guy.
One more question for Alex Jones. I don't see the upside of Chris Kyle telling this story, considering his career in the military, and considering his new business there. Why would he take this chance and put this crazy lie out there?
Look, all I know is his book was already getting quite a bit of attention, but I mean, he got like 3 or 4 times the attention, and of course, it did kind of distract in a way, but he did get a ton of attention out of this.
Yeah, it sold a lot of books. We know that, but in the end, okay, you sell a lot of books, but you destroy your military career.
Well, I know this. That is what's happening, because I've looked at the different SEAL websites and stuff. They're all mad and saying, even if this is true, and they're all saying they didn't hear of it happening and they think they would have, that this makes it look like SEALs are all talking crap about each other. And it just makes the SEALs, I mean, even if you believe Ventura said that, it makes it horrible that he'd say lose some, and it makes it horrible that Chris Kyle would talk about it.
But as I can tell by the way you're talking, this Chris is not the way you thought, like you originally might have interpreted him. And I think that you're seeing he's a lot more of a real and believable guy.
Yeah, I mean, in the clips I've seen, especially on your show, I mean, he came off as kind of scripted on O'Reilly, and I see what you're saying, as he probably was nervous and so was just thinking about what he was going to say. And because I'm in the media so much, so are you guys. You almost forget you're even on air. It's like the opposite problem. You forget you're on air.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I got butterflies like I did 16 years ago. and then at the same time, when I saw him on your show, he just seemed kind of like smirky and arrogant. And, like it was real funny. And now he doesn't sound like that. So, I mean, it does sound different.
Alex, could you meet Chris maybe 1,000 yards south of the Stratosphere Hotel in Vegas? Yeah, he'll send you a message.
Hey, by the way, I'm from Texas, too, and I've shot a deer at 1,000 yards. I haven't shot an Iraqi at 2,600.
Yeah? Did the deer have a grenade?
700, 308. I
doubt
can
it.
shoot deer at 1,000 yards all day long.
You're all man, Alex.
Well, I'm not a Bronco rider. I mean, I didn't do it professionally like Kyle, but I have. I did work for a large animal vet for a couple of years, and I've run the electric dehorners and the hot shots, and I've inoculated 1,000 cows in one day.
All right, I think we're good, but we appreciate you guys.
Cow arms. Laying that.
We appreciate you both coming on, and Chris, we'll talk to you off air for a second.
Yeah, we're in a quandary, sir.
I believe Chris.
I believe Chris.
I think that, hey, look, they had a good discussion, and Chris explained himself.
Yeah.
And, all right, fair enough.
And Alex, officially, you believe Jesse?
Folks should go to Infowars.com or PrisonPlanet.com and watch the full interview at Infowars.com and see who you believe. Yes, I believe Jesse, but here's the deal, Chris. I guess I can contact your publisher and try to get your contact so I can put you in touch with Jesse?
Definitely.
Okay, well then I'll just tell your publisher to who should I contact with the publisher?
William Morrow.
No, but they're going to be getting so many calls. Just
wait, do it off air because you're going to have a bunch of names flying around.
Yeah.
We'll get it to you off air. The real name from Chris.
Yeah, I think it might be Ted Scheckler.
Well, whatever we do,
yeah, it's Ted Scheckler, Alex.
Situation, because this is definitely turning into a mess.
All right, we'll get it figured out.
Yeah, we do it all together, though. We do it all together nice.
Alex, thank you for coming on.
You bet, thank you.
Take care, buddy.
All right,
and,
Alex,
Chris,
enjoy the boneyard, all right?
Yes, appreciate that. And Chris, if you're not going to be in Phoenix January 27th and 28th when I'm working in Tempe, I meant to say Tempe at the Improv. Talk to our guy off the air and give him your info.
And if he's not going to be in Cleveland, because I'll be at the Improv that weekend, then he can come to that show.
Love the plugs.
Chris, you created a lot of talk there, sir.
Yes, man. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah,
thanks for having me, guys.
I don't see why you would lie about this one.
I don't either.
No doubt.
Yeah. So, when are these guys coming forward? You think the witnesses?
They're starting to now. They're already talking to other people, getting it all set up, and they're getting them all together.
Can we help in that way, or how are you guys going to do it? Because you got to get it to the media somehow.
That's what we're trying to figure out the best way to do this. That way, I'm trying to avoid a three-ring circus. I'm trying not to defame Mr. Ventura and, kind of trying to knock the legs out from him. I'm just trying to get all the guys together. I gave them the contact person of who they need to get in hold of and give their story, and then trying to figure out the best way to come out with this so it doesn't look like, this thing continues on and we're just here to bash him. We just want this thing to end and go away.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate you calling in today.
Take care, buddy. We'll talk to you off air.
Thanks, man.
All right, Chris, I'm putting you on hold. Hold on.
Wow. That's good.
Wow, that's cool.
I think Alex, hearing him talk, knows that this guy is not a bullshitter.
Exactly.
He ain't going to throw his friend under the bus, but you can listen to Chris Kyle.
Yeah, he's in one of those positions where he can't throw his friend.
Yeah, that was his.
You hear that, Alex?
Yes, I'm sitting here.
You heard that, right? You now believe Chris Kyle after you heard him on our show.
Jesus. Well, I think he's more believable.
No, I think, listen.
Where'd he go?
Oh, no.
In the first interview, he seems concerned.
Hello?
Situation. I just think this whole thing.
Hello?
Yeah?
Am I even on air? Because I hear the phone going on and off here.
Are you clicking off? Because I'm hearing half what you're saying.
Yeah, get a better phone. It's not our problem.
No, I'm sitting right here.
It's psyops.
So I'm sitting right here. Psyops is going on. They don't want what you have to say on the air for some reason.
No, I don't think that's what's happening. When I said
I don't think that's what's happening. You give us a proper response. No, I don't think that's what's happening.
I don't think. Au contraire.
Infowars.com.
Infowars.com. All right, Alex.
Enjoy your day, sir.
Alex.
I believe Jesse Ventura, and it's all going to come out.
Hey,
all right. We'll see.
The worst of Opie and Anthony presents Red, White, and Boo. More must-hear military moments coming up.
Hey, it's Troy. I'm kidding. It's Robert Kelly. I have a man voice. And I'm hosting Opie and Anthony's Red, White, and Boo, our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served their country proudly. In this segment, we talk to R. Lee Ermey. You know him as the drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket, but he's a former U.S. Marine Corps gunnery sergeant. That's right, he's the real fucking deal. We talked to him about his military service, but it quickly turns into being all about Full Metal Jacket. Bye.
The worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hoorah! Here's Gunny.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Great. Fantastic now.
I'm proud of you guys. Satellite radio is the rage of the age. I have it in both of my cars. And
what are you on? What kind of cars?
Wouldn't trade it for anything.
What kind of cars? You got the Willys?
I'm rich and I've never bought a new car in my life. I'm just too conservative.
Is that it?
I have an 86 Mercedes SEC that I'm customizing, and it's I have another 450 SL Mercedes that's a 77.
Yeah.
Wow. But I like the old cars.
You like the older ones?
The new ones are all plastic. You know that.
What do you listen to on XM?
Everything.
Everything?
Everything.
You check out Dylan's show yet?
Don't know. You have to understand that my time in the car is pretty limited, and it's from L.A. and I live in Palmdale, west of Palmdale, not in the desert. And
why would he listen to that goddamn hippie?
So what I generally tune into is drive time talk political shows,
right,
because I need to stay abreast of what's going on politically.
Yeah, I love watching Mail Call. It's one of my favorites.
It's one of my favorites too.
Letters, but you get to do some stuff that dream come true.
It's the coolest job in the world. I was telling the guys out there in the green room just a while ago that Monday I spent the entire day down in Tennessee. flying a P-51 Mustang.
Oh.
And dogfighting and doing barrel rolls, and it was a 1945 vintage P-51.
Wow.
What a fantastic day! A mail call episode.
Nothing came up.
Absolutely not. I don't do that.
You don't throw up. You didn't throw up.
It's all mind over matter. I don't blow chunks. You know, it would be an embarrassing situation if I did. I've done the F-15. I've done so many different airplanes and every helicopter in the military's arsenal. And if I blew chunks, that
would be embarrassing.
They wouldn't invite me back.
No,
we got to introduce you to Bob Kelly because this guy. All you have to all you have to say is whatever, and he'll puke.
Yeah,
he's the worst.
I did the Mustang in California for $1,000. Marine pilots will take you up 6,000 feet and give you the stick. In Torgasm.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the plane you flew in Torgasm?
Yeah, you basically, they go ahead. I mean, they're still there.
Of course they're there.
You're just doing
in your case, I wish they would have jumped out with a chute.
It's easy to fly.
It's very easy to fly, but literally at 6,000 feet, he goes, you do this to the stick, the plane goes like that, and you don't puke when you come back level and you see the horizon and you're still doing this after doing 4 Gs, I threw up twice. I filled up both bags. They changed my call sign to snacks to 2 bags.
Now you know why they charge $1,000. It probably cost half that to get somebody to clean the mess up.
Clean the chunks out of the.
My wife is prone to seasickness, car sickness. You can't even drive across a bridge without her getting sick.
No,
I got sick in a Chinook when I went to Iraq to do some comedy, and they take you up in the Chinook helicopters, I think they're called, with the 50 cals in the window, the open.
It's old school. I'm sure Gunny spent enough time in some Chinooks.
Chinooks, the 46 is my favorite, the OCH 46. It's being replaced right now with the Osprey.
Hey, you see what's going on here, by the way? Bob Kelly's trying to make his puking sound cool.
He's trying to toughen up his throwing up in front of Gunny.
I was at 6,000 feet.
You saw a woman that had
throw up like a man. Right?
Let me explain, though. This week alone, we had a fat girl come in with a hernia sticking out of her belly button. He puked.
Yeah, he threw up when he looked at it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I might kind of have a little problem with that myself.
It was a hernia. You could see the food pulsating through.
Oh, beautiful.
I actually saw her twin. Her twin winked at me through the hernia.
Kind of like watching a horror show.
I just got to ask you about a little bit of your history and stuff. How did you get into acting? What went from the military to acting? How did you
11
pull
years
that off?
in the Marine Corps. I was a grunt. I was an instructor most of my tenure in the Marine Corps, and got hurt in Vietnam. Got retired out. I kept showing up for work, but they did retire me, and I've been with the Marine Corps for 45 years. I'll be with the Marine Corps till I die. I've been to the Far East or the Middle East 3 times, 2 weeks at a time. The Marine Corps gives me a couple of helicopters and CH-46 as a rule, and off into the combat zone I go. I wear the uniform, the flak jacket, Kevlar helmet.
I've seen on Mail Call and other shows where you're in the Middle East, you're with the troops, and are you surprised and flattered of the respect that you get from these soldiers? Because you do.
No, I've earned that respect. I'm part of the Marine Corps. I take great pride in serving. I'll never let them down. I'll always be there for them. Nothing quite like jumping up on the hood of a Humvee out in the middle of the combat zone and getting the troops to laugh at your corny jokes,
The way they treat you, though, is like you got stars on your shoulders. That's how they like it.
I don't know. Because everybody knows me. I spend about 200 days a year with the military, and so these guys all know me, and they respect me because I treat them as they should be treated, with respect. And how did I get started? I found myself retired, standing outside the gate of the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego with my sea bag at my side, and that's all I owned in this world, thinking, what the hell am I going to do now, because I have no education to speak of. And then I thought, Hollyweird is just up the road, 40 miles. I can go to Hollyweird. I wrote a script, and I was a good instructor. And in order to keep tired recruits, 1,000 recruits awake and laughing at your corny jokes, you got to be pretty on your toes. So anyway, I was a good instructor. I figured, what the heck? I wrote a script. I went to Hollywood and I did comedy clubs for a year. I was up there doing comedy. And God help the individual that heckled this.
It's down in his face.
Talk about drive something up the wrong side of your body. Yeah. But that worked out good. And then one of my buddies, and I was sleeping on people's couches, and YMCA was good. But and I didn't have a car, couldn't afford a car. But a friend of mine told me, "Hey, Gunny, they're getting ready to do Vietnam War shows over in the Philippines." So I was single. I packed my gear and packed up my little sea bag and jumped on space available at George Air Force Base and went back to the Philippines, met the right people, and got involved.
And that
rest of it's history.
And that movie was.
Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, of course it was.
You're talking Full Metal Jacket.
Of course it was.
That was film number 5, by the way.
Was it?
That was film number 5, and in a previous film I had taken, I was technical advisor.
Oh, Boys in Company C.
Yeah.
I think it was before.
Boys in Company C,
before.
Purple Heart, Siege of Firebase Glory, it goes on. But I was able to take a role away from an actor, and they put him on the airplane, sent his young tail back to Hollywood, and I did his shtick.
Must have been very
so
impressed.
I knew you could take roles away from actors.
Now, since you weren't an actor walking into that, but you had done stand-up, wasn't that just a one-shot of you going around the troops at the beginning, giving your speech? I don't remember seeing a cut, and you had a lot of dialogue there.
Want to hear it?
I don't doubt.
I'll give you the clean version.
No, you can satellite.
Oh, you're okay with the bet?
You can say
anything you want to say.
Okay, this is not family related.
No.
It gets nasty. Okay, here you go. I am Gunnery Sergeant Ermey. I am your senior drill instructor. From now on, you will speak only when spoken to. The first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, sir. Do you maggots understand that?
Yes, sir.
Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sound off like you've got a pair.
Yes, sir.
If you ladies leave my island, if you survive recruit training, you will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death praying for war. But until that day, you're pukes. You're scumbags. You're the lowest form of life on earth. You're not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but a lot of little unorganized, grabastic pieces of civilian shit. My orders are to weed out all non-hackers who do not pack the gear to serve in my beloved Corps. There is no racial bigotry here. Here we do not look down on niggers, kikes, wops, or greasers. Here you are all equally worthless. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
That's your stairway to heaven. That's your stairway to heaven.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first time I've done that in about a year.
I was going to ask.
To see you do that, though, live is like, Zeppelin. Watching Led Zeppelin do Stairway.
Yeah.
My favorite line in the entire movie was something that I came up with. I lost my way, and I'm not the type of guy that will just stop. I'll continue until I get back on track and then finish the scene. But my favorite line came out of nowhere, and it was, "You look like the kind of person that would fuck a person in the ass and not even have the goddamn common courtesy to give him a reach around. I'll be watching you." And Stanley Kubrick jumped off the camera truck and said, "Lee, what's a reach around?" Use your imagination, Stanley.
Poor Stanley.
But that was a tremendous show. I loved doing that show, and I wrote most everything that I did in the show.
Yeah.
And Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I was allowed to do a lot of ad-libbing.
Great.
So the first time I did the sheriff in the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there really wasn't anything written for the sheriff. So I had to basically come up with almost everything that we did. And it got to the point where we would do the scene the way that it was written. Then the director would say, "Okay, Lee, you do one." And they would let me do mine. And it was always mine that showed up in the show.
Well, that's what people want to see, That's what they want to see out of you.
Worked out great.
Great, man.
Bring your barf bag. It's a bit hard.
Yeah, there you go. That's for you.
We had over a $15 million budget, and they tell me half of that was spent on stage blood.
Now is it
nice and gruesome? Good.
I know it's gruesome, but is it scary? I mean, is it like Leatherface was like, oh man, this guy's coming.
There's a couple things that really bother us psychologically. One is we would never want to be eaten by an animal such as a white shark or a tiger.
Right.
You'd be attacked and eaten by an animal. That sucks.
Pretty horrific.
That really sucks. Yeah. And the other thing is being cut by a damn chainsaw.
Yeah.
No. Just the sound of that thing cranks up. And,
it's not a clean wound.
No. It's a ripping thing.
That's...
a chainsaw had been cutting wood. It's not sharp.
No. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it because the first one, like I said, was great.
You know what else is scary though? A man with a badge who's psychotic. That's what scares me. A cop, because you know, as soon as you see him, you trust him. That's a cop. You're going to save me. But then to find out he's a fucking lunatic.
And he can do what he wants
and
with
he's bringing
impunity.
to his creepy son.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, I'm fucked.
My guy, the sheriff, is. I think Sheriff Hoyt is the second most favorite part that I've ever done.
Really,
I really enjoy him. I take every role that I do, and I've done 75 feature films, and every role that I've ever done, every character, I always push it to the limit. I try to get it right up where he doesn't go over the edge, but he's right up to the limit. Mm-hmm. Nothing aggravates me more than a director saying, take it down, bring it down a couple of notches, and less is more, which we know is a crock of shit. Less is not more. I don't know who came up with that, but they're full of crap.
Guy with a small dick.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Somebody who's sexually insecure. There you go.
The guy you're stealing the scene from.
But this guy with the big one knows where to go, And the beautiful thing about Sheriff Hoyt is, God, he's a sexually perverted homicidal maniac. There is no over the damn top with this guy, and they just let me go berserk, and I have a great time doing him. He's fun.
Looking forward to seeing it.
Can we ask about your ring?
Yeah, I'm looking at that diamond. I can't take my eyes off.
That would be the mother of all Marine Corps rings.
Oh, yeah.
I went to my old ring I wore on my right hand. That's my change pocket, and I wore the emblem off of it over the years. And about 10 years ago, my wife asked me what I'd like for Father's Day. And I said, well, I pretty much need a new ring. We looked all over the PXs and couldn't find, they were the common, usual, not so cool rings. Mm-hmm. And so I sat down and I made a couple of sketches and gave her a pat on the butt and sent her off to the jewelry store. And she had this guy make this thing. It turned out a little bit larger than what I had in mind. On paper.
I thought you were a rapper.
It's the Super Bowl ring of the Marine Corps.
For you're bigger than life, you ought to have a big ring.
But if you're secure in your masculinity, a man can wear jewelry,
That's true.
How many carats? I don't want to. A diamond.
That's 4 carats.
Oh wow!
But it didn't just. It wasn't
the jeweler's
born.
Loop out of your eye, Rich.
It wasn't born being 4 carats. It was actually when it originally was made. It was a ½ carat. And then every year, every Father's Day thereafter, my wife would take it down to the jewelry store and kick it up a notch, And I do the same for her. So it was an investment, basically. Yeah. Over 10 years, it's evolved into a 4-carat diamond from a ½ carat.
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Well, you could call them kids. They're old kids. They're all over 20.
Imagine him being your dad, though. Having to wake up, you're late for school in the morning. I don't want to go. Get
your just fucked up, boy.
Look, like
it's worse like Great Santini.
Like it's yesterday.
Right? Yeah. The Great Santini done it so much better than I did, though. I was kind of a failure when it come to being a father, simply because I was just gone all the time. And so I would come home. I would be home for a few days, just long enough to get him squared away, get the baggy pants off the boy, and get the skateboard away from him, and the next thing, I'd be on the airplane going away. I'd come home, and the wife would have taken him shopping by then, and he had all brand new baggy pants. She was a pushover, and I was the disciplinarian. But problem was the disciplinarian was always gone.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do?
Did you make him cut his hair? Did he have to have a short haircut?
They were pretty neat up until probably when they were 16, 17 years old, and the hair is growing. My son has a lot of hair right now, and I point that out to him occasionally. That
Yeah.
he has too much hair.
Doesn't seem like you're very happy about it.
Yeah, but so be it. You know, it doesn't do anything. He obviously he doesn't have enough respect for me to go cut his hair. So one of these days I'll have to come home with a couple of big guys, take him down, and just cut the dog shit out of his butcher his ass. You know? Teach him a lesson.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm sure that will work just great.
Wow.
He'll love me forever.
Yeah, don't hold back, man. You can speak freely.
Did you hate? I mean, after you were done doing stand-up, were you glad? I mean, compared to acting, I mean, did you just hate the world around stand-up?
More money.
Yeah.
A lot more money. That's the only difference. I love doing stand-up. It's fun, and it's instant recognition, gratification.
Yeah, Rich.
And
what was better, a Chuckle Hut or Full Metal Jacket?
No.
Well, you know, no. Well, the thing is, the movies go on and on and on, you know, and like Full Metal Jacket, you know, we did that 20 years ago.
I know, it's amazing.
And it still goes strong today. There's not a day goes by where I don't sign a number of copies of Full Metal.
Yeah. I did a thing for the troops called Full Metal Comedy. Right. I went over there.
You just compared yourself.
Are you insane?
Compare yourself to a legend, you fucking blimp. How dare go puke in the bathroom, you jackass.
Put your midget hand down.
Okay.
Don't point at me with that finger. You use your elbow if you're going to point at me.
No discipline
I have
in
a
here.
concept to throw up to you here.
Yeah.
See what your opinion is. Now, we've done 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacres. Probably are. Chances are we will do a sequel to the prequel. And I was thinking, you know, right in the middle of the last show, I was starting to dribble and droodle and write and think about ideas. I think a huge, tremendously successful show would be a spoof on Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I was thinking about, I would name it. It would be a musical, comedy musical. And it would be, I would call it New York Hacksaw Manicure. You know? Could you just imagine?
All right, who's going to do it?
Sergeant, you can imagine Sheriff Hoyt and Leatherface up there dancing around like a couple of fairies to, you know.
What happened?
Start up the.
Why don't you yell at him, Voss? You angry little Jew. Yell at him.
First of all,
he just said something about a manicure.
So he made the right decision with acting. But here's the thing: he could take that ring and put a dent in my head if he wanted to right now.
And he should.
The other day, a fly. I was watching news in the hotel room, and there was a damn fly, and it landed on my head. And not even thinking, I hit that fly, and it nearly knocked me out. I saw stars for about a minute after that. You know? But this ring is a lethal weapon. I have to be very careful with that, you know?
God damn. Well,
my point was with that thing is that back then you say now comics make more money now. Because if you go, actors are actually turning into comics.
Dane Cook makes more money now.
You know how much money
Stop
he'd
with
make
comics.
doing stand-up? If he could fill a club. I mean, he'd make $30,000 a night.
But it's only the few. You know, it's only the few. It's the Eddie Murphys and the Whoopi Goldbergs. And it's like, you know, only a few of the comics really do make the big bucks. All the rest of them are stuck on Saturday Night Live making $150 a week.
That's my
back
point.
In the old days, there was no money. I got paid $100 a stand-up when I was doing stand-up.
And what do you make, Rich?
Where was that? That's good.
$100?
Doing stand-up? Who are you talking to? I'm Rich Voss.
Do you know Rich Voss? Do you know Rich Voss from Last Comic Standing?
From Last Comic Standing, a tough crowd with Colin Quinn.
Yes, I watch.
Yeah.
Do you know him from it?
If you seriously, if you recognize, just walking the street, me or him, who do you think you would recognize more, me or?
I wouldn't recognize either one of them.
Good answer. Thank God.
You, sir.
And I'm so glad Norton isn't here. I am so glad Jimmy Norton isn't here because it would upset me if you did recognize Jimmy. And Jimmy is a big fan.
The tough part is, you know, there's a lot of actors that are doing singing now. You know, they're going to singing. Of course, if you have a hit record, you make money. Mm-hmm. But you can sing all damn day and not have a hit record, and you're not going to make beans. You know, it's like writing that book. You first of all have to make back the $35,000 advance they gave you before you make a penny. Well, I wrote a book about 3 years ago, and the advance is all I saw.
That was it?
That was it, you know, and it's a good book, and they sold a bunch of copies, but it's got to be Harry Potter, you know, in order to make money on it.
What was it about?
Called Mail, Called the Book. And I took a bunch of the old scripts, and I hate to waste my time, and I'm sitting on the airplane 5 hours going from L.A. to New York, and from New York to L.A. and Seattle and Washington, D.C., and I'm wasting my time. So I got all the old scripts from Mail Call, and I went back, and all the research was done already. So I went back, and I just did I did a book.
Yeah.
I wrote a book and changed everything, of course, as far as dialogue and the way it works. But pictures, put some pictures in there, and I wrote a book, and they've sold thousands of copies. I know I've done book signings, and I've sold at least 10,000 copies of the book.
But you didn't see.
No, I haven't seen a dime. Haven't seen a dime. You got to sell 1 million.
You need a biography.
Wow. And the biggest problem is with these actors that are going into like stand-up, for instance. Okay, it should be the other way around, because from stand-up you go into acting, and there's where the big bucks is. Unless you are the main guy on the ticket, you don't make any money. You get the audience warmed up. As well as I do. You've been there, did that.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah,
you go and warm up the audience for Eddie Murphy, and what do you get? You get $250, $300,
and the fat chick.
Yeah, and the fat chick. That's it. But the fat drunk chick.
You should definitely write a book, a biography.
Yeah, biography.
You're in Vietnam, you said, right?
Well, I'm going to write a biography, but I'm not done yet, guys.
Yeah, I know, right? He's not done.
I'm so young. I want to wait until I get old.
Don't you want to have the money?
Then I want to sit around and write a book,
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
I want to wait. Actually, I want to wait until my dad dies, because I have a lot of really filthy, nasty things to say about him, and I don't want to have to do it while he's still alive.
He's worried about his dad, not his wife or his kids.
You can tell one story for us.
You gotta have something.
No, my dad had me totally convinced when I was a kid that I thought my name was stupid. Until I went in the Marine Corps, and they pointed out the fact that my first name was Ronald, my middle name was Lee, and last name was Ermey. I thought it was just stupid. Ermey.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, he had all of us totally. I mean, you don't call yourself, "Hey, idiot, come here." Well, that's my father, okay, in his drunken stupor. So it was like that's what I put up with, and that's what I was convinced by the time I got in the Marine Corps, that I was a total loser, a total idiot. And it, thank God for my 3 drill instructors. They pulled me out of that ditch, cleaned me off, and hosed me down and put me in the right direction, and convinced me that there wasn't much in this world that I couldn't accomplish if I set my mind to it.
Is that what drove you into the Corps? Like
I was in the Marine Corps the day I was 17. I was on the bus, man. I was getting the hell out of Dodge. Yeah, I grew up on a farm in Kansas, a little farm, and my dad was an alcoholic tyrant, and he had 6 boys. That might have a little something to do with why he was an alcoholic tyrant. 6 boys. Ooh, can you imagine? 1 year apart. I guess Mom and he didn't figure out what caused that, until it was way too late. 6 kids later, they figured out how that happened. So, and on the farm back in the early 50s, we didn't have electricity. So, well, hell, when it got dark, you went to bed. Well, what do you do when you go to bed? You make babies, right? So he's got to have some entertainment. Didn't have TV back in those days.
It's just screwing is all you had to do.
That's it. Just go screw your brains out.
Wow.
Just go to bed. Come on, baby, let's go to bed.
Make another baby.
Yeah, my first wife was, oh, Jesus, again? Didn't we just do this last week? Excuse me.
We have
but are
television.
You abnormally oversexed? Jeez, baby.
Do you talk to your father now?
My dad's okay. He and I can't be in the same room for much more than 10 or 15 minutes. He and I believe we're differently politically. We're different. He is one of these Democrats that is totally 100% a Democrat, and I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is why are you a Democrat? I asked him, you can ask him who is the president of the United States. He can't tell you. He don't know who the vice president is. He voted for the Democrat on the ticket. He can't tell you what that guy's name was, and he can't tell you what he believed in or what he stood for. All he knows is that back in the 50s, the Democrats were union men. And he's a union man, and the reason he got decent pay when he worked for the railroad was because they went on strike and the Democrats backed them up, the unions, and
Wow.
as far as he's concerned, he goes into the booth, the voting booth. He and his wife is instructed, and she's a yes lady. And they go in and they punch everything with a D beside it. They will not listen to, if they see something, political person on TV that might be talking about, I'm running for president and I would like to have your vote and this is what I stand for. Blink, he changes the channel. He didn't want anything to do with that.
How
crap.
old a gentleman is he now?
He's 82 and he's not a gentleman. Don't
82.
make that mistake.
Okay. I was being respectful.
No.
I'm an ass.
No sense in being respectful. He's okay, but he and I get along fine now because I can kick his ass. But it was a hard time growing up, and I was number 2. I had an older brother, and then I was number 2, and number 2 is always the guy that sucks hind tit, eats the shit. And I was the guy that it was always my fault.
Did you ever have that moment with your father where you finally crossed over, like you've been in the Corps for a while and you came, did you visit and then show him, like, listen, motherfucker?
No, I had to beat him at
and
arm wrestling.
Was that it?
Yeah, that was the only way I got the upper hand.
I was picturing some big dramatic scene of you taking your hat off and, come on, hit me.
Yeah, when I pinned him, and then I looked him straight in the eyes and said, and now you have some kind of an idea about what I might be able to do to you if you fuck with me anymore, you cocksucker.
Oh, wow. Uncomfortable.
But
Everybody looks away.
But he came around. Dad's not a bad guy. I get along okay with Dad now, but we have an understanding. I have my beliefs. He has his beliefs. I grew up in a Democratic family, but I'm an independent.
Yeah.
I don't really agree with everything that the Republicans do, and I certainly don't agree with what the Democrats do. But, I'm one of those guys that I've remained independent so that I can look at the individual, and I make up my mind, by listening to what his ideas are, and I want to vote for the guy that's going to do the best thing he can for this country. Mm-hmm. What's pissed me off here lately is the Democrats and the Republicans. That seems to me like they've evolved into a situation where they vote for what's good for the party, not what's good for you and I or America, and that bugs me.
All right. Very good. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Guys, thanks for having me on board. It's been a pleasure being here. Semper Fi. Y'all have a great rest of the day, okay?
Hoorah! This is the worst of Opie Anthony. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. Red, white, and boom! Here's your host, Iraq War hero, Robert Kelly.
Hey, it's Robert Kelly, and I'm hosting Opie and Anthony's Red, White, and Boo. Our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served their country proudly. In this segment, we discover some of the old recordings of a DJ during the Vietnam War. Hello, Vietnam! That guy? No. In this segment, we discover some old recordings of a DJ during the Vietnam War, who turned out being a former U.S. airman who were broadcasting illegally from a makeshift studio in the back of a whorehouse. This is the legend of David Rabbit.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Speaking of Vietnam, I brought in a bit of audio today.
Spuds Buckley in the Nam?
No.
Didn't me and you fly a blimp over Hanoi?
No.
And bomb? No? Oh, I thought we did something like that.
Well, we started a bit, I don't know, over a month ago now, old school Opie and Anthony. Basically because I'm finally unloading, boxes and boxes of stuff. And today I bring to the show a radio show from 1970.
I remember that was the year we first got together.
No!
We were in Vietnam.
Old school Opie and Anthony doesn't mean it's all just our stuff.
Oh.
It's just stuff I've had in boxes for a very, very long time, and I found this, and wow, it's Dave Rabbit. This guy, like E-Rock was doing some research on this guy. I had no idea. I've had this tape. Actually, my good friend Stork.
Yes.
Stork from Huntington. He turned me on to this guy, Dave Rabbit, and we've had this tape for years. I've had this tape probably for like 20 years at this point. And I gave it to E-Rock. It's on a cassette.
another one of these cassettes, and E-Rock went through it and did some research. And I guess he's a hero on the internet, right?
Yeah, there's been this big thing surrounding him. They never knew who the actual guy was up until a couple of years ago, when the guy finally came out and said, "No, this was
that
me."
was me."
And there's been clips of his broadcast circulated through the military for years, and nobody knew who he was. He has merchandise and everything that he made by hand back in 1970, where he was just drawing on old
made out of ears and teeth.
No kidding. He would have some kind of paint, and he would just draw on these old sweatshirts and have Vietnamese kids selling them on the street for like $2-3.
Wow!
And these things are big collector's items. And now he's residing in Dallas, Texas.
So
how old is he?
He's
late
40, late 50s.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, this tape is what, 37
Wait a minute.
to 38 years? No, he's got to be
late 50s, 1970.
Well, maybe
is 37 years ago.
So he could have been 20.
Okay, I suppose so.
Yeah,
the youngsters were going to Vietnam, so
I think he's like 59.
All right, that's about right. All right, let's call him right around 60. And this isn't Good Morning Vietnam stuff, by the way, because Jimmy asked me before the show.
No.
This is not high energy. This is a guy that is smoking a lot of weed or dropping something, because he talks about acid a lot.
Some of the dope.
And he's just doing a show for the guys in the field, and these guys are listening on their little transistor radios, wondering if they're going to survive the day.
Yeah. Oh, is that him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why has he got to wear camo if he's on the radio?
I don't know. So his name's Dave Rabbit, and,
he's going on a mission, I tell you, because we were all in camouflage when we bombed that TV station open.
Well, we had to take out the communications.
Yes, we did.
So
Wait, what did you yell at those people again?
I don't remember.
You did remember?
No, I don't
remember.
I really, I don't remember. Anyway, continuing the old school Opie and Anthony bit we started a while ago. I present you with Dave Rabbit today from 1970, 1971. Just a taste here. We got a bunch of clips.
How did nobody know who he was? Were his pictures new, or were they always out, or no?
No, the pictures only came out a couple years ago. He actually released a letter to a couple of press organizations, stating the history behind the tapes, who he was, etc. Everything but his real name.
Yeah, I need to know more about this guy. So here we go. Dave brings the truth and hard acid rock. Listen to this.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host for the next 3 hours of hard acid rock music, Dave Rabbit. For those of you who have just recently come into the Republic of Vietnam, I'd like to give you a little information about it so your mind won't be quite so blown when you hear such words as and words of that nature. We're an underground radio station here, and we say what we feel like saying, and we bring the truth to the first termers in the Republic of Vietnam. You got to change your evil ways. We also bring you hard acid rock music all through the night. The up-to-date music of today's American youth.
I like this guy, man.
That's
cool
pretty
is
cool.
that?
That's not good, but
that's like,
this is the real deal, man.
That's history.
How crazy is that?
I like that stuff.
Guys, he sounds like he has a cool voice.
Yeah.
Like Rod Serling.
Yeah.
And he just sounds high.
Yeah. Oh, he's probably so goddamn high.
Yeah.
Now, underground, does that mean like he ran it or he was renting space? How does that work? Do you know
you know what? I didn't know anything about this guy. E-Rock is actually helping me out.
He tried to get a job on the Armed Force Radio Network. He was interning there.
Which is the Good Morning Vietnam type of guys. Right.
They wouldn't let him go on the air. They wouldn't let him touch any of the equipment, so he just hung around and watched how they did everything. Through some creative trading, he got some equipment and was renting a room in the back of a whorehouse in Vietnam. And they tiled the studio with these 1-inch tiles and mattresses, so to kind of deaden the sound, so you wouldn't hear all the sex going on around while they were broadcasting. So it's him and 2 other servicemen are doing their show in the back room and just transmitting. First, they started illegally. They were tapping over the Armed Force Radio Network signal, before their time check and everything at 8 o'clock. At 7:59, they were saying Armed Forces opening up a second channel, flip to 69 on your FM dial there, and listen to Radio First Termer. And then at 8 o'clock, the signal would hit and the radio network would kick in. So then everybody flipped over to 69 and started listening to this for like a year and a half.
Did you intern for them, Iraq? Because I know you made the rounds a lot of radio stations.
Yeah.
No?
No.
Oh.
Why did you? This is what's his name? David Rabbit. And I like the garlic butter saw.
Garlic butter saw here in country.
Isn't that a great story? That was underground radio, man. He was like telling the real truth of what was going on, in the field.
This is your first time in the Republic of Vietnam. Try the garlic butter saw and the acid.
Yeah. You want to hear a little more?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, this is Dave Rabbit. A message from the latrine walls. He used to do a bit. He did bits. Simple bits, but it was called A Message from the Latrine Walls, giving you information.
During the night, we're going to be reading some of the things off the latrine walls around the Republic of Vietnam.
No.
One of them. While I'm home, my wife is my right hand. While I'm away, my right hand is my wife. Cooking from the Big 69.
From the Who.
The Who.
Yeah.
Opera Tommy. Pinball Wizard.
How cool is that?
As you just blast in a 50 cal over a trench.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think they were trying to find this guy, too. He was getting way too popular. They didn't want... They didn't
pretty dirty for the day, huh?
Yeah. Well, there was no FCC. Right? You're in the middle of nowhere.
Of course not.
You want one more before the break?
I want many more. I love this guy.
This guy's got a great delivery.
More.
I want to start doing that.
More Dave Rabbit.
Yeah, let's just all talk as much like him.
Dave Rabbit.
Pinball Wizard by The Who. I've had quite a few letters recently concerning some of the different items that Radio First Termer has to offer his followers. And one of the biggest things is the official Dave Rabbit sweatshirt. For those of you who are unaware of what a Dave Rabbit sweatshirt is, I'll tell you. It's a white sweatshirt. On the front of it, it has a large white rabbit. And the rabbit's is completely The rabbit is carrying a sign. On the sign, it reads, it, before it you. If you like one of these Dave Rabbit sweatshirts, send a postcard along with $2.98. Dave Rabbit sweatshirt, Radio Saigon, Underground, APO in Country, 96969. Cream. White cream. And the hits just keep on coming.
How cool is that?
He's my favorite radio person ever.
Yeah, that guy's delivery's great. The material's great.
I've had this tape for over 20 years, man. Finally found it in a box.
Let me ask you a question, though. With this guy, if he's giving out an address and stuff like that, and he's got letters, how could he do that? If the government wanted him gone, they would have traced him. So how did that happen?
From what I understand, a lot of that stuff, the government was having a hard time because it would go to fake businesses or just farm people. Like, here's the address, and then there'd just be a farmhouse there. And they would just drop the mail off at these places, and somebody would eventually come around and pick it up.
Oh, okay.
The guy was just a tech geek that figured out how to freaking do a radio show in the middle of Vietnam.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
So let's go right back to the tape. It's Dave Rabbit, 1970, 1971. And he talks about taking a bathroom break here. Listen to this.
Cream with white room.
Oh, he was a chatty Cathy, by the way, because he was talking after every song, I noticed. Oh, boy, would the PD have a field day with this guy.
He was talking well into the song, too.
Oh, I know, over the vocals. He didn't give a crap. That's why I love this guy. Breaking all the rules.
Yeah.
Cream with white room.
White.
We're going to let this next one roll on through. Why? Well, for one reason, I've got to go take a big, heavy
Heavy.
Barring unforeseen incidences that may occur during my trip to the latrine, such as being picked up for marijuana or stopping in and getting a quick with one of the whores down the hall, I'll be back to finish this goddamn program.
I love this guy.
Hilarious. Jesus. He got away with more in Vietnam in 1971 than we do now.
Yeah. But Howard was the first, you know. Of course you were, Howard.
This guy's a shock jock.
Ignore all the people that came before you. That's great. Way to know the biz. Wow, how great is that? Like we explained during the last break, the guy was broadcasting a show from the back of a whorehouse. So hence the,
Yeah, getting a beep from one of the whores.
What do you want to get? Probably a cup of flour?
Yeah,
Marmalade?
Hello? Borrow some sugar, please?
Yeah.
Could you put it in your beep?
Let's go to...
Beep.
Never mind.
Let's go to Wes, the trucker. Wes.
Good morning, Bubba Boy.
Hey, man.
Hey, I'll make this quick. Tell me this guy doesn't sound like Space Shuttle Endeavor.
Yeah, a little bit.
Endeavor.
A lot of people saying he sounds like Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Rod Serling. Who else? There's a couple others that came in. Damone?
No, it's all about Rod Serling.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's hear more of this guy.
All right, here we
That's
go.
all I want to hear.
Well,
let's cancel Lewis Black and cancel Terry O'Quinn and listen to him.
Now we'll play more tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm saving the good stuff for tomorrow, where he's tripping on the air, completely tripping on the air, and openly admitting it because he has no bosses.
I'd love to know who was able to trip in Vietnam. Wow.
Yeah, well,
that would be a creepy trip.
I hear it was very popular.
Oh, well, of course.
Tom just came down the hall and told me I can't mention that because they're not advertised.
This doesn't. It doesn't make good radio to trip on the air.
No,
that's right.
You kidding me? Someone is tripping on the air, and I'm listening every day.
Of course,
every day. Here's we get to meet Captain Ivan Pansy, and he does the weather for Dave Rabbit. I haven't listened to this tape, by the way, in easily 10 years.
Time for another weather report from the 22nd Attachment of the 30th Weather Squadron with Captain Ivan Pansy.
Oh, my God.
All right, Captain, you're on the air.
Darling. My darling Clemens. Oh. Thank you, Dave, and good evening, everyone. This is your Midnight Cowboy, Captain Ivan Pansy, with tonight's weather. Stop it, Ralph. Tonight's weather is kind of screwed up, mainly because I've been kind of hopped up on goofballs and haven't made the report up yet. Anyway, we'll give it a go and see how badly I can screw it up tonight. Today's high was 146 degrees in the shade. Don't know what it was in the sun. Wasn't stupid enough to go out in it. Well, tonight's low should get down to 69 degrees. Hey, 69. It sounds like a well-rounded number. The sun will rise at 0645 hours for you lifers and 6:45 a.m. for you first termers. It will shed at 1945 hours for the maggots and 7:45 p.m. for the first termers. Well, Dave, that's about the way it looks on the weather scene for tonight. This is your Midnight Cowboy for the Saigon, the Trang, Phan Rang area. Captain Ivan Pansy, wishing you all a good good evening. Now, Ralph, now stop it. Now, how many times have I told you to stop it?
Thank you, Captain Pansy and Ralph.
Ralph. Thank you, Captain Pansy and Ralph.
Captain Pansy rules.
They were just having a good old time.
You sound like JFK, Captain Pansy.
Oh, yeah. I think that's what he was going for.
Just doing little bits and characters. They got a cast.
A cast of characters.
And this was done in 1970?
Yeah, you know.
Don't even friggin' tell me who invented what. Jesus.
It's always been out there, to be honest with you.
Great stuff.
You gotta respect the people that came before you.
I want Captain
and acknowledge
Pansy.
that they did some stuff before you did. What?
I want Captain Pansy to do the weather here every day.
Yeah. Steve?
No, it's General.
He's been promoted.
He sure has.
I've gotten a promotion.
General Fruit.
I'm a 4-star pansy.
Let's go.
He got new stripes on his knee pads. I got gold clusters, but they turned out to be warts.
Let's go to Jason in Carolina. Jason.
Hey, boys.
Hey.
I wondered if Dave Rabbit ever cruised around Vietnam in a blimp.
All right. That's not nice.
That's right. We're going to drop these bras on you, mother huckers.
Yeah. The
F-U-A-B-U, I hate you, was the, just in case you're wondering.
Oh, my God.
There's your answer, Jimmy. Nick in Cleveland, what's up? Good morning to you.
Hey, O&A, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hey, I just want to tell you guys, first time listening to you live in Cleveland, and I'm glad you guys are back, man. We
Thank you, sir.
Specifically to hear you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to tell Jimmy that we're coming to see him, House of Blues, second show, dude. I can't wait to see you, man.
Thank you very much, man. Both of those shows are sold out, so I appreciate
House of Blues.
House of Blues.
Yeah,
Nice.
We're very excited about being live in Cleveland. I can't stress that enough, man. It's been way too long because, I mean, we've been on tape delay in afternoons, but we haven't been able to talk to the people in Cleveland.
I've been able to communicate,
for a while,
have the people contribute, call in. It's nice. Really is. We've always had a very good rapport with our Cleveland fans.
Yeah, it's a sick city. Thank you, sir. Let's go to Kevin in Connecticut. Kevin, what's up?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Sorry to bother you at work.
Yeah.
Can we find this stuff online somewhere? It's got beeps in it on the radio.
Did you just say I hate to bother you at work?
Well, first of all, I do have the...
That's a very funny line to tell a radio show.
Yeah. I do have the uncensored stuff that we're going to play a little bit later on.
A little later, huh?
And I'm starting to learn that I got gold in my hand here. I don't know if I want to just throw it on the internet.
Oh.
Maybe it's time to make a buck or two.
Jeez.
No, I'll throw it out there. We'll figure it out. Maybe throw a couple clips on onaradio.com later today, because I think Stephen S. wants it for the rundown.
Thanks, guys.
All right, and then we'll put the whole thing that I got. I only got one show. I mean, one show. I got about 30 clips. That's about it.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's great. Let's go back to a matter of fact.
You know how many lost breaks there are? How many lost air checks and just things that no one ever recorded?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gone.
Just from my dopey radio career, I'm like, why wasn't I taping?
Well, you think you feel bad. You know some of the original Tonight shows? The dummies at NBC wanted to save money on tapes. So they just started taping years ago over some of the original Carsons there are no copies in existence.
So dumb.
Just audio.
Oh, there's audio?
Wow.
Why didn't the people that came before us realize that maybe somebody wants to listen to this crap someday?
Eventually.
Because then they do that with the honeymooners too. There's a few that they just don't have tapes of or something like that, or they got very, very strange versions of it.
Probably some of the originals, maybe from the Jackie Gleason show.
Maybe, yeah.
When they were doing sketches.
All right, let's get back to Dave Rabbit, 1970-71, underground radio from Vietnam. Oh yeah, this is good. Another message from the latrine walls. His bit.
Cactus. You can't judge a book by looking at its cover. Here's another quickie from the latrines in the Republic of Vietnam. This guy writes, fighting for someone else's freedom is like for someone else's virginity. Power.
What did he say?
Hold on, I'll show you.
Something power? Oh, you're writing it down? Oh, wow. Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
It basically said power.
Yeah.
But use the T word for that.
After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion. In the shower, I use a water-activated gel cleanser, then a honey almond body scrub, and on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub.
What is that?
Patrick Bateman.
Dave has a complaint right here.
This is so goddamn long. I could have gone downstairs and got a shot of back. Rambling.
What is that? And you laughed.
A shot of back?
What is that?
It sounds like he could have got one of the whores.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was a drug reference. I've never heard shot of back before. I didn't know what
that was. Could be a drink over there. Back could be some kind of Vietnamese, corn liquor or something. Who knows?
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. I instantly thought it was sexual.
Yeah. Well, it might be. He was complaining because the song was way too long. Because, this guy liked to talk. Oh, this was in the middle of the song?
The song was still going. It was like 6 minutes in, and he just comes on and says how annoyed he is.
That's great. I love this. You sure this guy isn't related to me? Just seems annoyed at everything.
This is so goddamn long. I could have gone downstairs and got a shot of back.
A shot of back.
Rattling on with more music. Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Speed kills. Slow down. Smoke grass.
Smoke grass. Just babbling into the mic.
And don't ruin it for me and show me a current day picture of this guy. I just want...
Oh, I got an image.
Really?
He's hardcore.
You think?
Yeah. If anything happened, he could pick up a rifle and take care of business.
He's living in the woods somewhere.
Yeah.
I saw him already.
And?
No, huh?
Oh, boy, don't ruin it for me.
I won't. Dr. Steve. I won't.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I'm not going to ruin it for you.
He looks like anyone's father.
Dr. Steve.
Oh, boy. All right, one more
Steve
clip.
looks like an intellectual.
Yeah, he is. He's a doctor.
Yes.
They're known to be bright.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he graduated high school.
Are you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Lifers are like flies. They both eat and bother
so subtle, man. That's a great delivery.
They both eat blank and bother people. Wow.
And bother people. That is hilarious.
That is
Lifers.
good. Lifers.
Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Lifers are like flies. They both eat and bother people.
And bother people.
Thank you, Pete.
Did you hear that? What was that? Pete in the background going, right on! Thank you, Pete.
Do you like Huey Lewis in the news? This is off of sports.
All right, you know what? We got to play a couple more.
Of course we do.
We got a lot more, but we'll at least play the tripping on air. This is him tripping.
Are people liking this? I hope they are, man. This guy's fantastic.
I think they are. What's the feedback say? Yeah, they're digging this. It's different.
Yeah. It's cool. It's like we're the History Channel today.
Yeah, well, it's part of our old school Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
Just stuff I've been finding as
I love this
unload
guy.
boxes of
Great.
crap. Oh, that's obviously him. He's just what is that? Funk 69 or something like that? Funk 49? James Gang, right? He's just messing around with James Gang.
Yeah.
Dave Rabbit, 1970.
Number 69, James Gang. Sorry about that yelling and screaming, but Pete and I are on a trip, and we thought we'd have to get in on that song. Here's one done by the Biggie, Three Dog Night. It's called Mama Told Me Not to. Now, you can take this two ways. As a title, or your girlfriend's name is Mama.
That's great. You ever hear the song?
Wait, can you play?
They probably didn't have to beep that out, but just trying to keep it
Can you
safe.
play that again? Is it possible?
Yeah, sure.
You know the Three Dog Night song?
No, let me hear. Let me see if I can figure it out. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not going to look at the board.
Mama told me not to.
I have to play it again. I didn't.
Funk, number 69, James Gang. Sorry about that yelling and screaming, but Pete and I are on a trip, and we thought we'd have to get in on that song. Here's one done by the Biggie, Three Dog Night. It's called Mama Told Me Not to. Now you can take this two ways. As a title, or your girlfriend's name is Mama.
I figured it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very famous song, by the way, so I think most people figured it out.
Yeah.
You know.
What a funny joke.
One more. We'll do
That's great.
We'll do the PSA, and then we'll leave it.
Very clever.
Leave it here, and then we'll do more Dave Rabbit tomorrow. Underground Radio from Vietnam, 1970, and hopefully get him on the show tomorrow.
It's like the Ron Bennington of Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
So he's got a line.
Hey, exactly. Try it on surf.
The fez.
Hey, fez.
People are confused by all the cursing, but this was underground, man. You can do whatever the hell you want. Okay, here we go. The last one for today. We got more for tomorrow. Don't worry.
Blowing Little Grass now. Going back into music by Steppenwolf called The Pusher. Speaking of The Pusher, brothers and sisters, if you happen to be down by the Magic Finger Lounge anytime tonight, keep away from the Korean at the front door. He's pushing some bad H. I repeat, he's pushing some bad H.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
That's good knowledge, right?
But he got his ass handed to him.
Huh?
I bet he got his ass handed to him.
You think?
Guy at the door.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
He talks about the lifers. Oh, I think this is it right here. Okay.
I love this one.
Well, actually, let me play this one, too, because these are all unedited. Way better when you hear the curses.
This motherfucker is so goddamn long.
Oh, he got annoyed because he played a really long record. I don't recognize the song. So in the middle of it, he just pops the mic on. He's like, this motherfucking song is goddamn too long.
This motherfucker is so goddamn long. I could have gone downstairs and got a shot of back. Rambling on with more music.
By the way, my buddy Stork, who gave me the tape, he said get a shot of Mac, not back.
Yeah.
And it is a heroin or a drug thing. So
that I didn't know.
This motherfucker is so goddamn long. I could have gone downstairs and got a shot of back. Rambling on with more music. Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Speed kills. Slow down. Smoke grass.
smoke grass. Just underground shit, man. Not government radio.
That's extraordinary. And that nobody. What's amazing is that I am just hearing about it this morning.
Yeah, I never heard of this guy.
Nope. I never heard of him.
No.
And I had friends there.
One more clip before we give you a couple new ones. This is, I think, the one we finally. I love this about one. The shit.
Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Lifers are like flies. They both eat shit and bother people. Thank you, Pete.
He's got his fucking high friend in the background, Louis. He goes, you missed it. He goes, right on. Listen to the background.
Thank you, Pete. Iron Butterfly. Soul Experience. Lifers are like flies. They both eat shit and bother people. Wow. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. What delivery this fucking dude has.
He's great delivery.
This guy was having a ball. All right.
And bother people. Bother people.
Finally,
bother me.
Finally, new clips, because people have been with us all morning. These 3 clips are for XM only, man. Talking about the hand jobs, the blow jobs. Here's more of Dave Rabbit from 1970, 1971, when he was in Vietnam doing underground radio for everybody.
Tonight's news comes from both Saigon and the Phan Rang areas. First off, from Saigon, we find that a new massage house has recently opened up near the Korean tailor shop. The following services are available:
steam bath, back massage, hand jobs, and blow jobs. Hours are from 0700 hours for maggots, 7 a.m. for first-termers, until 1630 hours for maggots, and 4:30 p.m. for first-termers. Reservations may be made by calling extension 2269.
Wow.
And now from Fan Rang area, here's Nugent.
The Natang flights have been reopened and have a new Champagne flight that leaves Fan Rang at 8 a.m. It will operate on a first-come, first-go basis. The commander also recommends that you take an ample supply of rubbers, as they have a shit pot full of new whores at the bars. The commander's motto, keep the morale high on the base.
And that's the news for this early edition.
Wow.
Next news will be later on. Next local news will be later on, too. Good night, Nugent.
Good night, Dave.
And good night for this early edition of Radio First Termer News.
Wow.
The shit
right
pot.
At the end there, with the news, he cuts his signal. So every time he does the news thing, he goes right into static, and then before it cuts out and goes dead.
Why?
He only broadcasts for a certain amount of hours a day, so I guess when he does the news is pretty much towards the end of his broadcast, and then he just flips the switch and his signal goes dead.
Wow. Sounds like he did it yesterday. It sounds it's more modern than what the shit we have to listen to now.
Well, yeah.
That's great.
Then you got Howard saying he invented this whole thing. Obviously, this shit was being done a long time ago. You got to acknowledge the people that came before you, man. Holy crap, this guy was an original.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ever had a real radio career after he got back from the war and stuff.
I never heard of him.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he went by another name and was kind of doing more legit shit. I don't know. No, who would know is get stupid Abrams on the phone. Oh my God! Here's Dave Rabbit's philosophy, and he does theater listings. I can only imagine what movies he's reviewing here.
Here's a Dave Rabbit philosophy. Pussy is the breakfast of champions. Well, it's time to take a look and see what's happening at the Viking Theater at Fan Rang, the theaters at Saigon, the Trang, and the Cameron Bay area. Tonight the movie is Lust, Sex, and Greed, starring Bridget Bardot, Samantha Abbott, Tim Conway, Jonathan Winters, and Hugo Montenegro. The following night is Bambi, a Walt Disney production of A Little Deer and How He Got Shafted. The next one is Fear and Chills as the blood of Dracula rolls down on all the patrons. Here's a chance to really throw some money away.
Wow. My fucking favorite, this guy.
Guy is great.
Right on.
Brad,
you want more or what?
Yes.
All right.
Of course.
Here's another quickie from the latrine. The carnal act of sex is held to be sacred. Eating pussy is perversion. Signed, Omar. Someone wrote under this, "There's something happening here." Omar died from syphilis of the tongue and throat. Ladies and gentlemen, say good evening to Buffalo Springfield.
Wow. Hey, that's a cool way to intro a record right there. That's pretty fucking cool, man.
This guy's amazing.
Yeah. Fucking cool. You know what? Let's play the rest of this shit.
It's really good.
It really is. We got just a few more. We'll play the one from earlier, the public service announcement.
Mowing a little grass now. Going back into music by Steppenwolf called The Pusher. Speaking of The Pusher, brothers and sisters, if you happen to be down by the Magic Finger Lounge anytime tonight, keep away from the Korean at the front door. He's pushing some bad H.
Wow.
I repeat, he's pushing some bad H.
Wow. It's stunning. And you figure then he's the source of information.
Well,
Well, they had the real information, and then you had
but
you didn't know.
But it's also that whole way, back then of getting information, because nobody, the real information, they're not going to tell you that
the H is bad.
The H is bad. They don't even acknowledge that their troops are doing H.
Yeah, they're going to tell you, avoid the fish. We got a bad shipment. Not avoid the H. You're right.
Cream sauce.
Right, and the cream sauce. Bit.
You're getting your information from a guy who's in the back of a whorehouse. That's where you got to get. It's like nothing has changed in this country.
Yeah,
they're getting their information from us, and we're like two steps away.
Don't know anything.
Where's Lee?
Mike. So they think we know because it comes out of their radio. But I heard it. No, I heard it on the radio. Oh, then it must be true. No, we said it.
Here's another saying from the latrine walls. If you're sitting down taking a crap and reading this, you're probably the only motherfucker in the Republic of Vietnam that knows what he's doing. Here's one that cuts your stereos full blast and blow that motherfucker out in the next room. Hendrix. Fire.
He's talking over the vocals, though.
He doesn't know how to hit the post.
Hendrix, fire. Well, first of all, that song's 2 minutes long, so maybe you should just shut up on that one. Oh, sorry, he's a legend. I like him.
Hendrix.
And now for a word from good old Pete. He's got some information for some of you people out there. Pete, what do you got for us tonight, buddy?
Thank you, Dave. As it is our policy to keep our listeners well informed, we have a special news item that should be of special interest for the patrons of the Castle Club this evening. We have just learned of an MP raid at 10 p.m., or I should say 10:30 p.m. tonight. So, if I were you, ditch the grass, H, speed, and make yourself plenty scarce. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Pete, for those wise words. And I would take heed to what Pete says. He hangs around at all these joints out there. And he knows. He's the nose that knows, if you can dig what I'm saying.
I could dig it.
Was anyone fighting over there? They sound like they're having a great time.
Just hanging.
Just hanging out in whorehouses, doing H, listening to Hendrix. That's not a bad life right there.
He had some kind of connection where he would reveal where officers were maybe dining out for the evening, and anytime the MPs were going to set like a drug bust or a surprise inspection, they'd get the information and start broadcasting right away, right as the MPs are heading to wherever the troops are.
Wow. All right, we got another clip.
What, warn the troops?
Yeah.
We got, he does a dedication to the U.S. Army. I can only imagine what this sounds like.
God.
Instant request line. Spencer Davis Group. I'm a man. This is a dedication to the United States Army. Army sucks. That was called in by General Creighton W. Abrams.
Oh, man. Holy shit.
Called in by General Creighton. Was he in the service?
This guy? Yeah.
I mean, or was he did he just show up?
He was in there for a year and then was discharged or released because they screwed up his paperwork. So he was labeled as something called a 1H, which he asked what was, and they said it's classified, we can't tell you.
Classified.
So he did a year and then was released, but decided to hang around and do this radio station.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, so he wasn't Army when this was happening?
No, he had already served his time.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
so I couldn't fuck with him. I bet you, I wonder if he's afraid of saying who he really is, because he's afraid that his Army pension or something will be affected, his military pension.
Yeah.
Here's another quickie from the latrine walls in the Republic of Vietnam. This joker writes, 18 days until I can go home to picket and protest this fucking waste of human lives that lifers and the government call a war. Haas Cartwright is a fairy. Signed, his mother.
Oh, shit.
Signed his mother. Wow. He knows how to twist that shit, right?
It's good. It's so solid.
That's anti-military commie this guy was.
No kidding, man. Let's find him.
You're listening to Red, White, and Boo! The worst of Opie and Anthony Memorial Day special. More coming up.
Continuing on with Vietnam DJ David Rabbit, we actually tracked him down and got him on the phone to talk about his infamous broadcasts. Sometimes my mouth gets too wet to do these things, and at the end, I don't know how his Voss feels. Oh, I have fucking heartburn.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Dave.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show. How are you, sir?
Hey, brothers. What's happening?
Well, we've been having a lot of fun playing some clips from your underground radio show from 1970, Saigon, Vietnam.
I love it, brother. I love it, yeah.
And I got to tell you, I started radio in college, and I was in a fraternity, and this guy Stork and this guy, I think Joe also had it, or I think we might have got it from Joe, had this tape of you doing First Termer. It was called First Termer, right?
Yeah, radio First Termer, uh-huh.
And we were amazed by this cassette, and no one knew anything about you. No one knew anything about the show. And we would listen to it every once in a while. And then I got a copy of it. I just threw it in a box. And, I don't know, 15, 20 years go by, and all of a sudden I'm unloading my apartment, and I find this thing, and I'm like, oh, my God, I used to love this tape. And I brought it on into the show, and we've been playing it and just freaking out about it.
Yeah, E-Rock sent me a copy of the show yesterday. I wasn't available to listen to it, but yeah, you guys rock and roll, brother. You really do.
Well, you had quite the show back then. I mean, what was it? Were you a pirate station? Were you taking over a signal? How did it actually work?
Well, I mean, Reader's Digest version, it actually started when I was on my second tour in Fan Rang. I was associated with a legal AFVN radio station called Radio Fan Rang, and my roommate, Jim Brookshire, is the one that got me involved as his studio engineer. And as it turned out, when I left that assignment to go to Saigon, we had a rocket attack that morning that I was leaving to go back home on R&R, and a rocket landed in our room, killed Jim.
Wow.
And, if I had been laying there, I'd been dead too. So it really rocked me to my roots, because this was just a generous, sweet, loving guy that would have, done anything for anybody in humanity, and it was a senseless war to begin with. And the fact that he was taken angered me tremendously. So when we got to Saigon, my mission was to do something that AFVN was never going to do, or Stars and Stripes, and that was to bring rock and roll to the troops on the front lines. And I'm talking the Army and Marines, the guys that were every day lugging through the, all the swamp and the forest and the trees and all that. And then that's what we did. And, it took us 2 months in pre-production just to get everything together to where we could even get on air.
So you decided you couldn't go onto a regular radio station. How did you decide where to broadcast from? I mean, this was done basically from a whorehouse, right?
Yeah, I mean, Pete Sadler, not his real name, was a frequent flyer at Madame Ho's. And so anyway, he says, I said, we need a place, and we couldn't do it on the base, obviously. I mean, that would have been a little no-brainer. So he says, well, yeah, let's go down to Madame Ho's. And I said, okay, sure, and we met Madame Ho and offered her, gave her one of those Vito Corleone things, an offer she couldn't refuse, which basically was she got to keep the mattresses and all the equipment when we got through. Wow. Kind of barter situation,
Well, they set up the studio by, I should just jump in real fast, they set up the studio by lining the room with mattresses and stuff to keep out the outside noises, keep out the moanings that is going on down the hall.
There was a lot of that too, brother.
Yeah.
Man.
So you set up in this whorehouse, and how long did you actually do the show for?
We lasted 21 days, and mainly because we didn't want to go to Long Binh, which was the prison in Vietnam. They were really after us. The base commander, I don't know whether you played that little snippet yet, but the base commander was not a big fan of Radio First Termer or Dave Rabbit. He made it a vow to find me and toss my rabbit buttocks into the prison system. And I just, there was something about the prison life that just didn't appeal to me. So even though we had military police and officers and lifers that were actually protecting us, we had to shut it down. There was just no way we could have continued on more than 21 days, and so we demolished everything. We gave the equipment to Madam Ho, and then we got rid of everything, burned everything, where there was no trace that connected us to the show, and we walked out the back door of Madam Ho's house, and and never looked back.
Yeah, you were saying some ballsy stuff for back then, and for being in the military especially, and broadcasting to the military. I'm sure they didn't really enjoy some of the stuff you were saying about the lifers and the brass and whatnot.
Well, the officers, there's always a percentage of them that couldn't take a joke, as well as the lifers, but you would be real surprised how many huge fans we had that were in the officer ranks as well as the top military ranks of the regular stripers.
So you did this radio show for 3 weeks, and were you surprised that the tapes had gone out all over the world?
I tell you what really blew me away. As I say, we walked out on the 21st of January of 71 and never looked back. In the summer of 1982, I'm at a party here in Dallas, and I'm talking to this guy, and we're just, shooting the breeze, and it turns out he was in the Army in Germany, Wiesbaden, Germany. And he said, well, what did you do? I said, I was in Vietnam. He said, hey, did you ever hear of Dave Rabbit? I said, yeah. And he goes, well, man, he says, that guy really ruled. Did you listen to him live? I said, yeah, I really did. And then one thing led to another, and I said, well, you're not going to believe this, but I'm Dave Rabbit. And he goes, nah, you're not Dave Rabbit. And so I did, I remembered a couple of the bits, about the toothpick in the toilet and the crabs pole vaulting and stuff. And so I kind of did that. And he says, oh my God. And he actually hits the floor and starts bowing down to me. And I'm going, what is all this about? He says, man, you're a legend in Germany. I'm going, how am I a legend in Germany? Because I'm thinking, the last show we did was the 21st of January, 71. This is 82. How can I be a legend in Germany? And then that's when I found out that somebody recorded one of the shows. And I have a good idea that it was the radio relay guys that were bumping our signal throughout Cambodia, Laos, and Southeast Asia.
All illegally, by the way.
Yeah,
that took balls on their part. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's when I first found out that a show existed. And February 9th, 2006, I get on the internet, the kids wanting to know stuff about Vietnam, and I'm Googling, which I never do. I hate to Google. Well, occasionally on Friday nights I like Googling, but only if I have a bar of soap. Anyway, so what happens is that I get on the internet, and I find this site that says audio clips from Vietnam, and I'm thinking, okay, cool. And I see when it says Radio First Termer. Well, I click on it, then I find Will Snyder's site, who created the original Dave Rabbit home, and get on that and see that he has these clips. And then I start Googling and find AboveTopSecret.com, which is my family right now that I have with the ATS Mix Show. And then one thing leads to another. And it's just been a crazy, crazy ride. It really has.
Yeah, because, when I found out you only did 21 shows, that amazed me. Obviously, the people that taped these things thought it was so unusual and so different and so cool that they obviously wanted to trade them and give them to other people. And then that's where this whole thing grew. Because no one gets popular from doing 21 radio shows. No one.
Well, I did.
No, I understand that, but
that means live, like it's all.
Dave,
like,
Dave, that was actually a compliment. Like no one just does 21 shows and that's it. You obviously had something. You basically had the voice of the soldiers. That's why they could relate to you, and that's why this thing becomes a phenomenon, because they're like, wow, you got to hear this tape. We all remember when we were a lot younger, if we heard something really cool, you could say Jerky Boys or whatever, you wanted to pass this tape on to others. And that's how this whole thing ended up just becoming huge.
Yeah, and it's one of those things to where, you get something and you pass it on to a buddy and kind of thing. And that's really how it grew. Conservatively, we have 23 million military and civilian fans worldwide right now. Strictly from, them finding the internet, they finding the stuff on the websites and stuff, and strictly, passing it on to somebody. That gives you a great idea of how grassroots movements can really be very effective.
Right.
What did you do when you came back from Vietnam? What happened with your life? Did you do radio? Did you pursue it at all?
No, and here's the weird thing. I came back home. My family had a business here in Dallas. My dad and mom were not of the best health, and so I took that over and kind of put my radio career on hold. And then when I got involved with AboveTopSecret.com and my partners, Simon Gray, Mark Allen, Stephen Melzer, Bill Irwin, and, of course, my partner, Johnny Anonymous, we started the ATS Mix Show about 8 months ago and started doing a podcast. And then, one thing led to another, and the show got real popular, and we got huge fan base going. And now, as I told E-Rock yesterday, we're on the verge of going nationwide syndication in the next 3 or 4 months. So it's a pretty amazing ride. 37 years later, but...
Yeah, so you walk away from radio 37 years ago, which obviously you had the passion to do it. That had to kill you, and you only got back into it 8 months ago?
Well, actually, we started the show 8 months ago, right.
And you didn't do any radio in between for the most part?
No.
Oh, my God, that's amazing.
What kind of work did you do?
Well, I don't want to tell too much about that because everybody will be going on the doors. I sold my business actually last May and decided to do this full time, and that's kind of I took a leap of faith. I figured, if I'm going to do this at 59, boys, I know you were using your calculators trying to figure out how old I am.
Yeah.
But at 59, I figured, if I'm going to do it, I got to go do it now. So I sold my business and really turned my back. But basically, to answer your question, it was just a business that was in marketing. I was in marketing in a general degree.
Have you kept your identity private for all these years about Dave Rabbit's real name?
Oh yeah. In fact, when I went to AboveTopSecret.com originally, when I Googled it, and I thought, what the heck is AboveTopSecret.com? And I click, and this guy by the name of John Jeremiah, and his post is still there on the site. He thinks I'm a conspiracy theory of the government, and that the United States government put me in Saigon to, for some kind of war effort kind of thing. And I'm thinking, this is nuts. This is crazy. And from that, a love affair began between me and AboveTopSecret.com because I lovingly call it Disneyland for nuts. But, boy, it's just so much more than that,
Yeah, it looked like you guys were having a great time.
Why do you keep it, why do you not want to reveal who you are?
Well, one reason is that, my wife, Bunny, and my son, Jack, and Peter, and of course, Babs and Bugs, it's amazing how many people will see me on the street and they don't have a clue who I am. See, I like going in my life in stealth mode.
I kind of like that. I don't know who you really are.
Well, that's the mystique about it. If everybody knew, that I'm really, George Stephanopoulos with ABC Radio, that would really blow the whole thing, they just couldn't identify with that.
It's actually Rush Limbaugh's alter ego.
I love that.
So you're doing the show every night with your pals and stuff, and every day you're thinking this is going to be the last show. There's no way I could keep this going, right?
Oh, well, every day was a gamble. It really was, because, they were trying to find us with triangulations and all kinds of stuff. And it was really impossible for them to do it because of the radio relay guys. We were on 3 hours only, during that window of opportunity. So, they tried. They tried real hard. But here's why we stopped. The military police, the OSI, Office of Special Investigation, the military, these guys, a lot of them were our friends. They knew about us. They were encouraging the show to, get on the air. So when they got to a point to where their supervisors were saying, look, there's no reason in the world that you're not finding these guys unless you're implicated with him. And they started getting a lot of pressure. And I'll never forget it as long as I live. A very good friend of mine in the OSI office comes up to me and says, Dave, you got to stop. He says, because if you don't, we're all going to go down. And I said, okay, that's it. And that's when we stopped.
So they protected you for as long as they could until it was obvious they were protecting you.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow, that's an amazing story. And you come back and you live your life. You go 37 years and you start up again. And did you know that there were so many recordings of your show floating around, like different shows, or did you only have one copy yourself?
Well, we found a reel-to-reel that was some trooper found in his. It's kind of like Opie found in his little box and stuff. This guy had a reel-to-reel. He had an old TIAC, and we basically paid him money to transfer it into a digital format for him. Wow. And the ones that we have right now on the Dave Rabbit site, the pod site, which is daverabbit.podomatic.com, has the remastered version of the entire show. And plus we've got, the Iraq show, which I did as 35th anniversary with a new team. But yeah, there's over 500 bits of Dave Rabbit stuff on that site. Because I can't put everything on AboveTopSecret.com because we're G-rated.
Right. Yeah, right.
We're a family site. I can't put a lot of the Dave Rabbit material there. But, those guys that really like that kind of stuff, there's a ton of it on the daverabbit.podomatic.com site.
What are you doing now as far as your podcast? What kind of a show you're doing?
Well, it's about what we are, which is our ecosystem that was created by the genius Simon Gray, who was the founder of AboveTopSecret.com. We lovingly call them the Three Amigos. And basically, it's about alternative subjects such as conspiracy theories, 9/11 conspiracy theories, UFOs, aliens. Just anything that you can imagine that would be a topic of conspiracy or whatever would be what we're talking about. I mean, they have weaponry, resources and uploads, really above top secret societies. It's just a smorgasbord, if you will, of every alternative topic you can possibly think of.
Is it kind of like, I'm sorry to interrupt, Dave, is it kind of like a coast-to-coast, like Art Bell's type subject?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because in my respects to George and Art Bell and those guys over at Coast to Coast, but what we do is we take the same subjects, but instead of being there like two squirrels going 69, which is exciting for a few minutes and then it kind of loses its appeal, we put levity and humor and put a lot more at ease with our guests, and we just have a good time. We rock and roll when we get with our people. We rock. We give them a little taste of Dave Rabbit, but on a FCC compliant basis, if you know what I mean.
Very nice. Well, Dave, we definitely have to take a break here. This was a pleasure, though.
It's great talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I have to tell you guys were an inspiration. We just donated $25,000 to the Girl Scout organization for their new drive to sell garlic butter sauce.
Hey, can you do a little Dave Rabbit as we go to break here, or what?
Oh, sure, yeah. You want to just to do a typical outro here?
Yeah, sure.
All right, listen, on behalf of the Opie and Anthony show here in New York City, this is Dave Rabbit. Peace.
All right, thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Good luck, buddy.
We'll be in touch, all right?
Brother.
All right, there he goes, Dave Rabbit.
Guy's a 21-day legend.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's what I'm saying.
And it lasted that long.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Absolutely. And why don't we go back in time? Dave Rabbit, Vietnam, 1970, doing the underground radio show that we just discussed for the last few minutes.
Good evening. This is Air Force Sergeant Dave Rabbit.
And this is Nugent.
With tonight's news. In Washington today, President Nixon was officially charged in connection with the My Lai massacre. Although the president was nowhere near Vietnam at the time, higher-ranking officials are positive that there is some connection. What, however, they aren't sure of. No comment from the president was available. Nugent?
In Alabama, Governor George Wallace is announced as his running mate for the presidential election as H. Rap Brown. Rap was not available for comment, but his associates say it was the happiest day of his life.
A blissful event has occurred for Tiny Tim and his wife, 19-year-old Miss Vicky. They have announced the coming birth of their first child. When asked about the nervous tension and stress of having a first child, Tiny Tim stated that he's sure he'll have no problem giving birth the first time. He also stated that the baby will be breastfed. Miss Vicky also said that Tiny will have to have his chest shaved so the baby won't gag on the hairs.
Finally in the news, Lyndon Johnson was arrested in his Texas home for indecent public exposure after he led a group of Vietnam protesters down Main Street. Johnson was also cited on 10 counts of public vulgarity and 1 count for shooting the finger at an Air Force officer. Preliminary hearing dates have not been set yet.
And that's the news. This is Air Force Sergeant Dave Rabbit.
And Nugent.
Wishing you a very good evening.
The voice of news, information, and hard acid rock music. This is Radio First Termer at 69 megacycles on your FM dial.
Wow.
Little pieces of history. It's pretty cool, you know?
Absolutely.
Hearing the what was going on back then, them goofing on it.
Anthony from Boston, do you think Good Morning Vietnam's Robin Williams is based on Dave Rabbit? Absolutely not.
No, Adrian Cronauer, I believe.
Yeah, he was around the same time, obviously, but Dave Rabbit was doing his own thing. Very, very different, actually, because Robin Williams, the character he played was high energy. This guy was all about just kind of sounding or being stoned.
I've had a few requests for some pictures of myself. So some of you people wanted to hang some on your walls or in the latrines or something. But to tell you the honest-to-God truth, I have really no pictures of myself that can be made into posters. However, I do have one picture that some of you might want. It's a picture of myself and my ex-girlfriend going in her bathtub. Now, if you'd like a copy of this, which is blown up, by the way, into an 8x10 glossy colored photograph, just drop me a card to Dave Rabbit, Pornographic Picture Poster, APO in Country, 96969, and I'll try to get one to you. More music now. Donovan, hurdy-gurdy man.
Man. Hurdy-gurdy man.
He was making up all this crap, because who would want a picture of him? He only broadcast for 3 weeks. You know?
Although he's probably getting a lot of letters, though. I mean, he had 20-something million people.
He probably that guy would make an impact pretty quickly with the soldiers, I think.
Yeah.
Mouthing off like that about stuff.
Cornball radio they were used to.
Yeah.
And then he's just dropping F-bombs and taking a dump.
Talking about screwing his girl and the whores, and it's good stuff.
In answer to some of your questions as what the base commander thinks of me, here are his exact words.
If I ever meet that son of a bitch, I'm going to walk up and I'm going to hit that right square in the goddamn teeth. More than once.
Would you believe that's what the base commander thinks of me and my nasty ways? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You, sir. Notice I emphasize the word sir. He has an inferiority complex. I mean, after all, anybody that dresses up in women's dresses and carries a velvet purse has to be a little bit weird.
What a set, man.
No kidding. And finally, the last clip, the show ending. This was the last show right here?
Yeah, this is the ending of that show.
Of this particular show.
Well, unfortunately, troops, it's that time again for good old Pete and myself. We've just about reached the ending of another radio first-comer for the night. And we'd like to leave you with a few closing thoughts. First off, remember, there is no black power or white power in Vietnam. There's only one power, and that's rabbit power. Another thought, when you go downtown, be sure to take enough rubbers along in case you want to go for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 like Pete does. Well, Pete, I've enjoyed it. It's been another fantastic night of cutting the Air Force to pieces and saying nasty things on the air. And hopefully, if we're not thrown in jail by tomorrow night, we'll be able to come back again at 8 o'clock and blow your mind with more hard acid music. So, on behalf of myself and for good old Pete, we'd like to say goodnight to each other. Pete, let's say goodnight to each other. Good night, Pete. Good night, Danny. Sounds professional, doesn't it? Huh? We're tuning in again tomorrow night. Please, don't whack off. Listen to Radio First Comer instead. It's more filling. Okay, Pete. We haven't practiced this, folks. This is our new ending. All right. We say, good night, Vietnam, right? All right, wait a second. Okay, folks. This is going to be one of the real biggies. Are you ready for this? Wait a minute. Don't start counting yet, Pete. 1, 2, 3. Good night, Vietnam.
It's Memorial Day, and you're listening to Red, White, and Boo. Here's your host, a guy who actually gained weight in Iraq, Robert Kelly.
Hey, it's Robert Kelly, hosting the Opie and Anthony Red, White, and Boo our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served our country proudly. In this segment, we speak to former, right now, E-Rock and Troy are fucking pissed off that it took me so long to get this shit right. Troy's energy is that of a soul-sucking cunt from Conan the Barbarian, the first one, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember those bitches? E-Rock is just looking at me proudly, knowing that he's got a bunch of fuck-ups he can fuck me with on the air someday if I ever piss him off. I'll never call you fat again, Eric. In this segment, though, we speak to former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who called in to promote his book, but comedian Louis C.K. was in studio too. And he asked him what could be the most important political question in the history of the United States. You want to know what that question was? Well, don't turn that button. Isn't that what it is now? It's a button. Nobody has dials.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
We got to go right to the phone.
Oh, my God. Turn that music down.
And welcome Donald Rumsfeld to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sir? Hello, sir?
Yes, indeed. How are you?
Very good. Very good. What a pleasure to talk to you. Donald Rumsfeld's new book, Known and Unknown, a memoir. I've been looking through this. Fascinating stuff because you have been a part of history in this country for many years, known many presidents. Welcome to the show, Mr. Rumsfeld.
Well, thank you. It's a little embarrassing to discover that I've lived 1/3 of the history of our country.
1/3 the history, and been involved in a lot of things that have gone on through history. Very
Indeed.
important.
I want to mention that all the proceeds that I received from the book are going to go to the troops and their families.
Oh, that's nice. I thought what you were going to mention was you know exactly where we live, and to be nice.
Oh, Opie. It's not. Where are you right now? Are you just at home?
No, I'm in New York City.
Oh, okay.
Last night I was on the Jon Stewart show.
Right. There was a. How did that go? Because John is a little liberal, I would say.
Well, he comes at things from that direction, but he is very smart, very quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it was a good discussion. I was pleased to be there.
Yeah.
Have you ever been interviewed where you got upset with how it went and then actually did anything to exact revenge on the person?
Never.
Why would he do that, Louis?
I don't know.
That's Louis C.K.
Because it's interesting, though, because there are people who think, I mean, here's a guy who, met Eisenhower as a congressman, right?
I was running for Congress, exactly.
And worked for Ford and Nixon and Reagan and both Bushes. And there's still those people out there that think, Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are actually lizards who, I mean, literally, there's people that think they're lizards from outer space.
Yeah, that's true.
Who eat human flesh. I don't know if anybody's ever asked you directly, sir, but are you a lizard?
I don't think
Are
he's
you
a
actually? Can you just please give that a straight answer? Are you a lizard person?
Louis a little left-leaning,
No,
sir.
I'm not. Let him answer. Are you a lizard?
Here's the short answer. Yeah. I'm in New York City. I walk down the street. People walk up, shake hands, stop me. They want an autograph. Want to get a photograph with me. Go to eat last night at dinner, and Joyce and I were sitting there in the little Italian restaurant. and a man came up and said he'd like to buy my dinner, and I refused. And it turns out I paid for my dinner. The next thing I know, the waiter comes back and said the man insisted to pay for your dinner, and here's your canceled receipt for paying.
Oh, wow, that's very nice.
there's plenty of people that...
But
you didn't answer the question.
He's not going to dignify...
I think you're hanging around with the wrong people.
He's not going to dignify an answer to, are you a lizard, Louis?
Why not?
Because he's not a lizard.
What is the story about getting somebody paid for your dinner? I would pay for a lizard's dinner.
I think I understood the fact that there are people out there that appreciate what he's done as a leader. And
there's plenty of evidence that this guy is a well-decorated and appreciated American. And he has more credibility than almost anybody.
Exactly.
But I just want to know if he's a lizard.
He's not a lizard. Stop it. I want to apologize, Mr. Rumsfeld. Louis C.K. is a stand-up comedian, and I do not share his ideology one iota.
Matter of fact, we're meeting him for the first time. We don't even really know him. So we apologize.
Exactly.
It's usually just me and Anthony, but we said, what the hell, we'll try out this local comedy.
Mr. Rumsfeld, I want to ask you a little bit about the situation that's going on now in the Middle East. You are an envoy to the Middle East. What do you see happening there? What's your take on the whole situation?
Well, I think what's happening is that we had good relations with many of the governments in there. in that region, and it was contributing to a stable situation with respect to the generally hostile attitude towards Israel, because an important country like Egypt had a peace treaty with Israel, and that was a valuable thing that Sadat did and Mubarak stuck with. The problem is that those countries did not move towards freer political systems and freer economic systems as rapidly as they should have, and the people are looking for opportunities. Very large populations that are young, and they don't have jobs, and they don't see opportunities, and they look around the world on television or Facebook or something, and they see other countries where people are doing well, and they become dissatisfied. So you have these kinds of turmoil and popular revolutions. Now, the problem is that, take Lebanon, for example, there was a popular revolution.
Yeah, the Hamas wound up.
Hezbollah ended up taking over, and that's a terrorist organization and repressive.
Right.
The same thing in Iran.
Now, isn't that a worry? Like, especially when you have a revolution, as they did in Egypt, not a revolution, but protest, whatever you want to call it. The guy's gone without having another guy to put in there. Isn't there a worry as America as to who's going to be there and what kind of government's going to be in place?
Absolutely. Everyone ought to be concerned, not just our country, but Europe and Israel and the neighboring countries. If the problem is that you can have a popular protest and revolution, and the winner is not the people that are looking for greater opportunity. The winner often is a minority group that is very disciplined, very well organized, and very vicious, like Hezbollah in Lebanon. Or like the Ayatollahs in Iran.
Yeah.
So you could get the Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Radical extremists.
Exactly.
Over Egypt, which would be terribly dangerous.
Absolutely.
Listen, and these are great questions, Anthony, and they're questions that Mr. Rumsfeld is going to answer better than almost anybody in the world.
Yeah.
But I still want to know if he's a lizard. And if he is.
Stop it.
If he's tasted human flesh.
No, stop.
I just want to know.
Mr. Rumsfeld, again, I want to apologize for Louis C.K. He's a stand-up comedian. He's playing at the Borgata.
It's
go to
a legitimate.
Borgata.com.
Look, if he's a lizard who has eaten people,
don't encourage him. It'll just make him worse.
See, I will stop the
Mr.
second
Rumsfeld.
I get a denial. I'll stop asking.
Tell Louis that my grandchildren are listening.
See?
Well, listen, they have a right to know too.
No, he's not a lizard, and he's not tasted human flesh.
But you're answering. That's easy for you to say.
I can answer because I know the guy is a great American, a great patriot.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
He's done great things for this country. And
yes, Anthony, is he a lizard? Is Dick Cheney a lizard?
No, they're not. They are people.
Any Mexican babies? Have they eaten any human beings?
Stop it. Stop it. I know, Mr. Rumsfeld, I apologize. Louis C.K.
I paid for this microphone, mister. I want an answer.
Funny. I don't understand it. Where do you see the where do you see the 2012 elections going? Do you see the Republicans taking the White House again? And who do you see as maybe a good front runner for the Republicans?
I don't think there is one. I think it's one of those rare times when there's not an incumbent president running and there's not a vice president running and there's not an obvious person. And I think what we ought to do is watch them run around the track a while and see how they handle things. It's a tough job, as President Obama is finding out. It's a lot easier to campaign than
exactly.
It is and so I think we ought to watch all these candidates. There's some terrific ones running, and I think some of them have executive experience. Some of them have a lot of legislative experience, and see how they handle. Because what's going to happen is they're going to get asked tough questions. They're going to get put in difficult positions, and we're going to then be able to see how their brains work, how they react, how they handle things, what kind of people they recruit for their campaign team, how effective they are in organizing. And all of those are attributes that are helpful for a president.
Before the Lizard Council meets
all right,
and decides who to appoint.
The Lizard Council doesn't appoint a president, and he's not part of the Lizard Council.
If they do, don't you want to know?
No.
Don't you at least want to give him a chance to say, no, I'm not a lizard?
I don't want to picture Donald Rumsfeld on the other end of this phone listening to you asking
with red lizard
questions.
eyes.
No, he's not with red. Mr. Rumsfeld. Again, with the 2012 elections,
really
wouldn't it be good to, and I always wonder why this doesn't happen sooner, to start really grooming a good candidate now? They always seem, the Republicans always seem to wait till the last minute to really kind of get together and get a candidate there, a viable candidate that could take on a Democrat, especially an incumbent.
Well, I think that's true of both political parties. If you think back to the Democratic primary that Mr. Obama won, and I think the reason for that is there's no senior council of leading Democrats or leading Republicans who can go into a smoke-filled room and start grooming somebody. It's the American people and the parties, the people of each party that end up picking these candidates.
But it does seem like it would be a lot more advantageous, especially for the party, if they would kind of work together instead of everybody trying to get their piece of the presidency, to just work together and get a candidate, a viable candidate to run that would really have a shot at winning.
Well, and of course, a primary process can produce a mistake, and you could end up with a candidate who's not very good.
Exactly, and I don't think we want to see that. I definitely don't want to see another 4 years of Barack Obama.
No, I know.
That's for sure.
Incumbents, often get reelected, and I think the Republicans are going to have to be careful not to overreach and to manage their affairs in a way that are responsible, and yet address what the American people really care about. Mm-hmm. And my goodness, this administration has served up a number of targets. How anyone can think that the budget President Obama put forward is responsible is beyond me.
Yeah.
The debt in this country is crushing, and it's going to damage this generation and future generations unless people have the courage to step up and deal with it.
What was it like when you met? There's a picture of you shaking hands with Saddam Hussein. Like, what was that day like? The day you met that dude.
Oh, that famous picture.
The dude who later was hung in a badly lit room.
I tried to tell Louis that was indeed during the time when he was
I'm just curious what that day was like.
And was, okay.
I'm just curious, what was that like to meet that fella?
Fair enough.
Well, it was I was in Baghdad at the request of President Reagan, and I kind of described this in my book. I met the night before with Tariq Assis, the deputy prime minister, and then the next morning I was invited in to be with Saddam Hussein. And the reason that Secretary Shultz and President Reagan and I all agreed that it made sense was Saddam Hussein was in a war with Iran and had taken our embassy people hostage, and was very hostile to the United States. The United States did not have diplomatic relations with Iraq, and the thought was that we, the old adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right.
How did we manage to get crossways with the two big countries in that region, both of them, and yet they were hostile to each other?
Right.
So we felt that it was a good idea to see if we could reestablish relations, and that ultimately was done shortly after my visit. Now, what was it like? You walk in, there's a Middle Eastern despot. Is he a good guy or a Democrat? No. He's a thug, and he's in fatigues, and he's got a pistol on his hip, and he's a tough guy and not a good guy. On the other hand, people in Iran were worse, and when you get up in the morning and look around the world, there are not a lot of George Washingtons or Abraham Lincolns. We have to deal with people who aren't perfect on occasion.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell Louis.
And then, so how many guys do you think you've met that died by hanging?
Oh, Jesus, Louis.
Good question.
Yeah, more than one.
Yeah.
More than one.
More than one. See?
Yeah. I've never met anybody I met a girl who hung herself. But I've never met anybody who was sentenced to hang.
He's had to deal with thugs during his career at some point.
Sure.
He's, the world. And a lot of people judge things, I've noticed, Mr. Rumsfeld, a lot of people judge things based on what's going on now. They don't take it in the context of the history and what was going on at the time. Now, during the Cold War, I think we were willing, as Americans and the press, to accept a lot more covert action on the part of the government for our own safety than we are now. Do you think that's a better thing, that there's so much more information available now, or is it a kind of a good thing for the government to have maybe a little bit of a little more covertness in their actions?
Oh, I think you're right. I think that we live in a world where there are relatively few countries that are like we are. We have free political systems, and that means that we have got to have intelligence gathering activities if we're going to protect the American people.
Exactly.
But American safety is like the biggest deal to us. American defense. We've got to keep the American people safe. But what if a whole lot of people in other places have to die in order for us to be safe? Like, what if you found out that a lot of America was going to get hurt unless we just took France and just wiped it out? Would you trade France?
Hypothetical.
Would you trade France for Texas and Arizona?
Can you imagine if I answered that question?
Thank you.
What the news lead would be?
Exactly.
It would be like the answering your earlier question, where I would deny that I'm something that you asked me.
Right. He's not going to deny he's a lizard.
But he hasn't officially denied it.
What would be hurt by denying that you're a lizard?
I did not just arrive in town falling off a turnip.
There are no turnip carts in New York City.
Well, he didn't fall off of one.
No,
regardless.
I totally understand. But no, that's fascinating to me. What would be hurt by denying? And I'm not going to ask you to deny it now. I'm more interested in what would be hurt if you denied that you're a lizard.
Justifying the question.
Sorry I brought it up. I apologize.
But I mean, we like to think that we're a comedy show, so we're just kind of asking a silly question.
But that
there,
is
Mr.
fascinating
Rumsfeld.
to me that saying I am not a lizard might be dangerous. I want to know how it might hurt. Wait, how would it hurt your credibility?
This happened.
How did this happen?
There's a guy laughing in the background that is looking up our addresses now.
Mr. Rumsfeld, notice that Anthony Cumia is
a true patriot.
I am right behind you. I love your book, Donald Rumsfeld, Known and Unknown Memoir, in bookstores now. This thing really flying off the shelves, too.
I want to ask Mr. Rumsfeld his opinion on the unions right now. It's a big topic out there.
Well, it is, and what we've got is a government, an administration, that, according to the data, has fewer people who've ever been in business than any administration in modern history. And what you've got is a lot of people who are lawyers and professional government people, and they don't have the business background. They have very close connections to the unions, and I'm terribly worried about the way that our trade relations are going around the country. The president and the administration have been responding to pressure from the unions with respect to the trade deal with South Korea, the trade agreement with Colombia. Here's Colombia, an important country in our hemisphere, and we've been stiffing them we're missing what's going on in the world. Mm-hmm. In Asia, there are all kinds of trade agreements, and the United States is absent without leave. We're not engaged and doing it. And I think the answer is it's because of the unions. And we're at a first point in our country's history where there are more union members who are government employees than there are who are in the private sector.
That's a conflict, if you ask me.
Well, it's a worry.
Yeah.
And I think it's also not surprising, then, to note that the average pay of government employees is now higher than in the private sector.
That's not right.
And of course,
why is that not right?
Because it should be the other way around.
Well, of course,
teachers are government employees, right?
And the jobs and the products and the opportunities are all in the private sector, not in government.
Right.
But a teacher is a public employee, right? Is a unionized public employee.
Yes.
So they should be paid well, right?
But it's not a matter of being paid well.
But they should have the power to get together and bargain for better pay and better benefits, right?
Well, if you look around at the school systems, they are in trouble, and they're not providing the kind of education for kids, and so the system isn't working perfectly. Mm-hmm. My wife Joyce started the Chicago Foundation for Education because the Chicago school system was described as the worst school system in America 25 years ago.
Wow.
And here's a great city, a wonderful city, and it had a school system that the Secretary of Education labeled the worst. Now, why is that? It isn't because people are bad. It's because the process isn't working. There wasn't any choice. People didn't have a choice. They paid their taxes, and they had to go to school in their neighborhood, and they didn't have choice. I'm a Milton Friedman fan. I think giving school vouchers so that parents and kids can make those choices, and pretty soon the schools that nobody wants to choose have to disappear, and the schools where people want to go succeed because they get a good education, they prosper.
Yeah, but American public schools used to be great, and now they're not. So for years and years, they did well without vouchers and charter schools, and then all of a sudden, money got taken out of those systems, and now they're suffering. and then the people that took the money out point at the system and go, "Ha ha, you suck because I took your money away." So now we're gonna. So what happened? Why did they work before?
I don't think that's the case. What you just said. I don't think that the reason the schools are not doing well today is because the money's not there. I think that you look at the average price that we're paying per student or per school, and it's quite high. It just isn't producing the kind of results that a more competitive system would.
Mm-hmm. How come it worked before, though? When it was simpler, most people went to public schools, and you could just go walk down to your public school and get a great education. Like, how come there's a decline when it was working without the competition?
I think probably it was a result of the fact that we were more of a rural country. We had much more parental involvement. There was more smaller elements, and then as we became more of an urbanized country, there was more distance between parents and the schools, more distance between government and the schools, and they just deteriorate.
And teaching the basics of what people need to know instead of a lot of political correct gibberish.
Really? You think
that
that's
are in
what
the schools now? I
schools?
believe that, Louis.
Is teaching evolution? That's what hurt the schools?
No, I'm not saying that. I just think that there's a lot going on in schools that has nothing to do with educating the students and preparing them for life.
I could be wrong, but I think there might have been one other thing. You know, for years we had the draft, and we excluded people from the draft who were students, teachers, or married. And as a result, people who did not want to serve in the military kind of gravitated to getting married or becoming a teacher or becoming a student. And so over time you had a bifurcation of a generation. And that group is now just about retiring.
Right.
The all-volunteer military came in under the Nixon administration in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And so all of those people that up to 1970 now, of course, would be 30, 40 years later. So if they became teachers in the ages of 20, 25, 30, they'd now be retiring.
Yeah.
Hey, did he answer the question about unions? Are you for or against the unions, sir?
What do you mean? I've got no problem with unions. Yeah. What I have a problem with is if unions end up exerting an undue influence in what's taking place in our country and stopping the United States of America from participating in free trade agreements around the world, which are the kinds of things that help to create jobs.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
But if the jobs are in other places and what... I mean, if the United States is getting to compete, who is the United States at that point? Is it General Electric and Walmart, or is it actual people who live in these places like Wisconsin who are asking to be able to sue for their own rights as a union?
Well, if the governor up there, I'm not knowledgeable about Wisconsin. I'm from New Mexico, as the cover of my book shows.
No, you got a polar fleece on.
A handsome picture.
But my recollection is that the governor ran on a platform of doing exactly what he's doing, addressing the fact that the state is bankrupt. And how does he fix that? Well, he can't fix it if the unions won't let him. And he's going to have to find a way to put that state on an upward path rather than allowing it continue to go down, spending more than they take in.
Exactly.
And if the unions are going to try to prevent that, he has to do something about that.
I got an observation. You sound just like Dr. Demento.
What?
Dr. Demento.
Someone's going to appreciate that out there.
Why, somebody?
The Funny Five.
The guy used to do the funny radio thing.
Yes, you got the exact same voice.
Well, he's got a very distinctive voice. I know you could always tell Donald Rumsfeld when he was on TV, right. Even from the other room. You have a very strong, distinct voice. I have a couple of questions just out of curiosity I want to ask you.
Just an observation.
Mr. Rumsfeld, what type of aircraft did you fly?
I was flying, the last plane I flew was an S-2F, which was a Grumman anti-submarine plane.
Oh, that's cool.
Did you have more capability to fly it because of your lizard reflexes?
Stop it!
I've got a thought for you.
Okay, good.
Folks are looking for a present for friends of yours. I spent 8 days recording the unabridged version of my book.
Oh.
8 hours a day, and if you want to hear the voice...
And the voice, right.
what you do is you buy the unabridged version of the book, and then you can play it in your car when you're going to and from work, and I'll be right there with you.
I think you need that, Louis.
I'll be right there with you.
You absolutely do. I want to ask you one more thing, because I know you got to go soon. I'm a very, very strong advocate of the Second Amendment. I'm a lifetime member of the NRA. Are you a member of the NRA?
I'm not sure if I am right now. I have been, and I think I am.
And are you an avid shooter? Because I am, and I love it.
I have guns. I have rifles and shotguns and pistols and at various locations, and I'm an elk hunter out in New Mexico.
So you're a strong advocate of the Second Amendment, as I am, sir?
Have you ever shot a person?
No.
No.
That's a great question.
I think everybody should be asked that.
No, have you shot
Have you ever shot some? He was the Secretary
terrible.
of Defense. He was in charge of everybody that America killed for a very long time.
Oh, stop it.
I've been shot at. Does that count?
He's been shot at. That's
I was
crazy.
Right next to President Ford when the bullet went right by his head and right by my head into the hotel in San Francisco.
Wow. Yeah. That was that crazy.
Were you ever shot at with any other, besides bullets, like plasma rays or anything else that are used
space
to take down?
Would you stop it, Louis?
Flesh-eating space lizards.
My God, man.
Who eat the poor.
Donald Rumsfeld, Known and Unknown, a memoir. I suggest anybody that's interested in the history of this fine country and the history of a patriot and this fine man, go out and buy this book. Thank you, Donald Rumsfeld. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy being with you.
I'm pretty sure you're a
Thanks,
lizard.
sir. He's not a lizard. Stop it.
Pretty
Thank
sure
you,
he
sir.
ate people once.
You should select your partners carefully.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Just a local comic, sir, that we really don't know much about.
Yeah, I don't know
He'll be
him.
gone tomorrow.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. Red, white, and boom! Here's your host, Iraq War hero, Robert Kelly.
Hey, it's Robert Kelly, and I'm hosting Opie and Anthony's Red, White, and Boo, our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served their country proudly. In this segment, former governor of Minnesota and former Navy SEAL and former good actor and former good wrestler Jesse Ventura is in studio. This isn't Jesse's first visit to the show, but it turned out to be his last as he got into a heated argument with Jim Norton, a.k.a. the Angry Thumb, and Jesse just walked out. Jesse was mad! So was Jim Norton. I don't even know what that was. Fuck both. Fuck both of you. Fuck your judgment.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
What have you proven about the Hells Angels? I mean, come on, you make the Hells Angels. They're a motorcycle gang. They've done some bad stuff. But to actually mention them in a discussion about what they're trying to do.
What I'm saying to you, I'm making the comparison. Here you have an organization that's involved in crime.
Yes, mafia, Irish mafia, all of them. Sure, absolutely.
And so should we treat them the same way? Because sometimes people die around them for no reason. They kill people. But you're going to tell me that they've never killed anybody?
But they're not hijacking commercial airliners and flying them into buildings.
But they might if it served their purpose, wouldn't they?
I don't know.
They might do it then. I don't know.
Maybe they would.
Maybe they would.
But,
you know,
what does that prove?
If they did,
well, what it proves is you have to treat everyone the same under the law. You can't simply say, okay, the law applies to you, but it doesn't apply to you, because who plays that God figure that makes that decision? Who do you allow to be able to make that decision?
You're not wrong, but the decision of the way the legal system is, you know how it is. The way the legal. So you think that we should just allow these guys? Like we saw what happened with the Zacharias Moussaoui trial. It's a fucking circus. And so we're going to allow these guys just to languish.
So you're saying that they don't deserve a trial?
Not saying
that. Our government just says you're guilty. No. And we're going to execute you or do what we do.
I'm not
no
saying
trial.
that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm asking.
No, I'm not saying
that. Well, then when do you have a trial? When do you allow our rules of law? Is it only for our citizens?
It's hard to. Honestly, in this situation, I don't know, because we've never faced this type of an enemy before.
Then why?
This country has never faced this before.
Why wouldn't you take POWs from any war we've ever been in and bring them over and try each and every one for murder of U.S. citizens?
Because they represent a country.
All right, we're in a different situation.
These people don't represent a country.
Bin Laden did. He represented the Taliban.
We're back to the Hells Angels. They don't represent a country. They're like a gang.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're a gang within
They're
the
a gang.
United States. They're American citizens.
Well, what difference does that make?
The difference is
our laws apply. You don't have to be a citizen to have our laws.
But when
Otherwise, what would we do to tourists?
When we're at war with somebody, the rules are are different. The rules of engagement are different.
For military.
Yes, and
you don't think Khalid Sheikh Mohammed should be held under military rules?
Boy, that is quite the loophole then that people can now come over.
He should be tried. He should be tried for murder.
But
because he's a civilian who killed civilians. He should be tried the same way Manson was.
Al Qaeda is operating as a military operator. It's a different enemy. The U.S. has never seen an enemy that operated like this.
What a great loophole. Let's get a bunch of people from Somalia or from Afghanistan, load up a ship, come over to the U.S., not as an army, not as a representing a country.
Did that happen?
And let me just put this as a hypothetical example. Now let them just sweep on in and try to take over the United States with a little army.
Yep.
And now, instead of treating them as military combatants, we have to try each and every one of them as a criminal with the same rules
I
and
would
regulations.
say you don't give them any rights. You simply take them out back and execute them like the Wild West.
That's silly.
No,
But
that's
now
what you're telling me.
No, you're telling me
telling
there's now a loophole for invading our country.
No, who's invaded our country?
I'm saying there's a loophole now, the way you put it. If some entity wants to invade the United States, they can now do it without the repercussions of not having due process. They will then have due process? The same things that we're afforded?
Yeah, not in our country. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely, I agree with you.
You would allow,
by God, take them out back and hang them.
No, we should do it because you know that you're not going to be a victim of terrorism. So what we should do is just allow citizens to be slaughtered. While
we're not allowing anything. It's called great police work. Don't
violate those civil liberties. Do not violate civil liberties.
Absolutely.
Do not profile. Do not investigate Muslims because they're Muslim, because that's a profiling. And everybody on the left goes ballistic when you profile, because that's not affording citizens due process. You're profiling them. You're judging them guilty before they were tried.
Well,
so you can't
let's not leave it there either. We're also profiling the Mexicans.
We profile the Italians for the mafia. You profile bikers for hell.
Yeah.
Profiling works to a certain degree as long as citizens are afforded a certain amount of respect.
And I like the fact that now we don't even do it at the borders.
Where are Mexicans being profiled?
Well, I drive across every year, and now the last time I drove across the border, I showed my passport at the border. And I was 2 hours into Arizona on the freeway, and I had to do a 2-hour stop there because the cars were backed up, because it was an immigration stop in the middle of Arizona. Well, not at the border.
But that seems logical. For
really?
the people that got across.
Well,
do DWI checkpoints.
It only goes against our Constitution, but what the hell?
DWI checkpoints do too, technically.
No. Our Constitution says you can travel freely inside the United States.
So DWI checkpoints also?
No.
Why?
Because that's driving a car and a license, and you're dealing with a cop.
Same thing here.
No, it isn't the same. This is immigration.
So what? You're checking to see if...
So what?
You're a citizen. You're not being hassled if you're a citizen.
Yes, you are. You're asked to produce. I already did it at the border.
Same as DWI checkpoint. You're asked to prove your sobriety.
No, it's different.
It's not different.
Yes, it is.
It's different because it doesn't prove your point, but it's not different.
Because driving is a privilege.
Yes, they weren't stopping citizens walking.
No,
they were stopping them exercising their privilege.
No, driving is a privilege. You don't have a right to drive.
Right, exactly.
It's a privilege.
So they were stopping.
But you have a right to be a citizen. It's your right not to be questioned inside the United States if you're a citizen. So you think we
right to ask
this isn't the police. This isn't the police.
You're talking about the Border Patrol.
This is immigration.
Immigration. Oh, okay.
So what right does immigration have to pull me over in the middle of Arizona and ask me to produce papers that I'm a citizen?
Well, you seems a little shifty.
Yeah, but if they were
shifty.
stopping people because they wanted to make sure that they weren't illegals, they weren't looking for you. So what if they asked you to produce? And I mean
I refused.
Of course you did, because you're a
because
recognizable
I believe
guy.
in the Constitution.
So do I. But again, it's not a suicide.
No, you don't, because you're saying that this
is
okay.
You're right. I don't believe in the Constitution. Stop it.
Stop it.
I don't believe in the Constitution.
You're violating it.
No, I'm not. I'm
no
exercising my free speech. Boo-hoo.
No, Jesus.
And time. Wow.
I love the Constitution.
It troubles me because
I don't like the perverse use of the Constitution.
We're out in the middle in the United States, and you're asked to produce your citizenship when you've already done it at the border. And our country has never made us have to produce any type of thing like that just to freely travel about the country.
Where are your papers?
Do you have to produce
Where are your papers? Can you leave Minnesota into South Dakota? And I foresee in the future they're going to have right at the borders, state to state, where you're going to have to produce paperwork to go from one state to the next.
It's called Easy Pass
and that's called taking away your freedoms in light of keeping us safe.
Slippery. That's what you'd say the police doing honest police work.
Let's keep us safe.
That's what you'd say about the police doing hard police work.
I said you would. That ain't police work. That's immigration.
But if it was
not a cop,
say the cop had done it.
No, it ain't a cop.
You said it's all police work to stop terrorists. So if they started questioning people in a mosque, you'd say, "Oh, that's racist." Or that's
don't put words in my mouth, please.
Why? You've done it to me. You did it to me. You said I don't believe in the Constitution.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Jess.
Governor.
You always just sulk and walk away. Why? You put words in my mouth.
There's a fucking guy here telling me I got a schedule.
You're using dirty language, asshole. Yeah.
Oh. Bye, tough guy.
Bye, tough guy.
And thanks for your service to our country.
You're welcome. Thanks for touching me with your fucking stupid riff-raff from fucking Rocky Horror hairdo. You're bigger than me and stronger than me. So what? I don't give a shit. You want to beat me up? Go ahead. I'm not going to fight a guy like you. That means nothing to me.
I know.
I argued with you. You put words in my mouth, and you didn't like when I did it to you. You put words in my mouth saying I didn't believe in the Constitution, and that's bullshit. It's not true. I don't agree with abusing it.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. You're a bigger patriot than me. Godspeed. Fuck out of here.
Wow.
What happened?
He's a fucking baby.
That ended on
a fucking baby.
Nice note.
Who gives a shit? A big fucking guy that doesn't like the little guy yelling.
You scared him, Jimmy.
No,
you scared him away.
Here's what that is. He wanted to knock my fucking block off, but he knows that he shouldn't or he can't because of the law or all this stuff. Fuck you. I don't care because I fucking hate that shit.
What happened, Sam?
Jimmy,
I really do.
No,
don't.
You know what? I bowed
I
you.
would never.
So do I.
I would never.
I saw the look Jesse was giving you.
I don't care.
On you.
I would never try to challenge a guy like that physically, and I don't posture that way. He would murder me.
You're like fucking Spider. You were just like Spider. I would toss your money.
I would never talk tough guy talk. I was arguing an ideological point. I would never get in Jesse Ventura's face and think I'm going to outman him. That was not my point, and I've never done that. Don't fucking tough guy me. I hate that.
He was tough guy.
Fuck him. I don't care how strong he is. I hate that.
Bravo to Jim Norton.
That drives me nuts, man. That's my fucking pet peeve. I hate it.
Suicide by wrestler was what he was trying.
Holy shit, do I fucking... But it's not,
dude,
it's not a tough guy thing. The guy would it's not about that. I'm not going to fight Jesse Ventura. I can't be bullied. It makes me fuck you. I hate it.
How'd you feel when he tapped your shoulder?
Annoyed, not intimidated. Annoyed. Annoyed.
Thank you for your service.
He didn't do it hard. It wasn't a threatening. But it was. Don't try to alpha male me, stupid.
Danny just put up a picture of the crypt keeper. Danny's real brave. Jimmy's the only one that opened his mouth like a man.
Dude,
like a man.
that drives me crazy.
That was a great ending.
That drives me nuts.
Wow.
What is he saying down the hall there?
Who cares? Who cares?
I'm just curious.
I asked him if when his book comes out in April, he'd be happy to come back because despite the tumult, that really sounded well. He goes, nope, not doing it.
Good, fuck you. Bye. Don't.
We're done with him?
Don't.
We've had intense discussions with the guy.
I walked with him to the elevator.
Comes back.
And I said, Governor, I know that your feelings may have gotten hurt and you don't like Jim.
Who cares? I don't like him either. He's a sulker.
I don't respect that little shit.
I don't respect him either. I respect his military service, but I think he's a fucking... I don't respect him in a debate because he's a baby who pushes his microphone. Aw. What's the matter? You're not used to being challenged by a small guy, you fucking big dumb wrestler? I fucking hate that shit.
I mean...
By the way...
it's not like I stood up and go, what? I would never do that, dude.
People are saying best ending ever. By the way, yes, we did get that on video, and boy, will that video be
I don't give a shit if he comes back.
That's a big one.
I don't care.
That's a biggie right there. That's a big one.
I swear to God, I don't care if he comes back.
Wait till you see... hit Jesse's face.
Honest to God,
he wanted to strangle you.
Too bad.
I know.
Then don't argue with me on the radio. Just bully me in an alley like you probably would have if you weren't a dumb fucking wrestler. I fucking hate big guys.
I'm afraid of Jimmy.
No, I'm not.
More funny.
Dude, I hate that shit. I fucking hate that shit.
Dude, bravo. I mean, there's
hate
nothing.
it.
Honestly, there's nothing I could say, the listeners can say, Anthony can say. It's a bravo all the way around.
Yes.
So trust me.
I would never have.
Me and Ann saw the look that Jesse gave you. Bravo.
You
Wait till you see this fucking
nose
video.
to nose, and just you did not back down an iota.
But no, I won't back down.
I know, that's
but
just
again, if it came down to a real fight, the acknowledgement is the guy's going to murder me. I'm not going to fight Jesse. It's not about that. It's an argument. Even if it was a small guy or a woman I was arguing with, which is what I am to him.
It was that whole push the mic away. Yeah. Nothing.
Don't try to fucking alpha male me in an argument.
That's what he was doing.
We had a really good discussion with the guy too. Why did it have to end there?
Because he's a guy like.
You know what?
I'll tell you what.
I started
why.
fading out. I'll be completely honest. What got to him at the end there?
I didn't like when he goes, well, you don't like the Constitution. He doesn't like me because I don't agree with him, and I'm fucking...
Don't put fucking words in my mouth.
He put fucking words in my mouth. And then he called me an asshole, and I called him an asshole.
And when Jimmy called him out on putting words in his mouth, he had no defense
because
for
that's what he is. He's one of those big bully motherfuckers who likes to use his size and his weight, and he talks over everybody, and he's not a dumb guy. I'm not going to say, so what? Fuck him. He's not a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy.
I just want to see Jimmy look.
I just disagree with him.
Don't turn around, Jimmy.
I respect the guy's military service. I respect the guy. He's a bright dude. He's not a dumb guy. He's just more radical than I am. But when you're arguing and that disagreeing, that fucking... Like, that's all of a sudden the atomic bomb. I'm going to use my... Fuck you, man.
You know what you should do? Bend him over and humble him. You fuck in the ass. I fuck you in the ass and humble you.
I don't care if he... That little shit. That's what I think of you, you big fat motherfucker. Beat it.
Steve.
There was a point...
No, I'm
Anthony,
sorry.
Anthony, there was a point when Jimmy turned all the way around. Jesse was at the doorway. Jesse was debating...
I'm coming back in.
So what?
Oh, yeah, he was.
No, I'm just saying.
I know he was.
I'm just painting the picture for everyone. There was a moment there where Jesse's like...
At all.
I think I got to go back in there and hit this guy.
For you.
And then at the last second, turned and walked away.
When he drank his water and finished the bottle, I thought he was going to throw the bottle.
And I would have thrown mine at him and got the shit beat out of me. Believe me.
God, that's what I was thinking. That's why I started getting afraid. And then Kenny would have had to come in, and it would have been awful. Kenny, I want to talk to Kenny for a minute. I want to know what Kenny was thinking.
I've been boxing lately. I would have tried something.
Dude, I'm more...
Would you knock it
Dude,
off?
I would be annoyed at a small guy for pushing the microwave during an argument when Jesse was having a lot of time to say what he had to say.
Yeah.
We were arguing back and forth. He felt I put words in his mouth. I felt he put words in mine. But then to drop it like that, goodbye.
I know.
Fuck you. We were promoting your show for the last 20 minutes. Asked plenty of legitimate questions.
Yes. Let him get his point across over and over again.
Oh, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, where would have been that fail-safe point where you had to jump in? Because you held off. You didn't do anything. You didn't get in between anybody. What were you thinking during that whole thing?
I was keeping my eye on him.
Yeah? Now, what would you think if you had to go against Jesse Ventura?
Bye, Jim.
Ronnie B's in studio. We almost lost Jimmy today, Ronnie.
I swear to God, true story. I'm downstairs and saw Ventura go through the turnstiles twice. He just kept, I'm not even fucking making it up. He just kept walking around and pushing it. I guess he was pushing it so hard he didn't realize how to get out the other side.
Him. Deal with it, bully.
He was angry.
Jimmy, deal with it. I fucking hate bully.
Jimmy, you didn't serve. Jesus Christ.
You know what? In that argument, that drives me nuts too, because I'm not one of these. I have nothing but respect for the military, and I've said it 50 times, pull them out of everywhere. Fuck the rest of the world. Don't get our guys killed for fucking North Korea or anybody. Fuck all of them. It makes me sick.
It was amazing, Ronnie. Holy
the look.
shit. The
He did
look
that last time.
the look that Jesse gave, the look that Jimmy gave.
It's a pretty good impression.
There was some good looks going on.
Wow. Well, I guess everyone's going to tune into his show tonight.
Hey, watch the show. It's probably a good show. As long as you don't watch it Thursday through Sunday when I'm in Caroline, I don't care what you do.
And the video,
I was angry.
The video of the confrontation later on this afternoon.
Oh,
you got to see this one. Holy shit.
I saw it live. I had to turn my head at one point. I was scared. I did not want to see you get hit. Not that I didn't want to see it happen. I literally did not want to see it. So I turned away, thinking you absolutely were going to get fucking clocked.
Hold on, it was intense too, because Sam's on the video, and I go whispering to Sam, get closer, and Sam's like, no, fuck no. Oh, you got a fucking close-up of him?
He's got a zoom lens. Opie.
Look at the look. Show Ronnie B the look.
The good thing, though, is if you would have got hit, it would have been fake hit, where they hit their palm. And then if you needed to, you could just start going like this to the audience, got behind you. you.
We'd all start clapping. Yeah. Hold some
stupid hairdo.
Jimmy, everyone's saying bravo. Simple as that.
It's not even that. It's
No, I know.
I would
but you know
never.
what?
I would never comment the guy physically.
You know what? You stood up for a lot of people out there that have been in that situation with a big tough guy, and you know what? You fucking stood right in there with
because
the guy.
I would never yell at a guy who weighed 100
people are
pounds.
saying bravo today.
Like I would never. I don't bully people.
Most
who are
people in your
than me.
situation walk away. Trust me, they just do.
Yeah, red, white, and boom! The worst of Opie and Anthony Memorial Day special continues. Here's your host, comedian and guy who went to Iraq once, Bob Kelly.
Nice. Love Spanish broads. Right. Because they have those Adam's apples. They look like nothing. Hey, it's Robert Kelly, hosting the Opie and Anthony Red, White, and Boo, our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served our country proudly. In this segment, we talk to Clint Hill. He's the former Secret Service agent to the Kennedy administration. He's the guy in the back of the car helping Jackie out after the assassination. He talks about his new book in which he shares his life and times protecting the former First Lady.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Well, your book, what a fascinating subject, because I guess a lot of people think they've heard or read or seen everything they could possibly have about the assassination itself. But as Jimmy said earlier, you humanized this whole thing. You put an element to it where these were real people, you included, that saw history happen.
I was a witness to history in many ways, and it all happened right in front of me.
Could we see the Zapruder film? It's such a famous event. It's just an event. Like, the humanity of it is lost a lot of times because it's just something you see, like the bomb dropping. But you talk about the trip to Parkland Memorial, and you go through so much of the... Can I go back? When you first got assigned to Jacqueline Kennedy, you didn't see that as necessarily a good thing?
No, I wanted to be with the president. I'd been with President Eisenhower, and we'd been all over Europe and South America and Southeast Asia. And I had witnessed what previous First Ladies had done, which meant going to tea parties in the afternoon, fashion shows, things of that nature. And I didn't want any part of that. I wanted to be where the action was, and that was with the president. So when I got the assignment and went to meet her, I wasn't enthusiastic about it. And she wasn't enthusiastic about my being there because she didn't like the idea of somebody being with her 24 hours a day the rest of her life. So it took a while for us to gradually gain each other's trust, and we did, and we became very, very close over a period of time.
And what was your first indication that this was going to be a different detail than Eisenhower?
Because of her activity. A lot of people don't know how active she was. I mean, she was an accomplished horsewoman. She rode as often as she could with the hunt group out in the Virginia countryside, chasing foxes. She loved to water ski. She loved to play tennis. She loved to play golf. And if she wasn't doing that, she'd be walking. And she was very, very active. Well, previous First Ladies had never been active like this. So that was the first hint that, this is going to be different.
Wow, yeah.
And then she decided that she was going to spend a lot of time away from the White House. They leased a place in the country in Middleburg, Virginia, and we went there almost every weekend while we were in the Washington area. If we weren't doing that, we were up to and from New York. And then they had a regular routine in the Kennedy family. They would go to Hyannisport for the 4th of July, for Labor Day, for Thanksgiving, Palm Beach, Florida for Christmas, New Year's, and Easter. And then she also liked to go to Europe and to cruise on the Mediterranean. So it was going to be really an active and interesting experience, and it was.
And there's all this talk about JFK's extracurricular activity and stuff like that. You know, it's just become kind of, I guess, legendary at this point. And, you know, with information passed now, politicians are, so much under such a bigger microscope. Was she aware of that? I mean, because I've heard different things that she knew and that she didn't know, or was it just something that it didn't seem to be noticed?
Well, she and I never discussed it.
Oh, of course.
I heard the rumors. She heard the rumors, obviously. But it was never a matter of discussion between us, and I never discussed it with any other agents, so I really didn't know anything about that.
So there wasn't this, you guys would get together and kind of start telling tales, huh? No.
Not at all.
There was I read too, and again, it's not that you just want to harp on the assassination, but it is, it's an amazing piece of history. And
absolutely,
what I read your account of it was interesting because you said that you thought, because we've always thought that the first shot skips, hits James Tague in the cheek, and then the second shot goes through the back of the throat, and then the third shot is the final shot. But you said you thought the first shot actually hit him, and you didn't hear the second shot.
That's right. First shot hit him in the middle of the back, way up at the neckline, and came out through the throat. Actually, would not have been a fatal wound. Second shot did not hit him. And Mrs. Connolly, who was sitting next to her husband, was the best judge of that. She said the second shot's the shot that hit her husband.
Wow.
That is where the magic bullet theory comes in, which I don't believe in either. That's
that was actually 2 bullets then.
Well,
what they assumed was one magic bullet was actually 2 shots. Okay.
This was that at that time the attorney was Warren Spector, I think his name was.
Arlen Spector.
Arlen Spector, and that was his theory that this bullet did all these dips and turns and did all this damage. You
don't buy that one.
Subscribe to that? No.
Yeah.
We had another agent say that too. That he thought. Remember who wrote a book recently, and he called in and he said that he thought that the first bullet actually struck.
Well, I'm sure it did because that's why I reacted.
Did you know immediately what it was? You didn't think it was a car backfiring, or were you not sure?
I wasn't sure exactly what it was. I heard the explosive noise, but when I saw him react, then I realized that something had happened, and I jumped and ran. And when I was running was the second shot. Apparently, I didn't even hear it.
How big of a threat were you expecting, knowing that now in hindsight it's kind of hard to assess that, but at the time we hear about that there was kind of this threat that it might be dangerous for him to go to Dallas. Were you aware of this?
We didn't. There wasn't a thought that it was any more dangerous to go into Dallas than any other place in the South at that time. We had really no intelligence information that would indicate there was going to be a problem. We knew that the ambassador to the United Nations, Adlai Stevenson, had been in Dallas, and that he had not received a warm reception, had been spit on and things of that nature.
Yeah.
We knew that there was a general who was retired living in Dallas named Walker, sitting in his office one day, and somebody shot at him. Missed. But the bullet lodged in the paneling behind his head.
Didn't they say that was Oswald that actually did it?
That's what it turned out to be. It came up, they pulled the slug out of the paneling, and when they got Oswald's rifle from the 6th floor where he had hidden it near the stairway, and they checked it ballistically, it was that bullet was fired from the same gun.
Wow.
And because you were right there, you heard the shot come from behind you,
from my right rear.
Why? And I know that again, hindsight's 20/20, but why was it typical to allow open windows or things like that? And why did they allow the car to take that turn? That just seems like such a dangerous. Was that just a judgment error by whoever? I'm not a conspiracy guy, by the way. I actually believe Oswald did do it. But was that just a judgment error by the agent in charge, or
it wasn't a judgment error at all? Situation was that insofar as open windows, that was par for the course, no matter if we were in Europe, South America, or in this country. And to be honest, in '63. Buildings didn't have central air conditioning for the most part. A lot of them.
Right.
Yeah, open a window.
Right, and people open windows. And in this case, people were hanging out of windows. They were on balconies and rooftops. So that was not that unusual.
Don't you find things get lost in history and these conspiracy theories, and then you spell something out so simply, and that absolutely seems to be the most logical, reasonable explanation as to why the windows are open.
Well, that's it, and you ask about why did we take that route? Why did we make that left-hand turn on Elm Street? Our destination was the Trade Mart in Dallas, which was just off the Stemmons Freeway. We were coming down Main Street. Now, Main Street, if we would have gone straight ahead, we would not have been able to turn right onto Stemmons Freeway, which is what we had to do in order to get to the Trade Mart. The only way to get there was to turn right onto Houston, then turn left onto Elm, go under the triple underpass, and then get on the freeway. Other than that, we couldn't have gone to the Trade Mart that way.
See, there's a simple
There's a
explanation,
logical explanation.
that
Right.
makes a lot more sense than some convoluted
There was
conspiracy.
actually a barricade at the end of Main Street where Stemmons Freeway was that you couldn't have turned right.
And can you and then you heard the shot and you ran towards the car. And there's the very famous moment of Mrs. Kennedy coming back on the car. And there was all the speculation. At first they thought, was she trying to help and pull you into the car? Because it looked like you were struggling.
It appears that way, but that was not what happened. When the president was hit in the head with the third bullet, the explosion was so severe in the head that bone fragments and blood and brain matter erupted from the wound. Some of it came off and went to the right rear, across the trunk of the car. She saw that, and she was trying to reach some of that material. She didn't even know I was there. This is what she testified to later. And then when I grabbed her and put her back in the back seat, and she sat down, then his body fell into his head in her lap.
Wow.
So.
And you were holding on for dear life as you guys are speeding towards Parkland Memorial.
Yeah, we were running upwards of 80 miles an hour.
Wow. And you were just holding on to the
Well,
back
I'd
of
kind of wedged myself in between the two sides of the car.
Wow.
So I lost my sunglasses. They blew off.
Yeah, you said that was the speed. You just turned your head in the glass, which means if you would have let go. And with the car behind you was, you said, within 5 feet, right?
All the time. Yeah.
Did you know that moment that it was a fatal shot?
I thought it was as soon as I saw him lying in her lap because his eyes were fixed. Because I could actually see into his head from the wound.
Wow.
And I could see a lot of the brain matter was gone. And so I gave the follow-up car crew a thumbs down. And
wow.
What was the sound?
Wow.
When that because there's a Zapruder film is silent, and again there's that cop radio that might have been left on, which they try to get acoustics from.
Yeah.
But the sound you describe of the shot is so. It's just like what could you describe it?
Well, it's like a bullet hitting something very hard but hollow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like something like a melon.
Similar.
And
it caused the wound to open up, and then it caused a flap. The skin from the exterior of the skull didn't actually come off. Part of it was intact, and so it just kind of made a flap that went forward.
Up. Wow.
That's what you see in the film.
Was she saying anything in the car? Or was she quiet, or was anybody saying anything?
She was in shock.
Yeah.
But she did say that, they've shot his head off, and then she just said, Jack, what have they done to you?
Wow.
As you guys were going, or once you got there?
As we were moving.
And what happened when you got to the hospital? Because I know that they had to get Connolly out in order to get the president out of the, fold the jump seat.
The jump seats were where Mrs. Connolly and the governor were seated, which is right in front of the president, Mrs. Kennedy. And in order to get the president out, we had to get Connolly out first to fold those jump seats down. And so that took a little time. And then we were going to move the president, but she wouldn't let go of the body. Because she didn't want anybody I thought anyway, she didn't want anybody to see what he looked like.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So I took my jacket off, and I covered his head and his upper back. When I did that, she let go. Then we lifted him up and put him on a gurney and took him into the emergency room.
And what was your first feeling when you knew he had... Because it's interesting to hear you talk in the book about failure, and you felt like you failed, or that you...
Well, there's no question about that. We had a responsibility. And we failed in that responsibility. There's no question about that at all. And I personally had the feeling that because I was the only agent in a position, since the way we were positioned that day, I was in a follow-up car, left side and the front. When the sound of the explosive noise came, my eyes scanned from where I was looking on my left-hand side across the president's car. I saw what happened. The other agents were scanning away from the car toward the sound noise. They didn't see what happened. I was the only one who had that opportunity, and I was unable to get there.
But if you could have jumped in and taken the shot, you would have.
Oh, absolutely, certainly.
What trained you for that? What trained you for the ability to throw your body in front of a bullet? I mean, just because
it's against every instinct. Yeah.
Well, I guess it is, but it's just something that you recognize when you accept that job that may be a possibility.
And when you guys left, I know that you left D.C. and it was interesting in the book where you talked about how his son liked to go on the helicopter, and he liked to take his son on the helicopter with him.
John loved helicopters, and he that morning they had agreed to allow him to ride with him from the White House to Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One was located. And so Agent Foster came with him when we flew from the White House to Andrews, and then Mommy and Daddy got off to get on Air Force One, and he really started to cry. He wanted to go with them. We knew he couldn't go, and the President Miss Kennedy knew he couldn't go. So they tried to, appease him a little bit, and then the President turned to Agent Foster and said, Agent Foster, will you look after John until I get back? And that really aided us over the years because we knew what happened.
Yeah,
He never did come back. So that bothered us a great deal.
What was the last thing he said to his son?
They mentioned to him that, we'll be back and we'll bring you back something special for your birthday, because his birthday was the next Monday.
Oh, wow.
The 25th.
And that would turn out to be the day
of the funeral.
Wow. That's rough.
Yeah, it's really, it's these things that I've never heard any of this stuff before told from the perspective of, because you're the agent that everybody mentions, not in a negative way, but just as the most famous agent associated.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there.
Because you were there, and you saw it. Were you the one, too? There was an interesting thing where in Parkland Memorial, you talked to Robert Kennedy.
Yes, I was on the phone with the White House, talking to my supervisor. And the operator cut in and said, Mr. Hill, the Attorney General wants to talk to you. And apparently he had received a call from J. Edgar Hoover. And Hoover just simply said to him that the president's been shot. He didn't give him any more than that. So when the Attorney General talked to me, he said, Clint, he said, what's going on down there? So I explained to him that the governor had been shot, his brother had been shot, the president, and that we're in Parkland Memorial Hospital in the emergency section. And he didn't realize how bad it was. And so he said, well, how bad is it? Now, I did not want to tell him that his brother was dead. So I just simply said, it's as bad as it can get. And when I said that, he just hung up.
Wow.
That's how
And you described the mood in the hospital. It just, when you read it, it seemed unimaginably hopeless. This feeling you guys seem to be having, like almost like in a zombie state, walking around, not quite believing what had just happened.
Well, we were emotionally it really hit us, but we had a job to do still. And in the hospital, I'll say this for the staff there, they did everything they could trying to revive him. They didn't leave anything left.
Were you in the room when they were trying to revive him?
I was on the phone right outside the room.
Right outside the room?
My supervisor went in and out of the room, and Mrs. Kennedy went in and out of the room.
And they tried to stop her at one point, didn't they, from going in?
Yes, just before they decided that it was hopeless and they was going to pronounce him dead. And the Dr. Berkeley interceded and permitted her to go into the room.
Oh, because just so she could be with him when he died. Were there moments that, like, as you go through talking about bringing the casket onto Air Force One, were there moments where you would kind of go in and out of believing what happened? Like, were there moments where it would just, like, you would see something that it would just hit you, the reality of what was happening? Because you said keeping busy is kind of what kept you going.
It was. That's what really kept you going. And if you had any downtime, it's when you got to thinking, and you would go into really deep depression. So the thing was, keep busy.
Yeah.
Well, we were able to do that because there were so few of us, and there was nobody to replace us. And we didn't have any counseling, nobody there to talk to us about this. So it was just work, work, work. And, for example, that night we finally got back to the White House after the autopsy at Bethesda and everything. And the body was placed in the East Room around 4:30 in the morning. About 6, I felt comfortable with Mrs. Kennedy being up on the second level, the private residence area, to leave the area and go home for a while. So I went home and changed clothes, showered, got a little bit to eat, and then I came right back. And I worked all that next day until midnight. Came back early on Sunday morning, worked all that day again until like midnight.
What were your duties in the days after that?
During the funeral?
Yeah, like in between the
leading up to the funeral, right?
When you got back to Washington, in between that and the funeral, what were your day-to-day the business?
I was standing by for her most of the time and trying to answer questions. She wanted to do certain things in the funeral. For example, she wanted to walk.
Right. Yeah.
And not just from the White House to St. Matthews.
The whole way.
She wanted to walk the whole way. And
how long of a walk would that have been?
Well, from the White House to the Capitol and back from the Capitol to the White House to St. Matthews to Arlington National Cemetery.
Yeah, that's a lot of walking, yeah.
It's possible, no problem. I mean, with her condition, she could have done it, sure. But it was a security nightmare.
Yeah.
Because it was just not she and the children and the family members. It was the president and his wife, First Lady, Mrs. Johnson. It was all the visiting heads of state, including Charles de Gaulle from France and Haile Selassie from Ethiopia, the presidents of Ireland, Germany, just all, there were over 100 heads of state there. So finally it brought her down. She agreed that she would just walk from the White House to St. Matthews, which was better than the original plan.
Of walking to have to protect, because they were going to walk if she walked. They couldn't.
Oh, there was no question about that. They weren't going to, get in a car and follow this lady walking down the street.
When was the last time you actually saw her or were with her?
At the funeral for Robert Kennedy in 1968. And then she got married that fall.
So you saw her at the funeral. Did you speak at all at Robert's funeral?
Not because I was at that time the agent in charge of presidential protection. I was with President Johnson.
And so you didn't get a chance. When was the last time you actually got a chance to speak to her?
I talked to her periodically between 1964, when I left and returned to the White House, and 1968. She would call sometimes and about things about the children, usually, about some of the security coverage for the children. She was always concerned about, the children being allowed to do certain things, and so I would talk to her about that.
Did you miss her on a personal level?
Very much so.
Really? Yeah.
She was a wonderful person, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And there's been this speculation. I know people have asked you about it, if you were in love with her, and I kind of. It sounds like a trite question, but reading, you said something about when she looked at you, and you said there was no lying to me in her eyes, which sounds like it's not a sensual thing to say, but it's an intimate, it's a very close thing.
Well, we knew each other very well. She knew my secrets, I knew her secrets, so we had a very close relationship, and I knew what she was thinking about, things that she liked, didn't like.
When you're away with someone like that, is it hard not to feel connected on that level? Because even though you're there to protect her and you're working, I mean, she's still a person and you're a person. Is it hard to not begin to look at things differently than you're supposed to?
Not really, because she was my responsibility. She also became probably my closest best friend at the time. So it was kind of a combination thing.
And when she, I know she died in '94. She passed away, I think, non-Hodgkin's, right?
Yeah,
lymphoma.
May of 1994.
And I know you said you were tempted to speak to her when you heard that she was
very sick. Yeah, I wanted to call her up, but I had a sense that just hearing my voice would bring back those days in Dallas, and I didn't want that to happen. And I knew hearing your voice would bring it back to me too. So
wow. You were tempted to call, but you just decided.
I thought it was in the best interest of everybody not to do it.
Is it something that you regret?
I would like to have talked to her, but probably best that we didn't.
Did she die soon after you found out? Was it like it wasn't enough time?
Oh yeah, I went into the White House. President Clinton called, and his agent called me and wanted me to come into the White House, and so I did, and she died that night. So there wasn't any time.
Oh, the night I read that Clinton wanted to meet you.
Yes, that was the same day that she died.
I guess the guys like Clinton and Obama and all these guys who, I mean, because every American president since Kennedy, even if they didn't like him politically, kind of revered him, with the exception maybe of Nixon, who knew him, or people who knew him. They must all want to just ask you what he was like, or what type of a person he was, or how it was to be in that part of history.
Well, he was a real down-to-earth guy. I mean, he was a man's man. He knew all of us, the agents by name, for example. We had been with President Eisenhower. He called us all, "Hey, agent."
Oh, really? Hey, agent.
But
now, did it feel rude when he would say that? Or?
No, because he was here was a guy been a general.
Yeah,
and we were just part of his troops, and so that was the easiest thing to do. Hey. But
that's how they talk to us here, but it's "Hey, scum."
But with President Kennedy, it was first name basis, and he'd ask about your family, and He knew every one of us.
He really was that charismatic guy that everybody...
Absolutely was.
But it seemed like when he was in the room with the First Lady, though, it seemed like she was the one everybody focused on. Like, she was like the only person that seemed to be almost larger than life than he was when they were together.
Well, that was true when we'd go on trips. We'd go to overseas to a country, and she would draw just tremendous crowds wherever she was, when she was alone. And if she were with the president, the size of the crowd would normally double what he normally would receive because of her presence. And then the fact that she spoke the foreign languages, that mostly in the countries we were visiting, that just made it that much more that she was popular among the people.
And I'm sure you have stuff from that time in your life. It was interesting. What is your most prized thing that you have from the Kennedys? I'm sure that they gave you something. Was it a note or something that you got from them?
Well, I have so many things. One of the things I have is a medal that it was a paper-made, handmade medal with a paper chain that the president placed around my neck after having walked 50 miles with his brother-in-law and his best friend in my Florsheim shoes.
Why'd you walk 50 miles?
It was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Mrs. Kennedy on a Friday evening in Palm Beach, Florida. She called me up. I had gone off work, and she and the president were going out to dinner, and my assistant was with them. And she called and said, "Oh, Mr. Hill," she said, "President and I want you to do something." I said, "Well, what can I do for you?" And she said, "Do you know Prince Radzivill's here and Chuck Spaulding's down here, and they're going for a 50-mile hike. And the president and I are going to come out and see them periodically. And so we know that one of the agents is going to have to be out there in advance, and we'd like for you to do that and to make sure that everything's okay for the Prince and Charlie." So this is like 8 o'clock on a Friday night. I said, "Okay, Mrs. Kennedy." I said, "When do they want to go?" She said, "Oh, they're planning to leave about midnight."
Oh, man.
I thought, "Oh, my God, how am I going to do this?" So I said, "Okay, I'll be right there." So I hung up the phone and tried to think, what the heck am I going to wear to do this? And I had a sweatshirt there with me and some things, but the shoes I had were regular dress Florsheim shoes, similar to the ones I have right on.
My God.
You had no sneakers?
Wow. 50 miles in dress shoes.
Wow. So at midnight, we started down the Sunshine Parkway in Florida and kept going until we finished the 50-mile hike.
How long?
We started at midnight Friday night. We finished that Saturday evening. I wouldn't give you the exact time, but in the evening.
That's crazy.
Wow. Almost 24 hours. And you carry, obviously, you all carry weapons. Is there a... The Secret Service doesn't just... You didn't just have a pistol. What do they give you, like I've heard the agents can put a gun together really quickly. Anthony, you may know.
Listening to this.
I don't know.
You're hilarious.
Anthony, you may want to...
Well, no, I don't know what weapons they carry. I'm sure you had some kind of heavier stuff than just your...
well, on that hike, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? You just had your
revolver,
what did the agents
trusty
revolver?
I had a 2.5-inch Smith.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What did the agents carry in 1962? I'm sure it's different than what they have today.
Most of them carried 4-inch, 38 caliber weapons.
Your old service revolver kind of a thing, yeah.
That was the standard issue.
And what about if you needed a little bigger punch?
They eventually went to a Magnum.
Oh, okay. Were there any little submachine guns underneath some of the clothing?
At first, we used a Thompson 45.
Oh, man. That's a kind of a big thing to hide.
Yeah, well, yeah.
heavy to carry.
Then they went to an AR-15.
Again, a little big.
Then we went to an Uzi.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You guys carry Uzis?
A little smaller then.
Wow. Wow. How much do you, or how annoying do you find the conspiracy theorists who say things that you just know isn't true?
They're very annoying, but I've gotten to the point I just ignore them because most of it is so foolish and stupid that it's not believable by anybody. I can't see how they believe it.
Was there ever one you heard that made you go like, huh? Because you'll always hear one thing that makes you like, oh, that makes sense.
There are a couple. One was that the driver of the presidential vehicle turned, drew his revolver, and fired and shot the president. Well, if you knew the configuration of the car and where all the people were seated, it was impossible for him to do it. And if he'd have tried, he'd have probably hit Mrs. Kennedy in the head, because at the time of the shot, she would have been almost between the driver and the president. The second one was that the guy that was handling the heavy weapon in the follow-up car, George Hickey, that was his name, shot the president with that weapon. And it's just so... He was in the back of the follow-up car between the president's closest political aide, Kenny O'Donnell, and the president's personal closest friend, Dave Powers. And
don't think they would have allowed that.
Well, and back there with him was another intelligence agent. So I mean,
it's ridiculous.
It just wasn't feasible.
I've heard the guy in the sewer. I've heard that there was a guy, that was another great one, that there was a guy actually in the sewer on Dealey Plaza. Yeah, I mean,
Umbrella Man?
Umbrella Man,
Man.
He was a signal.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, God.
And it's silly how these things catch on, and people they want there to be... What do you think it is that people just want there to be something more?
Well, they can't believe that one person did this alone.
Has the power to do that. It almost makes you feel a little too vulnerable.
But if you go into assassination history, you'll find that almost in every case, it's one person that acted alone.
When you think of that day, when you think of being behind that, or that moment, obviously, what is the image that jumps out at you the most? Is it not the shot? Is it something on the back of the car? Is it a smell of exhaust? What is it that you associate with that?
It's the picture of the president lying in Mrs. Kennedy's lap, the right side of his face up, his eyes fixed, with a hole in the upper right rear of his head, and I knowing that he was dead.
Wow. And you knew that she knew it, and that there was...
And that's embedded in my mind, and it just will never leave.
After you left the White House, and how did you deal with? Was there depression or grief, or what came after?
I was fine as long as I kept real busy, and eventually I was transferred over to headquarters. This is in 1971 or so, and given a desk job, deputy assistant director for protection. Because of that, I had a lot of time to think. And the assassination just weighed on me day after day after day. And I became very depressed, and because of that, physically had problems. So when I retired in 1975, I was becoming a real physical wreck. Then I did an interview with 60 Minutes that fall. And then I just went into a deeper depression, and I started to drink. And I secluded myself in my home, in my basement, with lots of scotch and a lot of cigarettes. And I lived down like that for 7 years, cut myself off from all my friends and associates. They'd come by, and I wouldn't even acknowledge them hardly. Finally, a doctor, a friend of mine, said, you have a choice, live or die. You either quit what you're doing, or you're going to die soon. And so I quit. Cold turkey.
Wow.
And I eventually recovered. By 1990, I went back to Dallas to walk the area of Dealey Plaza, to go up in the 6th floor depository and see from the shooter's advantage point what it looked like. And I came away with the conclusion that, well, he had all the advantages that day. We didn't have any. And because of that, and the configuration of everything, the angle of the street, because Elm Street runs away from the building, gives him really a great shot from the right to the back. And he was only about maybe 100, 120 feet away.
It's not going side to side either.
No.
You got a pretty much, it's virtually a stationary target at that point.
If you ever go there, you're going to say to yourself, I didn't realize it was this short a distance.
Yeah, right. I've been
close.
Yeah, we went
We've
together.
seen it.
And how did it feel being back there, just walking on that plaza and seeing
Well,
it?
It was very emotional at first, and that was the first time I was back there, and then I went back there again in 2010.
Oh.
We had a reunion of the agents who were still living and had been there, and we all got together for the first time and discussed it. We had never talked about it before among ourselves or with our families.
Wow.
And so for the first time, after 47 years later, we talked about it.
And how was that?
Very emotional. And Discovery Channel did a special on it.
On you guys all discussing it.
And they interviewed each of us. And it's rather emotional to watch.
Hell yeah.
And the driver was, so most of those guys are still living, or all of them?
It's only about 17 of us left.
How many were there originally?
34 on the president's detail, 2 with First Lady and 3 were the 2 children.
And it's really the depressing thing is too that the Kennedys all died young. I mean, even Jacqueline Kennedy was 64, but that's not old compared to
compared to today's right now.
And John Jr.
Very young.
It's just a tragic family. I mean, it seems like the Kennedys have all this mystique around them, and they were this blessed family. But there's been a lot of tragedy.
Well, I mean, there were some before the president. I mean, his brother Joe was killed in the World War II. His sister, Kick, they called her, Kathleen, was killed, and so the entire family had.
Didn't they have a son pass away as well? JFK and
well, Joe.
Oh, who was that Patrick that died? Or?
Well, that was President and Mrs. Kennedy's son. Patrick.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, he died in 1962. He was born on August 7th and died on August 9th.
Wow. Jeez. Yeah, a lot of tragedy there.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
The book
Amazing.
The book is called. I'm sorry, I babble so much. The book.
No, please.
The book,
It's so fascinating.
The book is called Mrs. Kennedy and Me. And there's a great shot of you guys' profile on the cover. She's like in a sailing outfit. She looks really beautiful, and you look like you're listening to whatever she's telling you. And
one final question. It seems like you got your life back together in 1990, right?
Yes.
More or less. So what have you been doing since 1990?
Well, I did a little bit of consulting work with various people, and then started to work on this book, on the book for a previous book called The Kennedy Detail,
right,
which was written by a former agent friend of mine, and Lisa McCubbin, who wrote this book. We call it our book because she's the one that really wrote it.
Well, you still dictated to her what happened. I mean, without
I told her things and she wrote it down.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like Clint Hill.
Yeah.
He's all right, man.
What a secret keeper too. What a secret keeper. I mean, you guys.
Secret keeper.
I mean that in a positive way. You guys didn't discuss it. I mean, just men back then were different. Like such a fucking emotional boob. These guys back then were just rocks.
And you know he knows stuff that he'll never tell. Of course. We're not even going to try to get it out of you. We know.
Wouldn't be a secret if I told you.
But I can look in his eyes and know he's just one of those guys. He'll never give up some stuff.
That's why I couldn't do what he does. Besides the whole man factor and jumping in front of something, which I wouldn't be willing to do.
Oh hell no.
In hindsight, when you look back at what you went through, it obviously was post-traumatic stress.
Oh yeah.
Would you have been open to the type of help that's available now, or would you back then have considered that almost weak?
I think we probably would have considered it weak. It wasn't available to us.
Right, yeah.
And we didn't have anybody to replace us, so we could have done that anyway. But we probably would have all felt that we were stronger than that. We shouldn't have to do that.
And when you got together and spoke with the other agents, did you all have that in common, that kind of depression and the what is post-traumatic stress?
Everybody had the same thing.
Wow.
And
was it kind of, did it make you feel better realizing that everybody else was going through the same thing?
Well, yes, and it just made us feel better just talking about it.
Right.
Getting it out. And I think the one thing we all would have tell you is that the best thing could have been is if we would have counseling.
A little, or maybe even just talked about it a little earlier.
Among ourselves.
Amongst yourselves,
yes,
yeah.
It would have been beneficial.
Yeah, commiserate a little bit, yeah. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah,
fascinating.
you look great. I don't know exactly how old you are, but
I'm 80 years old.
You look fantastic.
You're doing something right.
Wow.
By the way, you can order the book through our Facebook page, Opie and Anthony.
It's nice to know also you could spend 7 years drinking and smoking and still maybe squeak out 80 more years. 80?
You know? Well, I don't recommend it.
Now, that is the most encouraging part, though, is if you want to lock yourself in your basement, you'll have a few good years.
You know, you got to stop eventually, but have yourself a little party.
But you're a fascinating guy.
And it does put a completely human element to something that people are so detached from, and seeing it in film clips and sound bites. But the human element, you saw this and you're conveying a story is amazing. It really is.
Can I just one last question? Is what happened the first time you actually saw the Zapruder film?
Well, I was really surprised at what I did see because I had no idea what it looked like.
How long after did you see it?
I didn't see that until sometime in 1964.
Oh, you saw it before the public did then? That was, okay.
Well, I would think so, yeah, because the Secret Service did get the film. And then it appeared parts of it appeared in Life because they sold it to Life, not the Secret Service, the Zapruder.
Abraham Zapruder, yeah. I think, it was like 5 years before the public actually saw it, and that...
Oh, yeah.
in the Clay Shaw trial. I think it was the first time it was shown.
Oh, really?
I'm
I
guessing.
don't
I
know.
don't remember. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much
amazing.
for coming in.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
The worst of Opie and Anthony presents Red, White, and Boo. More must-hear military moments coming up. It's Memorial Day, and you're listening to Red, White, and Boo. Here's your host, a guy who actually gained weight in Iraq, Robert Kelly.
Excuse me, I have GERD. Hey, it's Robert Kelly, hosting the Opie and Anthony Red, White, and Boo, our horrible attempt at saluting those who have served our country proudly. In this segment, we talk about me. That's right, Emmy. Me. I tell a story about doing a USO tour with Colin Quinn in which we saw a werewolf. That's right, we. Colin saw it too. It was a wolf's body with a man's chest. Jeff Ross is in studio for these discussions, who has done many USO tours, but he didn't believe me either. I saw a werewolf in Iraq. People, there's lichens over in that fucking country. He was mixed breeding things. Maybe it wasn't a werewolf, but it wasn't anything. When I tapped the Marine, he said, I have no idea. And Colin saw it too. I don't care if you don't believe me. There's fucking werewolves in Iraq. You don't believe me either, do you? Do you believe me? Look at me in the eye. Stop looking down. Look at me in the eye. Look at me in the eye and don't look away. Stop blinking. Stay with me.
You say so.
Yeah, you looked away. I knew it. You can't do it. Fuck you, Troy.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Bob Kelly.
What up, boys?
Hi, Bob. All right, you said something on the show a long time ago, and now finally we get to challenge you on it.
Oh.
You're going to challenge the challenge. It's not a discussion.
It's a quick thing.
What's the
Bob,
heat with
you're
Bob?
on the show, and
Yes,
you went to Iraq, right?
Yes, sir.
We have Jeffrey Ross in studio, who also went to Iraq.
Hello, sir.
Hey, buddy.
And
How are
he did not see any werewolves.
He wasn't where I was at, dude.
You said like everybody that's been there has a story of the werewolf.
Did I say that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, then I'm going to stand by that.
You swear you've seen a werewolf.
Dude, let me tell you something, man. What I saw, and me, Colin Quinn, and Tracy Theed, the lady from the USO, and a major in the Army. Granted, he's an accountant. He never shot his gun.
You explain the...
I think you guys were having some Saddam flashback, losing it a little bit.
Yeah,
man.
explain the werewolf sighting.
Yeah.
Dehydration, I think you were just...
First of all, I got off the plane, and they said that there was lions in the area because they never caught them. They had a zoo there. This guy, Uday, had his own zoo at this palace. That's why they built it. And a lot of the animals they didn't catch because these creeps just let them out when the Marines got there.
Damn them.
So...
That I go with. I'll believe that.
Yes.
I went to that palace. Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Please don't say you're agreeing with me like you're doing me a favor.
No. We know that.
I heard these rumors as well.
I was there. I went to that palace, and they showed us this is where they used to throw
I was just
men.
trying to sound sophisticated.
So you take that, but you take that story,
Wait,
right?
No, I'm not done. That's not the story.
No, I know it's not the story, but you take that. Some motherfucker's making me look bad.
What the fuck was that?
Wow, what was that ringtone? It's the standard Samsung ringtone that's on here,
Standard.
as far as I know. But don't you think that maybe what you saw wasn't a werewolf and was an escaped animal from a zoo?
I'll tell you why it wasn't an escaped animal. Who the fuck? I'll tell you why it's not an escaped animal.
It was a woman with her burqa off.
Because it had... So then all right, so it was... Hello?
Yeah, we're right here.
Jesus, Bobby.
This is the longest story ever.
Wow. I'm sorry, because his phone's ringing.
So now the animals are loose. Where's the werewolf come in?
Dude, it had the... It had the head of a man. No, wait, no.
All right, let it be known that I'm reading the newspaper.
It had a I swear to God, it was a fucking wolf's head and a man's chest.
A wolf's head
and a man's chest.
And like a baby boy wolf ass.
Wouldn't that just be a wolf?
No, man. The way this... And it was like 6 feet off the ground.
Maybe it was just one of those big, hairy Arab guys.
No, dude.
Like with a big
Maybe you
beard.
were accidentally looking in the rearview mirror.
No, man.
Or maybe it was just Halloween.
Hang on, let Jesse have that fucking hot one in the face.
All right, Bob.
All right, guys.
So that's it for the werewolf?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry my werewolf story was so...
No, well,
Go
Jeffrey
back.
Ross was over there. He did not see any werewolves.
Anthony, I know you believe me.
I believe you, my friend.
Because you had that outfit on the other night, and you've probably seen werewolves in your time.
Yes.
I think the point we're trying to make is it's so hot over there. It's so scary. There's no booze. He was probably detoxing, and he was just started seeing things.
Seeing shit.
That's what happens.
Ask Colin Quinn. Excuse me.
There's a reliable source.
There was a werewolf in fucking Iraq.
Colin's a fool.
Colin had so many Cheez-Its, he was losing his mind on a sugar high.
All he does is talk. Colin just yaps.
There was a major in the fucking army saw it.
Saw it.
This guy Jim Vargo from New York City is backing you up.
Don't you believe me, Charlie?
He's saying, "Tell Bob I saw a werewolf too."
Good, see?
He rang my doorbell and asked me for candy Monday night. He was with a witch and a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Bob Kelly is looking for an apology today because yesterday on the show he's like, "Hey, did you guys see?" I'm saying Bigfoot on Mars, but what do you say?
I actually said it looked like Bigfoot.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did say that.
All right, I'm sorry. So Bob's like, "Hey, you guys check it out, man. There's life on Mars. There's a picture of Bigfoot on Mars," and now he wants an apology, but. I got to remind you, Bob, you were the same person that said that you saw a werewolf in Iraq.
I did see a werewolf.
Remember when he called the show and talked about how he saw a werewolf?
Ask
in Iraq?
Colin.
He saw. No. I'm not going to ask Colin.
Colin Quinn.
Shut up.
It's going to back you up.
Shut up.
Bite his finger. Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
You saw it like sneaking around, or you?
This is what happened. We're in Baghdad. We're at the palace down in Uday's palace. We're in those little trucks.
I am the werewolf.
That's who he saw.
Were you on the list, or how did you get into Uday's palace? You must have. Were you friends with him?
Yeah, I'm friends with.
Before the war or after the war?
This is before.
Years before the war. He's cordially invited.
Saddam has WMDs and werewolves. We have to be very careful.
Would have been more believable, to tell you the truth.
Frankenstein is entering our airspace.
Are you done?
No.
Wow!
Sorry, forgive me. Go on with your werewolf sighting.
I just had to
story.
stop you because you don't want it forever.
Jesus.
The van stopped, just like we were going to hit somebody.
Yeah.
And then a werewolf walked by the front.
I like to make werewolf movies.
It was just an Iraqi. It was an Iraqi who hadn't shaved in a while.
Was he on his way to Trader Vic's? Was his hair perfect?
How do you know it was
a werewolf to Baghdad?
This is how I know it was a werewolf. Because I looked at the Marine. The Marine's not afraid of anything. I looked at the Marine. I go, first of all, it had a man chest.
Right.
Like a man torso.
Because it was a man.
Right. Of course it was.
And it had a wolf face.
What did it have?
And I looked at the Marine. I go,
They don't have good health care in Iraq, so there was some weird thing happening to a man in Iraq.
It was a woman without all the stuff on her face. I looked at the Marine. I go, what was that? He goes, I have no idea. I go, was that a werewolf? He goes, I don't know what. He was scared. Like,
was it
visibly
at night?
shaken.
Was it at night?
Daytime.
Oh, well, yeah. It's definitely a werewolf.
Yeah.
Well,
daytime.
Look, you don't know that that's true. I mean, they change up the vampire rules every once in a while. They can change up the werewolf rules.
How do they change them up? They don't really change them up.
Sure they do.
In what way?
Well, some movies the cross works, some movies the cross doesn't work.
Cross?
Yeah.
Doesn't work for a werewolf.
I said on vampires, they change it up. They could change it up for a werewolf.
Silver bullet, right?
Yeah, maybe it's not silver. Maybe it's platinum.
It's the faith behind the cross that works, as was pointed out in Salem's Lot.
Oh, right. It has nothing to do with just the cross.
The priest was holding the cross up, and it was glowing.
But not if it's...
You finished, good.
Sorry. Go ahead. You're right. You're right. Go ahead. I apologize, Jim. Your ears distracted me.
Why? And he was holding it up, and it started fading because the priest was a drunk, and he just took it out of the priest's hand and crushed it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, it's your faith behind the cross that makes it strong.
right, but that's not.
That's his logic.
All right.
I'm just a boy.
That's not on a captain vampire though, like a number one vampire.
You didn't see a werewolf in Iraq, and it's not Bigfoot on Mars.
I didn't say it was Bigfoot. I said it might be.
It's a dumb shadow.
It's either Bigfoot or Nessie.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
You know, me and Colin fought once in Iraq. Really, legitimately. When
Did you beat him?
Fuck yeah.
We
were in a. They call it the
The
pit.
Marines must have been laughing.
It was.
Their
Listen to me.
asses off,
It was
like
11.
two spastic babies.
They weren't even.
fighting.
They weren't around. It was 11 o'clock at night in Japan.
Yeah.
Okay. It was called the pit, and what they did is they took tires and chopped them up and put all the rubber down, and that's where these Marines fought in this big rubber pit. Me and him went in there, just me and him, and we fucking duked it out. I took his polo shirt and I put it over his head like a hockey player, and I wrapped his arm over and I stuck my knee in his chest. Colin has rage mode where I think he was going to stab me, like he was going to get a knife and fucking slice my throat in the middle of the night.
Well, all those kind of quote fake fights become very real when you're in the middle of it.
Of course, you can't fucking fake fight.
Well, you know what I mean.
No.
Like you go, all right, yeah, I'll fight you as a goof, and then the next thing it gets real and someone gets hurt.
Yeah, I know, it's fun, right?
Yeah, it is.
How about the guy who wins that has to apologize with a smile on his face? Dude, I'm sorry. I should have took it too far.
And that smile gets you going again.
Yeah. that alpha male shit burst in on the other guy who lost. The fuck you smiling for? Dude, I'm saying I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fucking held you down with your own shirt, fucking pussy.
On the next American War Stories. Battleground, Iraq. Robert Kelly deploys and within an instant realizes no man can prepare for war.
We thought we were going to starve, so we brought little bars and stuff. Well, there's going to be no food. There was more. I gained 30 pounds in Iraq. You go to the buffet, there's Chinese food, mac and cheese, barbecue, pizza, ice cream. You could walk up to this ice cream and get as many ice cream bars and sundaes as you want.
But no matter how rich the rewards, every American soldier has to experience loss.
I was over there. I had 2 milkshakes. One of the Marines goes, "You going to have both of those, fatty?" So I gave him one, and then my other one fell. I had to go back and get 2 more.
So tune in as we chronicle the victories and the defeats for American hero Bob Kelly.
I broke my knee, man.
On the next American War Stories. All right. Well, that's it for Red, White, and Boo. Thanks for listening, and thanks to all the men and women serving in our armed forces. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.